seconds there or thereabouts. But two crews looking really nicely together here at the front of the field. Okeanos currently with the better boat speed. They have their bow ball out in front, but I think that crew from Paraguay will up the rate, and you can see them on the screen. A lovely dynamic rhythm here being set by Gabriel Portillo in the stroke seat.
Yeah, Gabriel Portillo in the stroke seat yesterday already racing in the light men's pair. There they came in second, and we saw them sprinting. And again today, indeed, like you say, the rhythm is fluent, and there is a serious leg drive from these lightweight men. Very consistent in their rowing, especially if you compare it to the little bit more bouncy Lager crew. But also the Lager crew still putting in the effort. Now in the red boys, they will try to, at least to minimize the damage and to finish here as fast as possible, such that they can have an A final here at the Holland Baker. But good job from Okeanos. There will be some racing this afternoon if these are the two crews to finish fastest here in the A final, because it's really this Paraguayan crew again using their final sprinting capacity and again overcoming a Dutch crew. But Okeanos can respond. They are strong guys pushing on, and I think it's just Okeanos on the line.
Yeah, that's on the surge. I think Okeanos got the quickest time overall, but a fantastic finishing rhythm being set by the Paraguayan lightweight double. I mean, they didn't weigh in, of course, this morning because there was no need to. They raced the open category event. But they really put a great effort out there on the water, putting the pressure on Okeanos all the way down to the line. And the verdict in the end, 0.4 of a second in the for Okeanos. They beat Paraguay, and the time set by the D.S.R Lager crew of Simon van der Avioid and Rombouw Jansen as 7:32.33. So we'll keep an eye out, because that is the benchmark for the crews now bearing down on us. We have 4 crews again. A few of these we saw yesterday too, but just to give you a quick lane order, we have a combination from Dudok van Heel and the Roosendaalse Roeivereniging in lane number 2. Neerhuis, the Dutch national champions in this boat class, race in lane number 3. Skull in lane 4, and a second crew from the D.S.R Lager in lane number 5. And you can see the two crews, Neerhuis and Skull, the two crews from Amsterdam, in the picture as we speak.
Yeah, and I think we all remember yesterday as one of the most spectacular races between this currently leading Neerhuis pair. They were able to lead the charging Germans all the way up until let's say the last 10 meters of the race, because then the Germans overcame them, and I think the difference between those two boats was 3 seconds. And I just remember when they came over the finish, the first thing they did was congratulate each other with a beautiful race, and then they realized how much pain there was actually in the legs, because it was a very, very highly contested race there. But the Neerhuis crew woke up this morning and decided to go out all on the water and
choose violence here.
Yes. I think now, especially since fortunately the German crew is not starting today, they are the big favorites for today. But all the other crews, also this Skull crew currently in second, they will see, of course, what they can do. Maybe they can try to surprise them in the final today. But look at the Neerhuis crew here, looking very composed into the last 500 meters now, and they will try to store some energy, save some energy for later today. They are national champions, and they will for sure want to win here at the Koninklijke Holland Beker.
Yeah, and just to have a more quantitative indication of the class of the Neerhuis crew, passing 1500 in 5:13.70. The quickest crew from the previous heat did that 1500 meters in 5 minutes 30. So almost 17 seconds difference between Neerhuis here in this second heat, and Okeanos in the previous heat, as we ride with the bucket hat of Raphael Vromond, the bowman of the Skull pair here. They are tracking near ice pretty well, I'd say, just 3 seconds separating them from the Dutch national champions, and they look set for a place in the A final as well.
Yeah, concentration on the faces of the Skull pair. They were really grinding their teeth and already wanting to put on a good race here on their home waters. Also Skull, near us, both of those Amsterdam crews, of course, training every day, making their kilometers every day here on this rowing lake. But yeah, it's the Neerhuis pair, and they were pushed by Skull, so they couldn't really let their guard down. Now in the final stages of this race, I don't think Skull will really up the rate and try to push on for first place in this race, but they will be happy with the result, seeing a big gap until the third finishing crew, which will probably be Laga, and in particular the fourth crew, which is Dudek van Heel and the Roosendaalse. They will have to look at their times, whether they are faster or slower than the Laga crew we saw in the previous race. So Neerhuis finishing first, Skull finishing second. There is Laga 2, Wouter van der Avoort, Gert-Jan Bruins, who are probably who are now going to enter your picture and finishing third in this race. And then we have to look at the time of Dudok van Heel and Roosendaalse, Roosendaalse Roeivereniging, to see what it's worth. But I think 7:32 was the time to beat. And Dudok van Heel, Roosendaalse, they also rode 7:32.
Yeah, but crucially behind the point. I think the D.S.R Laga just managed to get themselves into the A final. So, and then we're talking about the Laga 1 crew in the previous heat. They posted a time of 7:32:33, as I mentioned earlier. And the combination from Dudok van Heel and the Roosendaalse Roeivereniging posted a time of 7 minutes 32:90. So unfortunately for Joris Constance and Kevin Haast, they miss out on the A final later today.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, they did a good job trying to race there at the Holland Baker, but now with a lack of 0.6 of a second, it was just not enough to get into that A final. I think we will have a small break in our races now, because the next race is coming at towards us at 9:35. For the audience looking at home, we of course want to thank the organizing clubs currently in your picture, and all the sponsors and volunteers making this event possible, and also for everybody who is currently watching here from the terrain, from the grandstand. We would like to thank you for being here, and thank you also for the volunteers for making this event possible.
Is het beter zo, Lars? Lars? Hangt hij nu recht? Welke baan roeit omhoog?
Baan 7.
Is het beter zo?
Het is zeker beter.
Beter dan dat we echt lachen.
Okay, from back stops, ready, go.
All right, and we are moving on to the next heat of today, and we see that the Oxford Brook screw is quickly changing their kits. They will get probably a bit of a warning, because if you were watching the live stream, then you could see that they were late at the start.
Yeah, and my good friend and colleague Rob Curling would say, hut, late to the start. So a flick on the fingers, but for the Oxford Brook screw, but they are off. We have the green light. 3 crews going for the place in the A final, and again, as with the previous heats, we saw all crews except the slowest one progress to the A final. We have the Big Boys United crew from the Hope racing in lane number 3. We have the crew from Belgium who won the under 23 men's for yesterday in the middle, and the aforementioned crew from Oxford Brookes University, their second crew on the right hand side picture of the picture in lane number 5. Nice clean start all across the board, and we'll see what these crews can do. The crew from the Hope was really quick out of the blocks yesterday, but struggled to maintain that pace all the way down to the line. But a nice even start, I'd say, from these 3 crews.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the members in the rowers in this Oxford Brookes crew, because they changed something up yesterday, and now I will require some attention from the audience at home, because yesterday Ivan Fisker stroke the Oxford Brookes 1 crew, finishing a 3rd in the A final of the men's coxless 4, and currently this is the Oxford Brookes 2 crew, like you mentioned, supposedly their second crew, and in that crew I see that it's well, this Oxford Brookes 2 crew is the same crew as Oxford Brookes 1 yesterday, except for the fact that on the free position there's now Robert Koyman, who was in the Oxford Brookes 4 crew, placing 1st yesterday. So I hope you could keep up with all these numbers of Oxford Brookes. They are of course here with a very big squad, and I'm curious to see what they can do today. But as it stands now, it's this fast starting crew from the Hope, the Big Boys United initiative, who went out of fast, but like they did yesterday, but going with them, it's these youngsters from Belgium with a very good technique. You already mentioned it yesterday. Very long drive, very synchronized. They're really using all their body to move that boat forward in these early stages of the race.
Yeah, they look very efficient out there on the water. We are approaching 2.5 minutes into this race. I'm surprised that I don't see the crew from Oxford Brookes University in this picture, and to be honest, slightly surprised that that crew from the Hope, stroked by Luc Cornelia, is keeping up with that very high quality crew from Belgium, who do look really smooth and well connected. They really take the time to lock the blades at the front ends of the stroke, and the leg drives perfectly synchronized here. They have about a canvas lead, that crew from Belgium, over the crew from the Hope, who are now dropping off ever so slightly. You could see the Belgian bow ball getting further and further ahead of the Hope, and there we have the full picture of this race. Oxford Brookes 2, about half length of clear water behind the 2 leading crews.
Yeah, and I think it's nice to see all these crews certainly not willing to come in last in this race, because because the slowest crew over 2 heats won't be able to make it to the A final. Yesterday it was this crew who made it to the A final, but they didn't manage to win, except for the man in the free seat, Robert Koyman. He managed to win, but here there is the Belgium crew. Also, they managed to win in their under 23 field, but the Hope, for example, they didn't advance to the A final yesterday. So they are sure looking to improve on that result and show some proper racing later this afternoon.
Yeah, you can see here in the picture nice contrasting styles here. The crew from Belgium looking a bit more relaxed in the shoulders compared to the crew from the Hope, who are a bit more tense, a bit more, tense is perhaps the best word to describe them, but they do get a great speed out of their boat. The Hope still in second position, but the Belgium 4 stroked by Milan van Massenhoven, eking out a bigger advantage every single stroke as we approach 3/4 of a way. We're already at 1500, and I think the crew from Oxford Brookes getting back into this race after being dropped in the first half of this race. They're basically level with the crew from the Hope, who are struggling a bit to keep pace with that very quick crew from Belgium.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see what the Hope can do later this afternoon as well. They have that ballsy start, and also they are still close with this Belgian crew, clearly giving it their all.
Yeah, you can see the pain on the faces, especially of Luc Cornelie in the stroke seat, and I'm afraid he has shortened up his stroke ever so slightly. You can see the fact that they are hurting here in the final 250 meters to go. You can see the two men, Floris Fock, looking for the line, not quite there yet, and he has to keep an eye out to his left, because Oxford Brookes are resurgent here in the second half of the race. I think the Belgian 4 have done enough to get the win here in this first heat, but Oxford Brookes really recovering well here.
Yeah, and I think we are looking at some very high quality racing, especially considering that in the next heat probably there will maybe even be a freshman crew competing. So all these crews are now starting, now really sprinting to the line to not be the slowest. Maybe they don't know the quality of the entries in the other race, or maybe they just want to show their best race. We are at least grateful for it, and it's impressive to see also what this Oxford Brookes crew is doing. They clearly picked up the pace in the second part of this race, and even that they had some small position changes, I think this race might have helped them just be a bit better prepared for the A final later today. For sure we will write them down as one of our favorites, because they came in very fast at this closing stages of the race, but it were the Belgians again leading the field. And with that, we already move on to the second heat in this field.
Yeah, second heat, and we'll keep a close eye on the time posted by the crew from the Hope. 6:25.72, the benchmark for the crews in the next heat. We have two crews from Neerhuis. Neerhuis 2 racing in lane number 2, currently not in the picture, but right beside them you can see the crew, the combination crew in the middle of your picture. Proteus-Eretes Gias Orca, stroked by Floris Reinders. Then we have Neerhuis also out of shot here in lane number 4, but leading this field now is the Oxford Brookes University 2 crew with Jamie Copus in the bow seat, leading at 1000.
Yeah, Oxford Brookes University 2. Yesterday they were Oxford Brookes University 4. At least 3 of these rowers were in the Oxford Brookes University 4 crew that won the men's 4 yesterday. That was yesterday, but currently it's pretty dominating what they show here. And we saw already in the previous race that other Oxford Brookes University 4, and it's good to see that they have all these position changes, that they can do that, and that they will try to also use this Holland Baker to see what is their fastest combination and what is the fastest boat possible. But good to see that they all can row together with each other. Of course, we've seen their aids. They are capable of adopting the same style, and then you are able to switch around in their boats. And here we got them in our picture, and again, Jamie Copus, former lightweight, in the bow seat, but there is not less length in his stroke than from the other men. There's not less strength in the stroke than from the other men, and it's a good row from these Oxford Brookes crews.
Yeah, it's there's plenty of power in the stroke, although compared to the crews we saw yesterday, I think from a technical point of view, they are not as well gelled together, I'd say, as we saw yesterday. That crew with Jamie Copus in the bow seat looked a bit more composed, a bit more technically proficient, but that's what you get when you change the athletes around. It's always a bit of you need some time to re-gauge and adjust a bit to all the individual rowers, but the result is what counts in the end, and Oxford Brookes are going to take a win here in this second heat as well. They are safe to the A final, but behind them the race is on between the Dutch crews for the quickest time overall. We have that 6:25.72 posted by the Hope just a few moments ago as the benchmark time, as we see Oxford Brookes 2 now cruising down to the line, because they know that if they win this, they're going to progress to the A final. Currently rowing interview, I think that's the combination crew, Proteus-Eretes, Gias and Orca, stroked by Floris Reinders, currently sitting in second overall. So the race is on between the two crews from the D.S.R Neerhuis.
Yeah, and even though you said that it was technically maybe a bit less composed, I think it's indeed also a matter of probably letting the rate down, probably letting their guard down a bit in this race, because they know they made it for the A final and trying to conserve some energy. We see the combination crew, we saw the combination crew, they closed the gap to this Oxford Brookes crew, but yeah, don't be mistaken, they were relaxed in the second part of the race, so they conserved some energy for the final here. We see that it's Neerhuis 2 in lane 2 progressing to the A final, and then looking at the times, the time has passed now for this Neerhuis 1 crew, stroked by Morris Marges. Unfortunately for them, there is no A final today. They finish last in the men's 4. But they did a good job. They got some international experience against this Oxford Brookes crew next to them. And with that, I think it's time to move on to single sculling.
Yes, from the big sweep events, we move to the lightweight women's single scull. The first of 2 heats. We have a total of 8 athletes competing here in this field today. We have Amy Elizabeth Robson from Hamilton Rowing Club racing lane number 2. The Dutch competitors from Beatrix, Corine Prins from Njord, Hanna Otterlo, which we saw yesterday winning her A final. So she is on a roll here, and in lane number 4. And completing the field is Hanna Matser from Orca, but we ride with Amy Robson from Hamilton Rowing Club here for a few seconds as the camera pans back now to Beatrix, Njord and Orca. But it's a close field for the minor places. Looking at the times we had at 1,000, currently in the hot seat is Hanna Matser, because unlike the previous heats, only 1, 2 and 3 will progress through to the A final. So it's a race not to be lost.
Yeah, it's a race not to be lost, and certainly not coming in last is Amy Elizabeth Robson from Hamilton Rowing Club, and it looks like very strong strokes, properly timed backswing as well to the end, and we see there is a bit of bounce in the boat, but that doesn't slow her down. She is very much on the footplate in the front, very direct in her catch, and yeah, I have to say I'm impressed by this lightweight woman from Hamilton Rowing Club. Yeah, you mentioned already she's racing Hanna Otterlo. Hanna Otterlo currently the second to your left in this picture. She's a bit more, has a bit more style where she's sitting a bit more straight up as of now, but also yesterday we saw that, if I'm not mistaken, there was a real battle going on with Ilva Bone from Tromp, and she had to give it their all to beat Ilva Bone in that race, and now this morning she had to weigh in apparently at 59 kilograms. So for Hanna Otterlo, she will try to be also conserve some energy. I think she realized that she can't make up the gap to the New Zealand sculler Amy Elizabeth Robson, but it's impressive what she's putting out on the water here today.
Yeah, it's really she's really going all out, it seems. She could, if she wanted to, relax a bit and take down the rate, but she's really going hammer and thongs all the way down the 2-kilometer course. Of course, New Zealand with a strong pedigree in lightweight women's rowing, and Amy Robson here, putting the best on show here from New Zealand. And having the better of the argument over the scullers from Njord, Beatrix and Orca coming into the Red Buoy area. All 4 crews now into that final 250. But on the far side, Hanna Matser from Orca, she was down at 500. She tried and almost got close to third at 1,000, but she is locked in a furious battle with Corine Prins from Beatrix. Those 2 athletes really in the hot seat. Hanna Otterlo has pushed them back. But the open water margin, which has been opened up by Amy Robson, is quite impressive here, and she just keeps on going. Furious leg drive, really explosive leg drive as well. Hanna Otterlo, also relatively high rating. That's her style. We saw that style yesterday from the sculler from the KSV Njord. But she has clear water over Corine Prins and Hanna Matser, who we can see now on the top of your picture, and it's going to be close though. I think Hanna Matser judging this race to perfection, and she may overhaul Corine Prins from Beatrix in the final few meters.
Yeah, and especially in the single sculls, it's really about tactics, trying to hurt your opponents and try to get the best results for yourself, but also really conserving some energy in the heats. We see that there is a sprint to the line for 3rd place. I think it's in the end the Beatrix sculler who was able to put up the rate a bit in the end. She stops almost in front of the line, so spectacular racing here. But she managed to fend off Hanna Matser from Orca in lane 5. Unfortunately for Hanna Matser, she's not going to make it to the A final. And with that, we already move on to the 2nd heat in the lightweight single sculls.
Yes, and that's a race again with some international competition alongside a few of the Dutch best lightweight women's scullers. Just a quick lane order. We have Isabelle van der Meij from Saurus racing in lane 2. Then we just saw her in the picture. We saw Adriana Boerse from White Marsh Rowing Club from Pennsylvania in lane number 3. Femke van der Vliet from Triton in lane 4, who you can just still see on the left hand side of your picture. As you can see here on the foreground, you see Isabelle van der Meij from Saurus. But just outside this picture we see Chiaki Tomita from the University of Tokyo. Not into view from our commentary position, but she's really out there. Currently she occupies the 3rd and that last qualification spot into the A final, with Isabelle van der Meij from Saurus having the work to do.
Yeah, and Adriana Boers, she has quite an intense and ambitious program today, because yesterday she placed for the AB semi-finals in the ladies trophy as well. So in the best case scenario for Adriana Boers, we will have to we will see her 4 times on the rowing lake today. Curious what she can do, but as it stands now, her lead is quite commanding, and especially looking at the pedigree of the rest of the field, Femke van der Vliet, for sure, she is known for Dutch rowers as a very talented lightweight rower already for quite some years now. But Adriana Boerse, what she's doing here is impressive.
Yeah, and it looks so powerful. And if she races no fewer than 4 times today, including this heat, if I were her, I would be happy with the lead I have, but she's definitely not satisfied at the moment. She keeps tapping it along 33, 34 strokes a minute with the bow number 3 here. Adriana Boerse from White Marsh Rowing Club really going all out here to make sure she gets into that favorable lane for the A final later today. And she's doing so in quite some style. Going with her, Femke van der Vliet from Triton, from Utrecht, in 2nd position, 4 seconds down on the American sculler. But the gap is absolutely massive. We can't really see them properly from our commentary position here, but from the timing mark at 1500, we know that there is a bit of a gap between Chiaki Tomita from Japan She is almost 8 seconds ahead of Isabelle van der Meij from Saurus, so I think the Japanese sculler is safe and secure as the camera now concentrates on the face of Femke van der Vliet in second position.
Yeah, and Jackie Tomita, of course, yesterday she placed for the rapid charges in the ladies trophy, and there we got this strange situation where we got a rapid charge of 3 single scullers all moving onto the A final. But now she is competing in the lightweight women's single sculls, and I think she made a good decision because as it stands now, she will advance to the 8 final in the lightweight women's single scull. So she still has to keep off Isabelle van der Meij, but the gap seems to be secure. We also saw in the front of this race that Femke van der Vliet is moving up against Adriana Boerse. She knows that Adriana Boerse has all that racing to do, and Adriana Boerse doesn't want to put in too much energy, but she also doesn't want Femke van der Vliet to beat her. So in the end, it's Boerse winning this race by about a length against Femke van der Vliet. But this promises to be some exciting racing later today in this lightweight women's single sculls. Now, of course, we have to look at the third and last qualifying position for this A final, and I think it's indeed the Japanese sculler Jackie Tomita, who will add another final to her international rowing career in the Okeanos boat, and unfortunately for Isabelle van der Meij, who came in still quite close in the final part of this race, unfortunately for her there is no A final in the lightweight women single sculls for her.
And with that, we move with that second heat of the lightweight women's single completed. We know the A finalists for the program later today, as the boys from Brooks do their warm-up paddle, and which means we'll see them in action in about 25 minutes, perhaps even 30 minutes. But anyway, we move on to the lightweight men's singles. Again, we have 2 heats. Few competitors here. We have Brian Paul in lane number 2, who we see on the big screen now and on the live stream feed. Right beside them, we have Niels Kanters from Orca in lane number 3. Max Gompel, who we saw winning yesterday in the double, in lane number 4. And then we have Yannick Fallason from the Heidelberger Ruder Club, the German competitor, in lane number 5, and completing the field we have Michael Durek from Saurus in lane number 6. So we have 5 athletes competing for 3 spots into the A final.
Yeah, Mr. Dudek, I think it's a Polish name maybe even.
Yes,
but
I think you're right.
Hard for me to judge, of course, for this sculler from Saurus. He's currently in 4th position and might want to move up a bit, but I think this first heat in the lightman single scull is turning out to be an all Utrecht competition. Of course, there is Brian Paul and Max Gompel. So Brian Paul lane 2 and Max Gompel lane 4. They are from the same rowing club, but rowing in different kits as it stands now. And they were yesterday winning in the lightmen's double sculls with a nice race against, I think it was an Okeanos double, but they won quite convincing. They are the fastest 2 single scullers in the lightmen's rowing in the Netherlands as it stands now, but it's the other Utrecht man, not from Triton but from Orca, Niels Kanters, who is really putting a charge on Brian Paul. And Niels Kanters, he's been rowing also for quite a while, so experienced lightweight men, also some international experience between the 3 of them, and they are now really deciding that they are the 3 rowers, maybe even to watch in the A final later today, because it's Yannick Valerson in lane 5 and Mikael Mr. Dudek who are not making it as it stands now.
Yeah, they are in the danger zone, as we mentioned it earlier, in danger of being dropped here. And again, we don't have a B final, I think, for this lightweight men's single sculls event today. As we ride there, you can see Brian Paul from Triton grimacing as the effort is showing on his face quite a bit, but it's just about 40 seconds still left to row for the scholar from Utrecht. He has a handsome lead, I would say. He's well ahead of Niels Kanters and Max Gompel racing to his left. It's open water between these three athletes. And then it's clear water back again to the competitors from the Heidelberger Ruder Club and Saurus in lanes 5 and 6. So these three athletes relatively safe there. I think a bit of a sprint now coming down to the line from Max Gompel, trying to make sure he gets second overall, but he left it too late to catch his his teammate Brian Paul still leading the field.
Yeah, we just saw a beautiful shot of Brian Paul really grinding his teeth to beat Max Gompel here. But in the end, he has to beat him later today if he wants to win here in the light men's single sculls event. Second, indeed, Max Gompel, who just managed to keep off Niels Kanters, who seems to be also. It seems like these three athletes went pretty deep, and they are now realizing that maybe they shouldn't have gone that deep for their A final. But let's see what their times mean. Let's see what that means when we look at the second heat of the lightweight men's single scull. In lane 1 we have Pim Griep, another Triton sculler. In lane 2 we have Okeanos 2, Erik van Eyck van Heslinga. In lane 3 another Okeanos sculler, Brent ten Boom. Lane 4 Jordi de Boer. En lane 5 there is Dordrechtse roei- en zeilvereniging Victor Verbrugge.
Yeah, so again, 5 athletes competing for no fewer than 3 spots into the A final. So we'll keep an eye out on who is going to join Brian Paul, Niels Kanters and Max Gompel in the A final later today. Currently, we are already at halfway, and a bit of a surprise to me, to be honest, to see Victor Verbrugge leading the field by about a second over Erik van Eyck van Heslinga from Okeanos. In third, currently it's Jordi de Boer from Gias. He is about 1.25 seconds ahead of Pim Griep from Triton, who is really pushing on, and he has the work to do. He's still within shouting distance from the sculler from Gias, so he has a chance to make it into the A final, and everything will come down from on his performance in this second half of the race.
Yeah, everything will come down in the second half of the race. Pim Griep, of course, wanting to join his compatriots from Triton to make at least 50% of the A final a Triton event in this lightweight men's single sculls event. But also Jordi de Boer, of course, not wanting to cooperate with that. Jordi de Boer, he managed to get into the C final at the last national championship, and he is also building on experience, building his rowing career in the light men's single sculling. Yesterday he started as well in the light men's double sculls, and I think that's also the case for these Okeanos scullers. And yesterday the Okeanos double, they came very close with the Triton double that was winning. So curious to see how they perform in the single sculls, and maybe they can step it up and even try to catch either Max Gompel or Brian Paul later today. But it's now the Okeanos sculler Erik van Eyck van Heslinga, I think, who got the lead from the Dordrechtse sculler, and the Dordrechtse sculler really has to watch out that he doesn't drop too far off the field, because we see that Pim Griep is coming up on Jordi de Boer, and Jordi de Boer is coming up on Victor Verbrugge. So Victor Verbrugge from Dordrechtse, he really has to push on, and I hope he has some sprinting left when all these single scullers are coming for his position in the A final.
Yeah, it's tightening up behind the commanding lead of Erik van Eyck van Heslinga from Okeanos with the shades. Racing lane number 2, the man racing on home water here, doing very well to get himself out of the charge for the line, because behind him we have no fewer than 3 athletes vying for just 2 places remaining to the to progress to the A final. So we'll see how the sprints are unfolding. Victor Verbrugge from the Dordrechtse was leading at halfway. He's now slipped back into second position, and he feels that pressure coming from Jordi de Boer, Pim Griep, and they are really fighting all the way down the line. It's great racing. I think Victor Verbrugge is still in the lead by about half a length, perhaps 3/4 of a length, but there is the surging bow ball of Brent ten Boom here, nicely captured, is really putting the pressure on.
Yeah,
him.
he's putting the pressure on, but he's also pushing the pressure on the boys because he is forgetting to steer and will almost row into his teammate now leading this race. Erik van Eyck van Heslinga, he is has the better of the rowing, and I have to say I'm impressed by his sculling, but also he has to pay attention because the man from Dordrechtse, Victor Verbrugge, with the early lead, he seems to be just able to make it with a fierce sprint to the line. Jordi de Boer from Gios is dropping out. Brent van Boom, I think he comes in second in the end, and Victor Verbrugge with that fast start, with that ballsy start, and with that finish, he manages to steal a place in the A final. And then unfortunately for these other two lightweight men's single scullers, it's Pim Griep and Jordi de Boer. They are not able to make it, but it was by the narrowest of margin, not more than a length separating them from even a win in this heat to not qualifying. So yeah, close gaps as we are used to them in this lightweight men's rowing event, and it's promising to be a very highly competitive field later today.
Yeah, and great to see the lead chopping and changing all the way down the course with the early leader from the Dordrechtse roei- en zeilvereniging, Victor Verbrugge, leading at 1,000 and eventually making it across the line in second position overall, or third overall, because the two scullers from Okeanos, Brent ten Boom and Erik van Eyck van Heslinga, taking first and second. So we'll see them in the A final later today. As we move from the lightweight men's single sculls to the junior 16 women's double sculls, a rather stacked two heats. So we have 12 boats competing here, and again, of course, half of them are going to be disappointed when we conclude these two heats, because only 6 of these crews can progress to the A final. The first heat already underway, approaching 4 minutes gone, but we'll just give you a quick lane order. We have Tromp in lane number 1, Hemus racing in lane number 2, Pampus from Almere in lane number 3, Die Leijten from Leiden lane 4, a combination crew from Rijnland and De Hoop in lane number 6. So these two athletes now interview on the big screen, but completing the field on the top of your picture here, we have the combination crew from Willem III and Amstel, currently in third overall. And great to see Rijnland, the club here, represented at the front of the field. Juliette Goodall in the bow seat, Matilda Munich in the stroke seat. That double is currently leading over Die Leijten. Then it's the Willem III Amstel combination, and the crews in the lower lane, so Tromp, Hemus and Pampus, fighting for 4th, 5th and 6th in this heat.
Yeah, and as you say, it's nice to see this Rijnland-De Hoop combination maybe being a winning combination in this first heat. Yesterday we already saw bowwoman Juliette Goodall in an all-Rijnland combination. She was then with Eva Herman, but then she was in the under-19 field. So already gaining some experience with let's say the elder junior women there. And now she's with Mathilde Munich leading the field, leading her heat in this very race. But it's not been decided yet. I mean, there are 3 crews qualifying, and it's not the biggest gap yet. I think there is still some work to do also for this crew from the Leijten, currently on the right hand side of your picture. So Lara Vervoorn and Levienne van den Blink, they might want to charge a bit, see if they can send a message for later for the A final later today. Coming into the 1500 meter mark, there are these 6 junior women crew, and yeah, I have to say this Hope Rhineland combination, even though we know that they rode already in different combinations earlier this weekend, it looks pretty composed. And with that being said, we also see that the Dutch men's 8 is now making their first strokes towards the start of the field.
Yeah, and just to have a small look in the program of today, we still have the heats of the junior women's 16 double sculls. Then we move into the bigger boats. We get the men's quadruple 4s, then the women's 8s. A few of those 8s already passing our commentary position here at the finish, and then we get into the thick of the action with no fewer than 3 heats in the men's 8. We can see, or we have seen, lots of crews from Oxford Brookes University already rowing past us. We saw the Dutch men's 8 rowing past us just a few moments ago, and that so we go into the bigger boats. The first heat of that men's 8 field is at 10:35, so that is less than 25 minutes away, so that's good news. And after those big boats, we move back into the smallest events again, because we then have the junior men's single, the junior women's single, and at 11:35 we have the first of the semi-finals in the ladies trophy and the Holland Baker, followed by the C-final of the Holland Baker. And then we move into the development field, so a few heats there, and we have the lightweight women's development field, the women's development fields, the lightweight men's, the men's, so plenty of racing still to come. And we finish this morning's program at 1:30 when we break for lunch. So that's just a quick bit of overview here on the Sunday of the Koninklijke Holland Beker. We now move back into the action with that first heat of the junior women's 16 double sculls. Not much changing at the front of the field. The combination from Rijnland and the Hope in lane 5 still well ahead. Clear water separating them from the Leijten and the crew from Willem III and the Amstel in lanes 4 and 6 respectively. And then it's clear water back to the crew from Hemes, who will finish 4th overall, and then it will be Tromp and Pampus completing this field. So the first 3 crews across the line. So we have our 3 A finalists from this heat. And then we move into the second heat of that junior 16 women's double sculls, where we have some international competition.
Yeah, and this international competition is directly in lane 1. It's not the crew currently in your picture. The crew in your picture is, I think, the Gouda crew in lane 5, Emma Wissing and Anaïs van Alpen. We do a small lineup in lane 1. So, like we said, it was the Belgium crew from Ligue Francophone d'Aviron, Luana Leger and Anna Clementine Fock. They are currently not in your picture because we're looking at the crew in lane 2. Mijntje Scheltinga-Lo is van this from Willem III. Lane 3 there is Viking 1, Brecht Boelsink, Marlies Keune. Lane 4 there is Viking 2, Vera Pauw. Not Vera Pauw, the former Dutch footballer, because this is junior women. And Guusje Krachten. And then there is lane 5, Gouda. We saw them in the middle of a picture, and they are coming back into our picture now. Anaïs van Alphen, Emma Wissing, and then lane 6, Paarne, the Hunse combination between Tess Vreke and Lotte Rabe. And yeah, we saw these crews passing the 1,000 meter mark, and it is actually indeed the Belgians in the lower lane, the international competition coming from Anna Clementine Fock and Luana Leger, leading this field in this heat. And then they already have quite a commanding gap towards Willem III, Mijntje Scheltinga-Lo is van this. And in third, it's Paarne de Hunse, Tess Vreke, Lotte Rabe, who would like to keep that third position, but also keeping an eye out on that crew from Gouda. Yesterday, we saw them winning the quadruple sculls in the young men's under 17 event. So Gouda really working their way up in the Dutch junior rowing, and they will hope to also try to qualify their young women's double in this under 17 field, but in a quite commanding lead with blades from Triton, if I'm not mistaken. It's in lane 1, this Belgium crew, and they look pretty synchronized here, coming through the 1500 meter mark.
Yeah, they have done enough, I think, and I think you're right that they have borrowed the blades and perhaps even the boat from the D.S.R Triton from Utrecht, and they make that boat sing all the way across the Bosbaan. They have 10 seconds of a lead over the crew, now passing 1500. That's the crew from Willem III, with Lois van Dis in the stroke seat. And then on the far side, I think the crew from Spaarne and de Hunze, Tess Vreken, Lotte Rabe, overhauling the crew from Gouda in lane number 5. And we see the bows of the two Viking crews coming into picture right now. They are trailing the rest of the field because the quality of that crew from Ligue Francophone d'Aviron with Foch and Leger really dominating this race basically from the start. Just have a quick look at the times, but they were quickest to 500, quickest to 1000, and easily leading through 1500. Now coming to the Red Boy area, looking composed, not really feeling any pressure from the rest of the crews. They have a good overview, and all the way to the left we have the competition coming from Willem III and the crew from Spaarne de Hunze. But the Dutch competition is just a size too small for these athletes from Belgium.
Yeah, and these Belgium athletes, every year we have a large group of Belgium athletes coming here to the Holland Baker and showing their class, especially in these younger boat classes, especially in these junior boats. They are quite impressive. And in the left of your picture, we see this talented, I think it's an under 23 Belgium quadruple sculls. We will soon switch to that race because that's turning out to be a very interesting field, judging also on the results in the men's quadruple sculls of yesterday. But first, finishing this women under 17 heat, we see that the Belgium crew crossed the line first. They are satisfied with their results. There are some very nice young people gestures probably seen on TikTok. In lane 2, it's Willem III coming in second, and then there is the Hunse Spaarne combi concealing their the final spot in the A final. Unfortunately for Gouda, they are not going to make it, as is for the two crews of Viking in this race. And with that, we move on to the fastly charging crews of the men's quadruple sculls. It's a very, very fast field, of course. And what we're seeing is there are 3 crews, so that means that only the slowest crew will not qualify for the A final. And in the left of our picture, there are these talents, these under 23 crews. Many of these boys rode last year still in the junior field, and it looks like a machine. The race stroke rate is incredibly high, and that means that they are racing fast against these Dutch talents. The Dutch talents are slightly older. They are not under 23 anymore. They already rode the European Championships and came to the B final there. But it looks like the Belgians are moving out 7/10 of a second, in front of the Dutch crew. Furthermore, in this race, there is the under 19 quadruple sculls from the Netherlands. The Dutch selection currently moving into the left of your picture. We see the Dutch blades, and we saw the Dutch blades. They are still trailing behind, and they will hope that they are that their time is fast enough to qualify for the A final. But let's focus on this Belgian machine, really putting putting something out in the water, all synchronously, even looking to the left, looking to the Dutch crew. Savin Rodenburg in the stroke seat, really commanding his crew to a fast sprint finish and keeping the Dutch talents off.
Yeah, we've seen Boris Taaldeman here before at Holland Baker, and Savin Rodenburg, Mil Blommaert, former lightweights, but judging by Judging by the pictures here, they're not lightweights anymore, at least they don't look like it, but they are racing as lightweights. High rate from the Belgian crew, but they have the better of the argument, but the sprint is unfolding from Wieboud Rustenburg in the stroke seat of that Dutch crew, the talent crew. I think the Belgian quad are just going to edge out the Dutch here in this first heat. They have raced stroke for stroke all the way down the line. It is a quarter of a length in favor of the Belgians. They beat the Netherlands in this first heat, and then the under 19 athletes in lane number 4, several lengths of clear water down on these two high quality crews. And with 7 entries in this men's quadruple sculls event, we'll keep a close eye on the time posted by that last crew. It's 6:19:72, and that's the benchmark for the 4 crews now bearing down on us. We have Neerhuis on the top of your picture in lane number 2. We have Triton in lane number 3. Skull currently leading the field on the right hand side of your picture. And then we have the Kaaseveen slipping out of the picture. You could just about see the bow number 5 from the Kaaseveen stroked by former lightweight rower Stijn Meijer, joined by Tycho Rompa, Dolf Rutte and Luc Remmerswaal. They are trailing. That is the crew to watch for the benchmark time being set here in this first heat. But Skull looking so impressive. Mats van Sabbe setting the pace in that crew.
Yeah, and we already saw them yesterday just winning out against this Belgium crew and the Dutch talent crew we saw in the previous heat. So we know this crew certainly has some speed. I feel like they are not putting out their everything here, but also here in the lower lane, it's a very experienced crew from Neerhuis. They didn't race yesterday. Wietse Moreau, Lars Kreiter, Yves Wiersma and Nout Scholte. They are names which we have been singing around, I would say, here in this in the Dutch in Dutch rowing for quite a while now, and I think we are looking also at a quadruple sculls here that aspires to go to Henley later this year, and it looks good and it looks very synchronized. But as it stands now, it's really a dominant performance from the other Amsterdam crew from Skull, really relaxed stroking, and now trying to open up clear water against that Neerhuis crew.
Yeah, you can see this, the crew from Skull now pushing on, not really raising the rate, but they are getting a bigger margin every single stroke again. Neerhuis trying to match that pace being set by Skull here in the last quarter of this race. I do like the way that Skull crew is rowing. They look so relaxed, well connected at the front end of the stroke, and they make it look so long and smooth. It's a joy to watch these crews competing. Neerhuis still second in this race. The race behind them between Triton and Njord is developing. I think Njord still in 4th overall as we come across the penultimate timing mark. Skull with clear water lead over Neerhuis. Neerhuis in 2nd, and then it is the bows of that crew in dark blue, Triton. And 2 seconds back, it's the quad from the Kaaseveen Njord with 2 lightweights, Tycho Rompa and Stijn Meijer. I'm pretty sure they're still racing lightweights events, but they are joined by the powerhouse, which is Dolf Rutte. And in that 3 seat, Luc Remmerswaal, also a big, powerful athlete, putting down the watts. But they have the work to do, and they have to race all the way down the line, where Skull is given the opportunity to at least go in this final 250 as relaxed as you can be, with that Neerhuis crew bearing down on them.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have, looking at the results of these 2 heats, we're gonna have a rematch of the race yesterday, and it's promising that it will be a very exciting race. Here we see the class of the Dutch Skull crew. And they, well, it looks very good what they're doing. Now Nera is coming back into your picture, but I think Skull will be able to fend off any charges there, especially in these faster moving boats. It's hard to really change speed that quickly in the course of just 100 meters. And coming over the line, even though we see on our pictures that they are not moving as fast as they maybe could. We still see from our commentary position that these crews for sure have some speed. So it's Skull finishing first, Neerhuis finishing second, then it's Triton finishing first, and we have to keep an eye out on the time of that Njord crew, but I think they are just not gonna make it, and that it will be the junior quadruple sculls later on in the A final today.
Yeah, just 1.2 seconds separating Njord from a place in the A final, but it is the junior quadruple skull which we saw in the first heat who will progress through to the A final. And we move now back to the start, where we have 4 crews lining up for the first of 2 heats in the women's 8s, and it is safe to say that this is going to be a hotly contested race. We have 2 crews from Oxford Brookes, but on the far side in the white Felipe shell we have Aegir. Right beside them in lane number 3 we have Oxford Brookes 3. In lane 4 we have the combination crew from Skull and Euros, now in the center of the picture on the big screen, and just rowing outside that, out of that picture is Oxford Brookes 4, stroked by Erica Silke and the coxswain Abby Baki in the coxing seat there. But nice even start. We are approaching 45 seconds gone, and we'll await the pictures from the side of this race to see which crew is in front. But I reckon Oxford Brookes crews to go out of the blocks relatively equally, but I'm actually surprised to see that crew from Aegir. They are right up there.
They are right up there, and yesterday already they put out a strong performance. It was the Dutch women's 8 winning in the women's 8 field ahead of all these crews from Oxford Brookes, but Aegir already showed that they are capable of matching some of these Oxford Brookes crews yesterday, and they are moving together with another Dutch crew. Actually, it's in lane 4 also the Skull crew, but Aegir in the lead. I think it's about half a length already at 500 meters, so fast start from that crew, probably also aspiring to Henley and later this year. And we know that in this board-to-board race, I mean boat-to-boat race, that they really have to be able to start fast. So good for them. And let's not forget that for this women's 8 and for the men's quadruple sculls we saw in the previous heats, these are open national championships. And contrary to what we said yesterday, I understood from some of the organizers here at Holland Baker that there are medals for grabs, not for national titles for grabs, not just for Dutch crews, but also for British crews or any international crew. So highly contested field, highly contested medals later today, while we focus on the race and see indeed that Aegir crew being properly coached, being synchronized very well, and leading his field now, probably also feeling a bit more relaxed, being able to look at their left side and seeing the other crews, being able to respond with 8 women.
Yeah, we see as we ride now with the Skull Euros combination crew currently in second position overall. We approach 3 minutes gone here on in this first heat, but it's still the race of the crew from Aegir, all the way from Groningen. They look really smooth and really well together, and they've opened up a sizable margin. Not to put too fine a point on it, they are past halfway. It's a good half a length of clear water separating them from the Skull combination crew in second, and then it's Oxford Brookes University 3 currently in third, with the Oxford Brookes University 4 crew already outside of picture. They are being dropped, but if anything, or if there's anything to go by, I think the best of the Oxford Brookes 8s are to come in the second heat, which we will see in a few minutes. But the race is on at the front. It's a great first kilometer from Eegir, 3:18 the benchmark they set, and that's a 5 seconds lead over the second place crew. So I think this race is going the way for Eegir and the other Dutch crew, Skull-Eurels. And I don't really see this changing much, with Oxford 3 having established a decent margin over their fellow club members in the Oxford Brookes University 4 crew, and they are clear water down. So that heat is settling as we speak. I don't really see the Skull-Eurels combination crew making any real gains into the lead of Eegir at the moment.
No, it seems like the gap really has opened up, and if there is a sprint of that pedigree in that Skull-Eurels combination crew, then I would advise them to maybe save it for later today in that A final and show to the home crowd what they have. But we saw that their coxswain Laura Koppa was really shouting them on. So maybe there is still something in that crew, and I think the gap didn't increase, that it didn't grow. But I have to say, I also feel like Eegir didn't row out, put in their best effort there, and they are just trying to conserve their lead, conserve their energy for later today.
Yeah, if anything, the gap shrunk a bit, I think, by a few tenths of a second in that third quarter. But judging by the way the crew from Eegir were rowing, they were just making technical calls rather than big power calls, and pushing on and stepping it up. They've just maintained the solid rhythm in the middle 1,000, and I think they're just going to enjoy the ride home here in the final 200. They may want to raise it to a sprint finish in the final 200 meters, just to go through the motions and just to make sure they know what they're doing come the A final later today. But we'll see what happens in the final few hundred meters. You can see a little look from Isabelle Nijhoff, the cox of that Eegir crew, just to check where the crew from Skull-Eurels is positioned. But I think she knows that her crew have done enough and they can just enjoy the ride home.
Yeah, and we saw that there's also, it was nice to see a different style between these three crews. Eegir very subtle and but very eager on that catch. So smoothly moving that rhythm and really keeping that power on the foot plates. For Skull, there was a bit more washing of the blades in the finish, and in the Oxford Brookes crew, you saw in that close-up really going a shock through the boat in the finish. Much power in that Oxford Brookes crew, and maybe they are have some more sprinting for later in the A final today. So these three crews will qualify for the A final. Unfortunately for Oxford Brookes University 4, the boat stroked by Erika Silke, they are not gonna make it to the A final today. We're gonna see what their compatriots from Oxford Brookes can do. Looking at the field as it stands now, it is quite surprising what we're seeing, Tim.
Yes, who would have guessed Oxford Brookes leading another heat here in the women's 8, and they are joined, it's the Oxford Brookes 1 crew, just to make sure we've got the right Oxford Brookes crew. They are absolutely smashing it all the way down through the first 1,000 meters. In lane 5 they are clear, not quite clear water ahead, but they have a decent margin over Oxford Brookes number 2 and the crew from the Netherlands. So the Dutch talent crew, stroked by Lynn van Aanholt, is currently in 3rd, and they are just rowing into the picture here from the right hand side. You can see them just a bit. And now on the big view, I think the crews from Oxford Brookes really took it to the Dutch crew in the first 1,000 meters, really going off like a rocket, just to make sure they got a bit of a march on the Dutch crew, who we know have a really good middle race pace, and it sure has paid off for Oxford Brookes. Both crews leading the Dutch now as we approach 1,500. Yeah,
Oxford Brookes University 1, that's a crew composed of the two fours that were very dominant in the women's 4 yesterday, stroked by Grace Richard and Ariana Forde. There is some international under-23 experience in that boat, so No surprise to see them up here this far in the field, but I'm a bit surprised by the Dutch crew not being able to match them as it stands now. But probably there is also some tactics going on, and for sure they will race faster later today when these national titles are up for grabs. I'm very happy, very pleased to see this shot of this Oxford Brookes Oxford Brookes University 1 crew here in lane 5, and you see that with every stroke they make a lot of distance. Every stroke is a long boat. I think an 8 is 17 meters long, so about and they move really well. This massive boat through the water. So grabbing the boat at the catch and not giving any length away in their stroke.
No, Grace Richard in the stroke seat, providing her crew with an excellent template for long, smooth 8 rowing here as they come into the Red Buoy area. It is a great race from the girls in the maroon red club kit from Oxford's Brookes University, and looking on the far side of the lake, we do see a bit of a resurgent crew from the Netherlands. That talent crew, not the A crew from the Netherlands. They are clawing back some of the deficits, but they really have to sprint for it. They are safe though for the A final, but I don't think they would have expected that they would finish third overall in this heat. They would have expected to be able to contest for the win. They are sprinting though. Lynn van Aanholt in the stroke seat, raising the rates, and they do come really close to the bow ball of the Oxford Brookes 1 crew, but in the end it is still about 2/3 of a length for Oxford Brookes University 1, and then it's basically level through the finish between the Netherlands and Oxford Brookes University 2. Those 3 crews, an ocean of clear water ahead of the rest of the field, so we won't see the Amstelveen and the D.S.R Neerhuis in the A final later today, but it will be a stacked field with Oxford Brookes crews all the way round, joined by Aegir and Skull Earls.
Yeah, and it's good to see all these Oxford Brookes crews. It's sometimes a bit confusing because I was checking and they really switched around a lot of positions compared to yesterday in their 8s, and probably that was also a reason for the surprise for this Dutch talents crew, because both Oxford Brookes crews now beating them, even though the Dutch talents crew was very dominant yesterday in this women's 8. Curious what it will mean for the A final later today. We don't know the tactics, of course. We don't know with what plan they went on the water today, and maybe they were just trying to conserve some energy. Now we move on quickly and swiftly to the men's 8, because we see in the right corner of our picture that they are already 2 minutes and 40 seconds on their way. This is a national championship as well, and if the 8s are approaching the 3 minutes, then that means it can only mean one thing, that's that we are crossing the 1,000 meter line. And what we're seeing is a completely different picture than yesterday. It's still Oxford Brookes dominating. Yesterday we had a final of 5, no less than 5 Oxford Brookes 8 in a final of 5, but it's now a Neerhuis crew, stroked by Jasper Simons and Gianni Perotti, who are able to match up with the fastest Oxford Brookes University crew in this heat. And I think already in the heats we will have a spectacular racing here in the 8s.
Yeah, and it's the quickest Oxford Brookes University crew in this heat, because I think the best is still to come. And just to make sure we all have a good eye on the progression system, only first and second from the heats will progress through to the A final later today. And currently it is Oxford Brookes University, number 3, who led Neerhuis at 1,000, and behind them is a great tussle for the minor places. We can see the maroon red of Oxford Brookes University 3 now on the left hand side, and the slightly darker blue from the Amstelveen with Thijs Tas in the 7th seat, coming back out of retirement just to race this 8. here at the Holland Baker, and I think this 8 is also aiming to go to Henley later this season. But out in front, the race is on between Neerhuis and Oxford Brookes number 3. Neerhuis edging ever so close to the bow ball of Oxford Brookes 3.
Yeah, Neerhuis, and they are not afraid to sprint to the line here. 500 meters to go, and we saw Celia Schoonhoven making some calls. We saw the grind on the face of Gianni Perotti in the 7th seat, and they are now turning up the rate and really, of course, wanting to seize an A final spot. But it's the crew from Oxford Brookes University 3. They have to pass to win actually this heat. And Jordan Irving, the stroke of the Oxford Brookes boat with the mullet. It's a very typical picture like that. You recognize him everywhere. He is trying to fend off this Neerhuis crew, but I think Neerhuis has just done it and is currently in the lead.
Yeah, but by a whisker. I think just a couple of feet separating the bow ball of Neerhuis and the bow ball of Oxford Brookes 3 there, but it is pure grit and determination and a very early sprint to the line from Neerhuis. But I think Oxford Brookes are stepping it up as well. I think they have a slightly more boat speed here in the closing stages. But Neerhuis also up into the high 30s, 40s actually. But it will be Oxford Brookes on the line, about a foot and a half, I think, separating those two crews. But it is Oxford Brookes University 3 and Neerhuis 2 who will progress through to the A final later today. The Oxford Brookes 4 crew are missing out on qualification for the A final. Fourth across the line was the Kaasveenjord, and fifth across the line was the crew from Laga, stroked by Nicolai van den Dungen. So 2 A finalists already known, and we move straight into the action with the second heat of the men's 8.
Yeah, spectacular racing in this in the first heat of the men's 8. Only half a second separating the first two crews, and indeed that other Oxford Brookes University crew, Oxford Brookes University 4, missing out for the A final by about a length. And yeah, yesterday it was dominant what Oxford Brookes was performing, but looking at as it stands now in this heat as well, it's 2 Oxford Brookes crews again, Oxford Brookes University 5 and Oxford Brookes University 6. They are placed in lane 1 and lane 4, but not in the lead, because those are those are the boats currently in the middle of your picture. The crew from Eegir, stroked by IJsbrand Cocu, and the Bundesstützpunkt Dortmund, the talent aid from Germany, stroked by Thijs Hagemeister and René Schmela, yesterday performing very well in the men's pair. Beating that high rating Neerhuis national champions. But as it stands now, it's not the German 8 in the lead, it's really Eegir, the club from Groningen.
Yeah, that's amazing. What a big surprise. Usually the green craft of the German men's 8 was something to fear on the international rowing waters. And they are doing really well. I think it's on the surge there. Just the German men's 8 there taking first at 1,000, but surprise from that club crew from Eegir. Again, a club crew from Eegir doing really well here, and just shy of 0.3 of a second behind the crew racing with the Schwarz, Rot und Gelbe blades in that green craft, and it's a smooth rhythm being set by that quality pair in the stern. You mentioned them already, Thijs Hagemeister and René Schmela, setting a very nice and easy rhythm to follow for the rest of the crew. And Till Martini, the cox, the German cox there, calling his crew to attention here in the second half, because they would like to shake off that club crew from Eegir sooner rather than later, because I don't think they would have expected this kind of opposition from the Eegir crew. But the Eegir crew perhaps front loading their race a bit, but you need to be in the front a bit in front early if you want to have a chance on a qualification spot into the A final. So far so good. As we approach 1500, Germany eking out a bit of a lead here over Eegir, still in second.
Yeah, and it's turning out that every race today in the men's eight is gonna be a race between two crews. Yeah, it's Egir now dropping off a bit. Lots of quality in that boat. I see in the 7th seat Gunnar van den Hooge, former junior, of course, and Egir really building in that 8 rowing. Also, their women's 8 was strong earlier today. But Germany now moving out those talents, stroked by Thijs Hagemeester and René Schmela. They know what they do, and they will try to see what they can do later today. If, of course, the Dutch national 8 qualifies.
Yeah, but well, let's not jinx anything. Let's just concentrate on the racing here in this second heat. 3 crews in the front of the field. We can just see here the Oxford Brookes University 5 crews stroked by Graham Wells, and on there we have Pim Matthijssen and Hessel van Vlisteren, also names we have seen before, I think. That crew is trailing though. They have a lot of work to do to get themselves into the A final, whereas the German 8 now stretching out to clear water lead over Egir. The crew from Egir doing really well, but they will have to keep an eye out on that crew from Oxford Brookes, because that Oxford Brookes crew is really charging for the line.
Yeah, and we just saw in the previous heat as well when Neerhuis was charging that there is some power for sprints in Oxford Brookes, and here we see the German 8 coming over the line. We can see from our commentary position the sheer speed in that boat, and it's a good performance for them. They qualify for the A final. With them is Egir in the end, so they are beating this Oxford Brookes University 5 and Neerhuis free crew and Oxford Brookes University 6. So we see that Bundesstützpunkt Dortmund and Oxford and Egir are qualifying for the A final. And with that being said, we move on to the highly expected last heat in the men's 8 of today.
Yeah, and the appearance of the Dutch national 8, the crews already out of the starting blocks. Oxford Brookes University 1, so the best which Oxford Brookes has to offer. Right beside them we have another crew from Oxford Brookes, the combination crew with Oxford University. Lane 2, then we have Laga 1 in lane 3. Then the Dutch national 8 currently leading at 500. And Oxford Brookes 2 and Neerhuis 1 in lanes 5 and 6, but all eyes will be drawn to that Dutch national 8 with Mick Makker in the stroke seat. They are leading at 500, 121, but Laga 1 really close, hot on their heels, just 8/10 behind.
Impressive stuff what this Dutch national crew is showing here. Of course, this is the A-class men's 8, having a lot of podium finishes over the past few years in the men's 8, and really wanting to step it up and try to catch that gold medal in Paris. But it's hard with a very strong international British 8, and also what we saw last week, a very strong American 8 as well. But here on their home waters, they're showing to the national crowds what power there is in the boat and what power they can put on the water, moving out from the rest of the field. And for sure this heat of the men's 8 is probably the heat with the most quality, because the winners and number 2 of yesterday's men's 8 fields are here. That was the Oxford Brookes University combination crew that won against the Oxford Brookes University 1 and Oxford Brookes University 2. So the entire top 3 of yesterday is in this race. But as we are saying, that's the Oxford Brookes University combination is moving up on the national Dutch crew.
Yes, and the crew from Laga, who were second at 500, absolutely flying and dying in the second 500, with the 2 top crews from Oxford Brookes University now pushing on. And that's a bit of a tricky situation for the Dutch men's 8, because in this heat you would like to move out in that second 500. Now coming into the third 500, they should put some distance into the rest of the crews. And it is a bit of a surprise to see those 2 crews from Oxford Brookes really challenging the Dutch men's 8 here at 1,000. But we are flying towards the penultimate timing mark. We already flown past 1250, approaching 1500, and a very good showing from Oxford Brookes here, putting the pressure pressure on the Dutch men's 8.
Yeah, putting the pressure on the Dutchman's 8, but we've also seen in the past few international regattas that this Dutch men's 8 knows how to finish, always has something left in the tank. But indeed, very, very, very impressive stuff what this Oxford Brookes University 8 is doing here against this international quality. And they actually moved over the Dutch 8 now. It's more than half a length in these stages, and I think the Dutch 8 now has to really fend off this other Oxford Brookes crew in lane 1. Oxford Brookes, after dominating yesterday's men's 8 field, they are looking now to for a very, very big turn up already this morning at the Holland Baker.
Yeah, and a huge turnaround here, and it is a scalp which Oxford Brookes would like to collect. I mean, how many times do you get the chance to race a national 8 and beating them on home water? It will be exciting though to see what the Dutch 8 can produce, because they can sprint to the line, but 1.7 seconds at 1500, I don't really see it happening, to be honest. Oxford Brookes still leading, and they are in the race of their lives here, still a half a length ahead of that Dutch 8.
Yeah, a race of their lives, and that already in this morning heat. It's the national squad of the Netherlands currently trailing behind this combination crew from Oxford Brookes University, Njord and Oxford University. And I think the British crew, brutally, they are gonna make it. And after winning yesterday, they really want to put their stamp on this race in this Open National Championship. Oxford Brookes University combination beating the Dutch team by almost a length. And then it's unfortunately for Oxford Brookes University 1 missing out on the final spots, because only the first two crews were qualified. But this is promising for later today. Of course, this was not the final, but I think the Dutch national team won't be satisfied with this result, and they will have some work to do. We know they didn't. They are not trying to peak here, but of course they want to beat these club crews from Oxford University.
Yeah, but sure, I'll tell you, I think Oxford Brookes aren't peaking as well. This is something which we'll talk a lot about, I think, in the rest of the day, because this is quite a turnaround here to see Oxford Brookes beating the Dutch men's 8. We'll see what they can do in the final. I mean, it's only the heats, but I think it's a huge confidence boost for the Oxford Brookes crew, combining with Njord and Oxford University, to take a win over the Dutch national 8. Exciting stuff. And I'm a bit of slightly surprised, to be honest.
I'm slightly surprised, and it's good to we have it's. Yeah, I'm actually quite baffled too.
Yeah, we talked about this scenario this morning, and we were like, yeah, well, it won't happen, but what if it happened? And it just happened. I mean, this is a huge turnaround, and we would have expected that Dutch men's 8 to just lead out of the start, but for Oxford Brookes to actually, they more or less did it in the middle kilometer from 500 to 1500. And then just clung on for dear life in the final few hundred meters. So I think it's time for a break. I need a break. So if you're if you're here at the Bosbaan, do grab a drink, grab something to eat. We have a lovely catering service here today, and we'll get back to you with the heats of the junior men's singles sculls. The first of those heats departs in 11 minutes, so we'll be back with you in about 10.
And while we are still, discussing and summarizing these men's 80th and all the big shakeups we've seen there, in particular the Oxford Brookes crew beating the Dutch national crew, we move on to the single sculling fields of today. Because everybody who has been to the Holland Baker, everybody who has rowed here, and everybody who has been viewing the live stream online knows that the Holland Baker is the main events are in the end the single scull events, despite the pedigree of in some of the other fields. And starting off in this hour, I would say, of single sculling with later the ladies trophy in the Holland Baker are the now fast starting junior men. So these are men under 19 years old, and we have in this field we have no less than 4 heats in the junior men single sculls. So quick lineup. In lane 1, currently not in your picture, it's Delighted to Robin Noteboom. Lane 2, it's De Laak to Sam van der A. Lane 3, Gouda, Hugo Slange. Lane 4, it's De Hunse 1, Simon van Dijk. Lane 5, it's Naar de 1, David Gamon. And lane 6, it's Tromp Koen Bleumers. And some of these athletes already started yesterday. I think most of them actually already started yesterday in the men's double sculls, maybe even in some quadruple sculling, but they went off fiercely, because since there are 4 heats, it means that only the fastest crew of each heat will know for sure that they qualify for the A final, and with them will go the fastest numbers 2 out of these 4 heats. Currently, with the fastest start and now significantly dropping the rate, it's the man from Gouda, Hugo Slange. Yesterday we saw this impressive quadruple sculls from Gouda, who had some crabs, but managed to dominate both their heat and their final. And now closest in our picture, it's Delighted. Always strong junior rowers, and this time in this heat it's Ruben Noteboom who will try to charge Hugo Slange from Gouda in his race.
Yeah, it's such a tough progression system with only the winner of the heat knowing for sure that they will progress through to the A final, and only the fastest second. So out of these heats, just 5 will progress through to the A final. The others, second place finishes and third place finishes will race the B final. So that's a promise of things to come. And usually in these junior men's single sculls, you see a big spread in the field, and we can see a similar picture here with the Hugo Slange from Gouda in lane 3. Going out quickly, establishing that early lead across 500 and trying to maintain that. And this is a crucial stage of the race. You need to transition into that middle race pace rhythm. You can relax a bit compared to the opening few strokes, but you can't relax too much because you need to maintain that good high boat speed. Keep tapping that boat along to make sure you maintain your position, and Hugo Slange is doing so really well, looking at his, mostly looking down, or at least at the stern of his single scull. He's moving really smoothly, well connected at the front end of the stroke, and he will has a little look to his right there, probably looking at Robin Noteboom from Delighted, because outside of picture we know that the young athlete from Delighted is pressing on, trying to get closer to Hugo Slange.
Hugo Slange, one of the bigger talents in the Netherlands. He's he's participating in this under 19 field, but looking at his results, he is actually still an under 17 single scullers, and in this under 17 single scull he won the national championships earlier this year, so he is a very strong athlete. I also looked up his his time at the Dutch indoor rowing championships on the Concept 2, and this so apparently 16-year-old man managed to put a good 6:24 on the clock. So a very strong athlete. I'm now. I now passed the age of 28, and I still didn't manage to get under my 650. So good job for him already managing to go sub 630 at the age of 16.
Yeah, but he's a big lad, isn't he? I mean, if you look at him row, he's already a tall athlete and long-levered as well. So he has all the physical attributes as a 16-year-old, which I would wish to have had when I was rowing. He's tall, he's long, he's strong, and he's really making good use of that physical capability here in this heat. Not really high rating. I think he does keep looking to his left and right, and I think he was also looking at Koen Bleumers from Tromp in lane number 6, who is getting his bowel closer to the front of the field, but Hugo Slanger still with that decent lead as he approaches 500 meters to go, and you can see by the fact that he's just checking left and right where the rest of the field are relative to him, that he is still relaxed.
He's still relaxed, and he's very much in control, because he's looking to his right, he's looking to his left, but what I'm seeing is that he is also really looking at his speed coach. So probably is a speed coach or a stroke rate measuring device on his footplate, and he's constantly checking his performance in his rowing, and probably watching the numbers to have the best performance possible here. And he really opened up the gap, and it will be very interesting to see what he can do against these under 19 scullers also in the A final today. But this is dominating what he is putting out on the water today. It's really Hugo Slanger, the big man from Gouda, the big young man from Gouda, one of the bigger talents in the Netherlands, and curious who will come with him to the A final.
Yeah, and just to get back to you on that stroke coach thing, it's of course the device has been around for quite some time, but the amount of information you can have as an athlete is just staggering. I mean, he's probably also checking the distance per stroke. That's an innovation we didn't have when I was rowing. You could see the time, you could more or less see the speed, but Hugo Slanger may also check for, am I getting the good length? Am I propelling my craft as far as I can every single stroke? You can see here he is tiring a bit. I mean, it does take a lot of effort to get ahead and maintain that lead all the way down the line, but it's just 100 meters still left to row, and they stick it to the A final. Behind him, several crews sprinting. Koen Bleumers on the far side, raising his game, trying to get second overall and keeping his chances alive for a place in the A final. We'll know when the final heat has concluded. And closer to us still the Leid, Koen, Robin Neutenboom and Sam van der A also sprinting to the line, but I think the man from Tromp on the far side will take second. But it's a good sprint though here in lane number 1. It's going to be very close. Too close to call, to be honest, between Robin Neutenboom and Koen Bleumers in lanes 1 and 6. We'll wait for official confirmation. The unofficial result is that Koen Bleumers takes second overall in a time of 7 minutes 44 seconds.
Yeah, that's indeed. He was 0.2 of a second in front of the man from the Leiden. But Koen Bleumers still has to wait whether his time was good enough to qualify for the A final later today, because as we mentioned, only the fastest numbers 2 of 4 heats of junior men single scullers will qualify for the A final. Luckily for the others, there is still a B final, but of course all these men that we are seeing here want to perform in the A final later today. So moving on to the next heat, there are 6 young men again. We see here coming in to your picture in lane 1, it's Gijs van der Avoort from Beatrix. There is in lane 2 Sander Knot from the Laak. Koen de Gunst, the Rick sculler, who is currently in the lead in lane 3. There is Christian Wetzels from the Hope. Lane 5, Stan Helmstrijd from Alkmaar, and then there is Émeric Lalou from Ligue Francophone d'Aviron. They are coming with a big equipe in junior rowing here to the Netherlands. They are a Belgium rowing society, I have to say, because it's I think a gathering of more Belgium clubs. But that being said, we focus on the front of the race, and we see that the sculler from Rick is leading at the 1,000 meter mark, and he's also leading slightly faster than the man from Gouda we saw in the first heat. So that means that this heat is seems to be slightly faster, which is good for the number 2 in this heat, probably.
I think you're right, but Koen de Gunst from Rick, who you can see on the big screen here in the center of the picture, is not doing any of his competitors a favor. He's tapping it along really nicely. Completely different style compared to Hugo Slanger from Gouda, which we saw in the first heat. It's more tapping it along, it's a bit easier rhythm, a bit more lively. Fewer meters per stroke, but he's making it work for him. We'll keep a close eye on the times. It is a slightly quicker heat here as we approach 1500 meters gone. Time at 1500 will be, and we'll just have to wait for a few moments, but it's a bit more than 2.5 seconds quicker than the previous heat. So that's good news. If you're Gijs van der Avoort, he is 6.7 seconds down on the leading sculler from Rick, but he may be within a distance, or he may be within a chance of getting to that A final.
Yeah, Koen de Gunst and Gijs van der Avoort, both strong juniors in Dutch rowing. Koen de Gunst was 5th at the national championships, and Gijs van der Avoort came in 2nd in the B final on that national championship. So there were only 2 rowers between them in the ranking, but the gap is slightly bigger than what you would expect from that result alone. But like you said, the style of the rower from Rick is pleasing to watch. It looks light. He has his head up, and he has some control over the field, looking around him and looking whether he should defend and make a move to defend his leading position in this race. For me, he's one of the favorites today, especially since some of the top athletes in that junior men's field are not competing in the singles. They are competing in the quadruple sculls, for example, where we saw them earlier today. Curious what they can do. While we are now looking at an image that I can't really place, but in the left bottom of our picture, I think the race is still going on. And here we see we are getting back to lane 3, Koen de Gunst, dominating performance, really putting his stamp on the racing today, and aspiring one of these famous Holland Baker prizes in the junior men's single sculls.
Yeah, he makes it look so easy. Crossing the line in a time of 7 minutes 32 seconds, which is just over 0.2 of a second quicker than the previous heat. And we do have a new quickest time for the second place finisher. We have a 7:39.94, which is the time to beat for the next heat to get into the A final. The rest of the athletes now coming across the line. Christian Wetzels from the Hope finishing, I think, 4th overall. And Sander Knot from the Laag also finishing his race. So I think that completes the second heat, which means we will move on to the next heat. And I think somebody's fallen in the water.
Yeah, unfortunately we saw the yellow Empacher, of course, on his head. We have to see which rower that was. While we see in lane 6, we see that this sculler from the Hunze, Wouter Bolt, is in the lead. We also keep an eye out on the fastest second crew. Currently, it's Gijs van der Avoort who will hope that the second placed rower in this heat will be slower than him, of course. But yeah, there was a bit of a fall. We have not seen it. The cameras weren't able to catch it, and I hope the rower who fell in is doing well. We are now moving back to the racing. We see here the rower from the Maas in lane 1, Willem Klaassen. Next to him there is Jan Schellers from D.S.R. Probably he's the rower who fell in. Then in lane 3 there is Ruben Mos from Naarden 2. Valentijn Reitsema, lane 4 Delighte. And it's Hessel Bosma, Asse Roeiclub, lane 5, who is in the leading positions. And Wouter Bolt in lane 6 from the Hunse. No, it's indeed the rower from Sparn, as it seems, as we can't find his time as it stands.
Yeah, but just to make sure everybody's up with the information, there was a boat right alongside the sculler who fell in, but so I think he will be pulled out of the water in no time, so no need to worry. All will be well, and the rescue crew is right in the action. Moving back now to that the lead of that second or third heat, I must say, for the junior men's single sculls. I think we are concentrating here on the bow number 5, which should be Hessel Bosma, if I'm not mistaken. But instead of zooming in, we get a panning shot of the camera, so it's difficult to judge from this angle. But looking at the times, oh no, here right underneath our noses we have the man with bow number 6, Wouter Bolt, who is leading this field ahead of the Asse Roeiclub Hessel Bosma in second position, just a little over 2.5 seconds down. Then we have the Hunse, or it should be the Hunse. It's I'm a bit confused. Timing is all over the place at the moment.
Timing is all over the place, and what's confusing for us is that we have different information about this heat. For example, we don't see the rower from het Spaarne because we suspect Jan Schellers unfortunately might have fallen in the water, but there is also Valentijn Reitsma not starting in this race. At least I don't see him in the results and time team. So something has changed there. We have to do it with the pictures we are seeing, and we are seeing that this man with bow number 5, that's Hessel Bosma from the Asse Roeiclub, is currently in second position. So for him, it's trying to become first in this heat, or at least trying to finish as fast as seemingly safest for now. It's the rower from Ligue Francophone d'Aveyron. Am I correct in saying that? Yeah, I think this is the Belgian rower, and maybe that's Aymeric Lalou, who we didn't see racing in the previous race. So apologies for the confusion. We got some different information, and we don't know for sure what happened here. We are looking at the rowing of the Asse Roeiclub, and we will for sure keep an eye on his time, because he wants to be that second, between the fastest numbers too. Very big cheer here on the finish. I think then that's Aymeric Lalou from Ligue Francophone d'Aveyron coming in first in his heat, and then second is number 5 is from Asse Roeiclub Hessel Bosma.
Yeah, and no quick time, not really quick times here in the third heat of this junior men's single sculls. The quickest time was a 7:46, which is almost 15 seconds slower than the previous heat. So we don't have a quicker second place finisher than we already have, which means we go into the final race. And perhaps just looking at the pictures here, I think a few athletes have withdrawn since we printed out our starting sheet, which does explain why we have a different lane order than we see on the screen. We'll make do as we go along. And looking at the picture here, we have I think 4 or 5 athletes competing here.
It should be 6 based on the last updates we have. We have in lane 1 from Pampus, Joey from Van Hees. In lane 2 there should be De Hoop, Marijn de Klerk Stubli. In lane 3, currently on the right of your picture, Jonas Dorrestein, yesterday already performing very well in the double sculls. And I think he is leading the field now. Lane 4, Nikolai Nikolov from the Laak. Stijn Tolman, another strong D.S.R rower, now looking to the right in your picture in lane 5. And then lane 6, finally closing the lineup is Floris Posma from Amicus. But yeah, all eyes on Jonas Dorrestein, performing very well this season, already finishing second at national championships in the under-19 field. Also putting a 6:22 on the Concept 2 ergometer. And so it's a strong man. Already went to Coupe de la Jeunesse last year, so strong rower for sure, with some international experience, and he for sure wants to compete later today in the A final and show what he's got in juniors rowing here.
Yeah, and he really blasted out of the blocks here, posting a time of 1 minute 45, which is comparable to the quickest opening times from the heats 1 and 2, who were 1:45 as well and 1:44 respectively. So you can see the quality of Jonas Dorrestein from D.S.R. From that opening 500. He'll try to stretch out his advantage. He is in a similar position to the other athletes we saw in the previous heats. So Hugo Slange and the sculler from Rick Koen de Gunst, both leading at 500. And we see a very similar picture here as we ride with Jonas Dorrestein. You can see him in the blue kit. You can see that he's really muscular, really strong athlete. Plenty of power and plenty of control as he moves into the third minute of racing. Just past 7:50 gone, so he's approaching halfway, and he makes it look so easy, so well controlled. Koen de Gunst had a similar style, just relaxed, tapping it along. And I think this is one of the also one of the favorites for this afternoon's A final.
Yeah, Koen de Gunst, that was the partner of Jonas Dorrestein. Oh no, sorry, that was Koen Bleumers yesterday. And Koen Bleumers, that's the rower from Tromp, who is currently sitting in second position. Currently has the second fastest second place time. So Koen Bleumers is still in the hot seat for the A final. We don't know if he's going to make it, because I think that the rower from the Hope, Marijn de Klerk Subli, is actually pretty fast, seeing how close he is to Jonas Dorrestein. So yeah, Jonas Dorrestein, Koen Bleumers yesterday finishing second in the junior men's double scull. Maybe they were hoping that they could perform slightly better there and get the win, but Jonas Dorrestein looks good and will for sure be up there later today. Under 19 man, already a big guy as well, and very curious to see what he can do. But I'm also looking at the rower, the sculler from the Hope, who is clearly, he seems from this picture a bit more, a bit more fluent at the catch. The rating is higher, and he is concentrated very much on keeping that rate high, keeping that boat moving, and trying to move back on Jonas Dorrestein.
Yeah, trying to, but not really making any inroads on the lead, which Jonas Dorrestein established in the first quarter of this race. I mean, looking at the style and the face of Jonas Dorrestein, he was just, well, he's not chilling, he's not really relaxing, he's putting in the effort, but he's not going full tilt. He's controlling this race as you should from this position, as we have the view of Joey van Hees from Pampus in the distinctive blades of the club from Almere. He is currently riding, I think, in third or fourth, not really able to match the speed of Marijn de Klerk Zoubli and Jonas Dorrestein, who are leading this last heat of the junior men's single sculls. Passing 1500, the crews rowing past that famous white bridge. They know they are close, and just look at the style. I think nothing much has changed in the way that Jonas Dorstein is rowing for the past 1,000 meters. Just controlling this, he's keeping Marijn de Klerk-Zoubli from the Hope at about 5 seconds. And take a quick look at the times. The 1500 meters time 5:42 for Jonas Dorstein, which is slower than the time set by the previous heat winner. So not sure if I think he can go faster. Not sure if he can match the speed of the winners of the previous heats, but he's looking good for a place in the A final.
Yeah, for sure he's looking good for a place in the A final, and I think he will be up there. It's of course always hard to say what the times in the heat means for the racing later today, and especially given that Jonas Dorstein had this commanding lead already from quite early on. He might not have given it his fullest, or might at least not have sprinted to what he is capable of. And let's not forget, it's the third race already of this weekend for Jonas Dorstein, so it's probably a good idea also to conserve a bit of energy, keep the sculler from the Hope away, and just conceal that spot in the A final. I think it's also not looking good for the sculler from the Hope, Marijn de Klerk-Zoubli, if he finished seconds in this heat, because his time at the 1500 meter mark was slightly slower than that of Koen Bleumers, who currently holds the second fastest position time. So I think it's Koen Bleumers, teammate in the double sculls of Jonas Dorstein, progressing to the A final, but let's see what the finish brings for us.
Yeah, I think the sculler from the Hope is really putting in the effort. He's raising the rate, sprinting to the line, and he has precious few seconds left to cross it. I'm not sure he's going to make it though. He is going to be very close, but I think he's just outside the quickest second place finisher. By about 1.5 seconds on the line.
Well, I have to correct you on that, because the sculler from the Hope coming in 7:43 was 1 second faster in the end than the sculler from Tromp in the first heat. And that means that he is the second fastest time for he's the second place with the second fastest time, so he will advance to the A final latest. So good job from the sculler from the Hope, Marijn de Klerk-Zoubli, who advances to the A final together with Simon van der Aarvoort from Beatrix. And then, of course, the winners of the previous 4 junior men single sculling heats.
Yeah, I stand corrected, so well done to Marijn de Klerk-Zoubli. We'll see you later this afternoon in the A final, and the rest of the field we'll see them back in the B final later today. Moving on from the junior men's single sculls, we go straight into the action with the junior women's single sculls, and a slightly different progression system here compared to the previous heats, because we had 4 heats in the junior men's single sculls. We only have 2 in the junior women's singles. So that means that we revert back to the 1, 2, 3 to the A final, and the rest of the athletes we'll see in the B final. First heat, as we mentioned, already underway, approaching 1,000 meters, but we'll just give you a quick lane order. We have racing in lane number 1, we have Emma van Doren from the Asse Roeiclub. Lane number 2, Wouke Hania from the Laak. In lane 3, Hanna de Geus from the Leijten. Lane 4, we have another athlete from the Laak, Anna Levold. Lane number 5, so we move now to the far side of the course from the grandstand. We have Tara van Veen rowing for the Roosendaalse Roeivereniging. And completing the field, we have Vivienne Herlaar van Viking in lane number 6. And past 1,000, 4 minutes something into racing, it is Emma van Doren leading the field by a decent margin, but she's almost 10 seconds ahead of Vivienne Herlaar from Viking, who is riding in 2nd position overall at 1,000. But then there is nothing to separate Wouke Hania from de Laak and Hanna de Geus from die Leijten for 3rd and 4th. And that's exactly where the dividing line is between the A final and the B final. So we'll see what these athletes can produce in the third quarter and the final 500, but it's going to be a hotly contested race because these athletes are really evenly matched. So we'll see what they can do in the second half.
Yeah, Emma van Doren, she is a very strong junior woman in this field. She finished second at the latest Dutch national championships in the single sculls, and she also finished second in the women double sculls.
Then my question would be, who beat her to win those two races? Do you know?
Sorry?
Who won the other two the races where Emma van Doren got second twice?
Well, yesterday it was of course that strong double sculls from Teuntje Mollet and Noor de Wit who won very impressively with these young women's first years, women's 18 and women's 16. And if I'm not mistaken, Teuntje Mollet also won the national championships for in the young women's single scull. So Emma van Doren now without Teuntje Mollet ahead of us will be aspiring the title in the young women's single sculls later today.
Yeah, if with those two second places and with her biggest competitor not here in the junior women's single sculls, she should be odds-on favorite to get the win here. And so far she is showing her class, because in this third quarter she rode away from the rest of the field. 15 seconds the difference between her and Wouke Hania from the Laak, and just 4/10 behind is the athlete from Viking one, Vivienne Herlaar. We mentioned her earlier. Those two athletes really evenly matched. Fourth place now in the hands of Anna Levold, also from the Laak. She is a few seconds back to that all-important third position here in the heat. So if she wants to keep her chances of winning a medal here alive, she needs to start sprinting really early and overhaul her club mates just to make sure she gets into the A final. But no doubt as the first place finisher, Emma van Doren namens the Assen Roeiclub will take the win here in this first heat.
be ahead of the sculler from Rijnland. It's hard to see from this image, but we have to see on the line which women is the fastest sculler. Again, the first 3 women will qualify for the A final later today, and also there I think it's still the tied between 2 scullers from Viking actually. But as while I'm saying that, I see that a Viking
Lieke Rijn of Viking third across the line, and a very close race here between Philippa Uitenhagen and Lieske Tromp. They take 5th and 6th overall.
After the women's single sculls, we move on to the semi-finals of the ladies trophy. There is some music on on the sound channels right now. I think that will be fixed quite soon, but we have to be quick because we are already in the last 500 meters of this race, and what we're seeing is quite spectacular, I have to say. It's the sculler from Frankfurt, Germania, Juliana Varelic, yesterday already performing very strong in the heat. At her 3rd Holland Baker participation, she is leading the field. In lane 5, it's Soirée au Bouquot. She is also a strong sculler from Great Britain. First performance in the ladies trophy. She seems to be able to make it to the A final. Behind her, currently in 3rd, it's the Swiss rower Olivia Negrinotti. She seems to be making it in front of the Dutch representatives in this race. So there is Jente Jongsma in lane 2, in Martine Kammerga, Proteus-Eretes lane 1, and Sydney de Ruiter in lane 6. Martine Kamminga and Sydney de Ruiter, of course, in the rapid charge yesterday, so they had an extra race. They don't seem to be able to compete, and the strong nearest sculler, Jente Jongsma, she should really put in a big sprint to come here to the line. But all eyes now on Juliana Varelic, actually already battling it out in the ladies trophy. She will have a big confidence boost coming to the A final later today.
Yeah, and if you're able to conserve energy in the AB semi-final, you are in top shape. The scholar from the Frankfurter Rudergesellschaft Germania, easily making it look easy. I mean, she's easily the quickest scholar out there. She did all the damage in the middle of 1,000. Relax and enjoy the ride. Some sunshine here in the Bosbaan too, which is great. Juliana Varelic, I think, absolutely favourites after this semi-final. And close one years is the athlete from Great Britain,
it seems to be that the scholar from White Marsh Boat Club is doing it. Or are it the Paraguayan scholars? There has been again a bit of a shake-up in the lanes because there was fairness. There are some lanes, probably the lower lanes are the faster lanes, and that's what we're seeing here now.
Yeah, it's Paraguay. I think it's Alejandra Alonso Alderete who is right in the mix here. She might even take the win here, ahead of Adriana Boers from White Marsh Boat Club and her teammate Nicole Martinez Gonzalez. 3 crews abreast across the line. I think it was indeed Paraguay finishing first. That's Alejandra Alonso Alderete, if I'm not mistaken. White Marsh Boat Club from Pennsylvania, Adriana Boers, who we saw racing earlier today in the lightweight women's single as well. And completing that A final is Nicole Martinez Gonzalez. Just to give you a quick update, you might be a bit confused because you see that the scholar with the bow number 3 is very close to the buoy line here. There has been a fairness update, so due to the fairness, these semi-finals have been redrawn, and the quickest crews from those heats and repechages do get priority over and the better lanes over the other athletes. So we have the A finalist of the ladies trophy, but unfortunately the racing is coming down thick and fast because we already look to the 1,000 meters gone, because the semi-final of the Holland Baker is well and truly underway. We move right into the action. In lane number 1 we have Matt Long from Great Britain, lane 2 Jelle Bakker from the Netherlands, Nicky van Sprang racing lane 3. You can see him here on the right hand side of the picture together with Jelle Bakker. Just outside of view we have Martijn Bos from Skadi racing in lane 4, Bojan Royforth from Switzerland in lane 5, and Jelle Tekens from Teta lane 6. But the camera now concentrates on the 2 Dutch athletes racing in lane 2 and 3. Jelle Bakker on the left hand side, Nicky van Sprang racing with his Pampus colours in lane number 3. The camera now firmly on the back of Nicky van Sprang, racing with the Pampus blade, but I think he's racing in his University of California kit, and he's really dominated the first 3/4 of this race, but Jelle Bakker right beside him, Matt Long from Great Britain here with the bow number 3, also in and amongst the action in the lower lane. So Matt Long there in lane number 1 on the left hand side. Those 3 crews well, not really abreast. Nicky van Sprang leading the field, but it is just 3/4 of a length of a lead, and we'll see what the final 500 meters produces, because outside of view we have still several quality athletes which we do not know where they are relative to the leading 3.
Yeah, and a beautiful shot there of Nicky van Sprang looking to his right hand side, seeing the strong Dutch scholar Jelle Bakker winning his heat yesterday, of course, and Matthew Long also winning his heat yesterday. So Nicky van Sprang, with all his experience and all this decoration from his rowing history, of course, participating here for Pampus with the Pampus blades, rowing in his Kel kit and rowing in a Dutch equipped boat, but now not sprinting to the line in his semi-final, and yes, really lowering the pace and probably wanting just to conceal his spot in the A final. He thought that it was not worth to put in the energy probably to sprint of Matt Long and Jelle Bakker, and it is the British rower Matt Long. I think he's an under 23 athlete still, but very strong, and also Jelle Bakker now gave up his sprint for the final final positions in the A final. So yeah, good job from Matt Long that he is finishing first here. Now also lowering the pace, and then it's Jellebakker coming in second. Nicky van Sprang concealing his place in the A final, and then Martijn Bos finishing fourth. The Swiss rower with one on his bow, Cyclop Zoek, Bojan Rufert finishing fifth, and finally closing this race is Jelle Tekens from Teta.
I'm not sure I agree with the tactics of the leading three, especially Nicky van Sprang. He was leading at 1500, and given the fact that the lanes have been redrawn due to fairness, I would say it would pay off to go quickest in the semi-finals and get the most favorable lane.
Yeah, but it's of course also in these single sculls you have to make a very quick decision about indeed your while you are rating very high and probably in your heart rate and also in your stroke rate, you have to make a quick decision on how much energy you still want to spend coming to that A final later today. And maybe Nicky van Sprang and Jellebakker are gambling on better conditions, or maybe Matthew Long was just too strong in this semi-final. We will see later today. There is more Dutch rowing sculling quality in the second semi-final of this race, and we see now in our picture with the free on his bow ball, it's Pieter van Veen, the triton sculler who performed also at the last Olympics, while we see now Lucas Keizer in the middle of our picture, the Neerhuis sculler, and as it stands now, they are looking good to qualify. Well, I'm saying that it should be also yeah, this man, thank you for look. This is of course Erik Talens from Gias, big man from Gias, now also sculling very well already in his second participation for the Holland Baker, and he is also looking to advance to the A final later today. Furthermore, in this heat there is the rower from Zimbabwe here in your picture, Stephen Cox. He's going to the Olympics for Zimbabwe, and looking at his time, he was third on the 1000 meter mark, so good chance for him to make it to the IFA. Big guy, made a lot of backswing in the boat and really pushing on against all these Dutch sculler in this heat.
Yeah, and lovely pictures here from the camera following the athletes in the boat, and great pictures to see the technique and the faces of the athletes as we ride here with Lucas Keizer rowing in the orange of the Dutch national team, but with the club plates of the D.S.R Neerhuis from Amsterdam. Nice high rating style, nice clean catches all round, and just have a quick look at the times, because they were in a very good position. So both athletes representing the Netherlands, Pieter van Veen outside of picture, but he was very quick in one of the lower lanes. But Lucas Keizer, the Netherlands too, they're leading through 1500. Behind them, it's a really close race for that final qualification spot into the A final.
Yeah, so it's all Dutch as it stands now, because there is indeed Lucas Keizer leading this race in front ahead of Pieter van Veen and the rower from Gias, Erik Talens. They seem to be able to seize these qualifying spots for the A final, and there they will battle against their compatriots from the Netherlands. So, like last year, we will have 5 Dutch scullers in the A final of the Holland Baker, but beware of Matthew Long, because we saw in the previous race that he has quite some quality to defend against all these Dutch scullers.
Yeah, and he will be in one of those favourable lanes later today, so it's going to be a hotly contested A final, but this semi-final is also hotly contested. You can see Pieter van Veen, he's pushing on really rapidly, as is Lucas Keizer. Those two athletes, 1 and 2, with Lucas Keizer leading the field home. He will take the win here in this semi-final. Pieter van Veen will take second overall, I guess, and join Lucas Keizer in the A final. And he's seen that he's safe. It's half a boat length in the end, and going with him, Erik Talens from Gias. He's done enough to shake off Steve Cox from Zimbabwe, and on the far side, Oscar Marius Kjærland as well, the scholar from Norway. Norway, and now across the line, Nick van der Grift racing for Proteus-Eretes across the line in 6th, so we'll see him in the B final as well.
Yeah, so but I will keep an eye out for Peter van Veen later this afternoon. We already saw it yesterday in the heat where he seized off the win from Nicky van Sprang. When Peter van Veen gets his watts on the water, you see this boat really moving fast, and you see that the effort, the distance per stroke is is more than respectable for the man from Utrecht. So curious what he can do later in the final, but I think we can prepare ourselves for a spectacular final in the Holland Baker with again 5 Dutch scholars like last year.
Yeah,
so,
and Matt Long from Reading University up and amongst it. So we'll see what the Britain can do in the A final later today. But from that last of the AB semi-finals in the Holland Baker, we go to the first final of the Holland Baker. It's the C final. 3 athletes contending 4 places, 13, 14 and 15 overall. Just a quick lane order, if you please allow me, because we've had a redraw in lane number 2. We have Nicolai and Stad Haraldset racing with the colours of Horten Road Club Norway. In the middle there you see the orange kit from Maxime Den Bovert racing for Dudok van Heel. And on the left hand side of your picture, racing in lane 4, Samuel de Groot racing for Willem III from Amsterdam. And currently it is the Norwegian scholar who is leading. We're almost 3.5 minutes into this C final, and it is the Norwegian leading over Maxime Den Bovert and Samuel de Groot.
yeah, it's a Norwegian leading, and yesterday, now of course, when you're rowing in the C final, you would always like to be rather in the semi-finals of the Holland Baker we just saw, but at least with the C final, you get a chance to really finish off this tournament well. And like yesterday in the rapid charge, we see that Nicolai Enstad Haraldset went off to a good start. He has that slightly lower rhythm, and yesterday he was beaten in the final sprint by the Teta scholar Jelle Tekens. So to get a place in the semi-finals. But now it's looking good. He has, I think, quite a commanding lead. The danger in this C final from the Norwegian scholar is probably coming from Maxime Den Bogert, experienced scholar from Dudok van Heel, but of course a former lightweight. So yeah, curious what Maxime Den Bogert maybe still has in his pocket, whether he wants to sprint to the line in this C final. I think so, because there is a big crowd gathering. The weather is clearing up, especially compared to yesterday, and I think there is some great racing to come. So yeah. I hope that also in the C final, Nicolai Enstad, Haraldset, Maxime Den Bogert and Samuel de Groot will realize that and show their best rowing here to the Amsterdam and the Dutch crowd gathering here.
Yeah, the racing is really hotting up, as is our commentary position, because we have that little bit of sunshine across the Bosbaan, which is making everything sparkle with a bit more joy here. Yesterday we had clouds all day. Today there's some blue in and some sunshine, which is great. So if you're if you have a little bit of a break, if you have time, please do come to the grandstand and enjoy the racing here. We have top quality crews performing at their absolute best, with the C final well and truly underway. I'll just have a quick look at the times. We have still the man from Horten Road Club from Norway, Nicolai Haraldset, who is leading. If you're following us on the big screen, you can see the heat on the screen, and I'm curious to see where Maxime Den Bogert is relative to the scholar from Norway. I think the Norwegian has taken quite a substantial lead out of the Dutch athlete, past 1500 already, or at least approaching 1500. I think they should have passed by now, but there you go. The camera now tracking the athletes. Yes, here we are. 2 crews leading. I'm impressed what Maxime Den Bogert is producing a former lightweight up against a heavyweight athlete from Norway with bow numbers 3 and 4, and I think we're going to see a sprint finish here from the former lightweight.
Yeah, it's a head-to-head, and Maxime Den Bogert, if he would have seen the rapid charge of yesterday, he knows that there is something to get against Haraldset. Haraldset, like yesterday, it seems like he's just not able to increase that rhythm. After that strong start, he keeps having the very long, strong strokes, the Norwegian scullers, and that's, I mean, it's paying off for him. But against this higher rating and short strokes of Maxime Den Bogert, I don't know whether it's going to be enough, because from our commentary position, we see that Maxime Den Bogert, Dudok van Heel now rode through the Norwegian sculler for the home crowds, but the Norwegian sculler, finally, he's putting it on, and with very big, strong strokes, he's sprinting to the line. It's a very close finish, but I think it's just for Maxime Den Bogert. Beautiful racing here in the C final of the Holland Baker, and congrats for Maxime Den Bogert for finishing 13th here at the Holland Baker. The Norwegian scholar from Horten, Nicolai Ernstad Haraldset, not able to vent him off due to vent his leading position, and finally closing the rankings as Samuel de Groot from Willem III. Good racing from these three crews here, and while I'm saying that, we move on to the next fields, which are the development fields. So these are not elite fields like yesterday. We had we also had some freshman fields, but now we have the development crews here in the Netherlands. So these are rowers. Often they are only in their second or third year of rowing. So they are not freshmen anymore, but they are rowing in smaller boat types, in particular in double sculls, like we're seeing here, and in coxless fours. And we are starting with the lightweight development sculls. And let's not forget that there are points for grabs. All these athletes are taken into general classification, and they would like to get as much points as possible. So small lineup for the first heat of the lightweight women's development double sculls. In total there are 2 heats, so that means that the first 3 crews in each heat will advance to the A final. Since there has been some fairness updates, we need to check whether this is better, or the lanes we have here are still accurate. But what we see is that in lane 2 there is Theta, Roos van Sane. Lane 3 there should be Okeanos, Puk Hazenberg in the stroke seat. Lane 4 Triton, currently in the middle of your picture, and in the lead in this race is Gudine Nijens. Lane 5 there is Argo, Bente Jonkman. In lane 6 there is Pien Sierman from Gias, and currently as it stands it's Triton and Gias in the lead.
Yeah, and just to clarify, yesterday we had the freshmen's 8, that was a general qualification, that was an invitational event based on the general qualification of the previous races. This is just another tournament race, so the Holland Baker, it's not a straight final. These crews have to compete for a place in the A final, and there are points to be handed to the A finalists and the first 2 finishes of the B final later today. So everything to play for here, and that's why we have blocked 90 minutes with these developed crews. Just to keep you updated here in this first heat of the lightweight women's development double, we have the crew from Triton, who are the best placed crew in that classification. They are 4th overall. They came 2nd in the last race, but they haven't won a single race yet this season, because the top crews are in the heat to come, with Skadi, Proteus-Eretes, Pelargus, and the combination from Aaspols, De Vliet and Njord, the best crews in terms of points at this stage. But we'll keep an eye out for the times and the crews. Triton, the crew with Amstelveen, Serarens and Regine and Nijens leading this field comfortably, opening up a bigger lead over Gias, still in second position.
Yeah, so these Triton women probably delighted, as are their coaches, with this lead, and yeah, it's closing up behind them with 3 crews competing for 2 qualifying spots for these A final. As it stands, it's the D.S.R crew dropping behind in the field and not being able to qualify as it seems now. So we will have to keep an eye on the Okeanos, Argo and Gias crew for who is gonna make it to the A final. And like you said, some crews who are now leading, like the Triton crew, for example, they didn't win this year yet. But it seems like a strong crew, and it's also a bit different than other years. The Holland Baker this year being slightly earlier in the season, so there's still quite some racing in this classification to come. Also after this event, so there's still time to turn things around for many of these crews, and I have to say it looks good what this Triton crew is doing here, slowly increasing their lead and really just having that rhythm and that stroke that works well for them, and being able to extend with every stroke their lead on the rest of the field.
Yeah, it's great racing, but not really much shopping and changing at the front of the field. Still Triton leading over Gias and Okeanos in third overall. It's difficult to see them. It's difficult to see where they are or if the differences between these crews is really changing. It seems rather static from where I'm sitting. But that means that these crews in the front of the field know what they're doing, they know what they have to do to remain in front, and they might just be racing the crews coming into this final 500 meters. Still Triton leading the field, the cameraman trying to catch up with these very fast crews indeed. 3 crews behind, which means that there are 3 crews ahead. Triton leading Okeanos and Argo now moving into second position overall. So a great third 500 from the crew from Wageningen.
Yeah, great third 500 from the crew from Wageningen, and yeah, we saw them yesterday already in the freshman fields. They clearly have their things on their way for their younger athletes and for their developing athletes, and curious what they can do now in this last 500 meters, overcoming the other crews and qualifying for the A final, and maybe even getting closer to Triton to already send a message later today. Also, let's not forget that there was some fairness updates for the single sculls, and that the lower lanes were the priority lanes, so those are supposedly the fast lanes, but I think that just exemplifies how good this Triton crew is, because they are actually in the center lane, but still leading. Now coming into your picture, cheered on by all the fans from Utrecht coming here. They just crossed the 7 minutes mark, and they are very well in the red boys, and we see that it's Okeanos sprinting for the line, keeping off that Argo crew, and now moving on up in the field and maybe trying to see if they can at least make some contact with the Triton crew.
Yeah, where I thought this race was done and dusted, there are still 3 crews abreast for just 2 places in the A final. Triton has done enough, I think, to get a place in the A final, but Okeanos, Argo, and on the far side that crew from Gias racing for their lives here in the dying stages of this first heat. I think Gias is on the danger zone side here. Okeanos pushing on. I think Okeanos actually getting second here, followed by Argo, and then it's Okeanos cross the line, and the ladies from Argo, Mees, Linders and Bente Jonkman know that they made it into the A final, and disappointment there for Marije de Wit and Pien Sierman from Gias, just missing out on the A final. Crossing line now in 5th overall, Imke Tolboom and Roos van Zanen from Tata. They complete the field. As we come back to you in a few moments with the second heat of this lightweight women's double sculls.
Yes, and while we're getting beautiful shots from this lightweight women's double sculls, we are also looking at the standings, and we see that it's the current leader in the general classification, Skadi, in this heat, being able to lead throughout this race, and also the number 2 in this classification. Uh, 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 no, sorry, I'm completely wrong. It's the number 2 in the classification, Proteus-Eretes Pelargos, already being able to win earlier this year, being able to lead the leaders in the general classification from Skadi. So good that to see that this number 2 of the general classification are leading, but Skadi is very close behind. A beautiful shot of the Proteus combination there, but I think Skadi has just moved through them and confirming here their shape of the season, being the fastest crew. But it's been highly contested between the 2 crews in the lead all over the season right now. It's going to be a sprint to the line also of who's going to win this heat, and we know that there has been already some fairness updates, so it's not unimportant what we are seeing here. There is a race to the line between these young women, these development crews, and I think it's Skadi just being able to increase the rhythm slightly over this Proteus Pelargos crew. So Skadi winning for now, but it's all about what we will see later today in the A final of this light women's development crew. Proteus Pelargos, they will be slightly disappointed that they couldn't seize the win here in front of the classification leaders, but with them is coming Asopos, the Fleet Njord combination, and unfortunately for the second Skadi crew and the Orca crew, there is no A final later today in the lightweight women's development double sculls. And from the lightweight women's development double sculls, we move on to the light men's development double sculls. What we see is there is Triton 1, Cas van den Berg and Max Rickmanspoel in lane 1. There is Skadi, Lucas de Korte, Wietse Stam in lane 2. Okeanos, Martijn Wolfius and Roy van Sane, lane 3. There is Proteus-Eretes, Renze Dijkhuis and Jorrit Kiestra in lane 4. Njord, Jelle Sip and Vincent van Rie in lane 5. And I think Jelle Sip, Vincent van Rie, we saw them already yesterday racing the light men's double sculls senior. Curious what they can do now in their own development competition. But as it stands right now, it's Triton, again a lightweight double sculls from Triton leading the field, but just ahead of this Njord crew. Jelle Sip and Vincent van Rie. And like with the lightweight women's double sculls, only the fastest 3 crews will advance to the A final. So good job here from Triton, Njord and Proteus-Eretes as it stands right now, but Skadi and Okeanos for sure not being out of the contest yet.
It's lovely close racing here at the first heat of the lightweight men's development double, and we see the second, third and fourth placed crews in the classification, that being Triton, Proteus-Eretes and Njord racing here, and it's a surprise to see these 3 crews at the front of the field. Triton the quickest, or at least the best in terms of points, and they are also leading this first heat, so I think that crew looks really smooth, long, connected. Njord a slightly shorter stroke, not putting as much distance in every single stroke, but they are leading by a comfortable margin over the crew from Proteus-Eretes, with stroke by Jorrit Kiestra and Renze Dijkhuis.
Yeah, it's really dominant what the lightweight men of Triton are doing here this Holland Baker. Yesterday winning the light men's double sculls in the open category, so that was great for them with Max Gompel and Brian van Pol. Then also seizing the win in the lightweight men's pair, and now in the lightweight men's double sculls leading this heat as well. So it seems that they have both on the highest level in national racing. They have a very strong lightweight men's scullers, Brian van Pol and Max Gompel, also challenging each other later today in the A final of the light men's single sculls. But also their developing athletes, they are coming, and it seems like this combination of Cas van den Berg and Max Rickmanspoel is coming within that strong group of light men's scullers at Triton as well.
Yeah, really mature rowing from those two athletes from Triton. I think it also helps if you have a few athletes who are up and amongst the best in their respective fields. It does help to raise the game of the rest of the club because you train together, you have experiences, you may even race together early in the season. But these two athletes here, Cas van den Berg and Max Rickmanspoel, definitely putting their mark here on the first heat. On the far side, Jort will cross the line second. Proteus-Eretes complete the A final, and Okeanos and Skadi fall off the proverbial wagon into the, well, not in the B final because we only have an A final later today.
Yeah, and from that we move on to the second heat of the light men's development double sculls, and it's this Azepos de Vliet Okeanos can be in the combination in the middle of your picture. Well, they are now in the middle of our picture, and they just moved out of our picture again. They are for sure on the water, and they are pretty dominant. Only not winning their first race of the season. They won the Race Roei Regatta, they won the Westelijke Regatta, so they are the crew to beat today here on the waters. But looking at them and now looking at them from behind, it looks very good what they are doing, and you see why they are the general classification leaders. And despite not being from the same club, despite probably not living in the same city, you see that these athletes trained a lot together to synchronize their movement. I remember it was a few years ago when Okeanos had a very strong double sculls, still coached by Rob Jonkman. I don't know if Rob Jonkman will still be behind this double, but clearly there is some style in this double, and they understand each other very well coming through the 1,000 meter mark. Furthermore, in this race, we see on the far side there is Gias. The Zwolse-Gias combination between Jordi de Boer, Robert Orsel. Jordi de Boer, he just missed out on a final spot in the light men's double sculls, light men's single sculls earlier today. So that's unfortunate for him, but it seems like he's being able to get a place in the A final of the development double sculls. And currently in third, it's the crew from Proteus-Eretes, Jari Brits and Luc de Sitter. They are hoping to qualify, but then they still have to keep up Triton 2, another crew from Triton in lightweight men's rowing from George Vasilev and Bjarne van der Mark, and the Njord 2 crew from Floris Boon and Bram Swart.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. You do. I think I have very limited experience in the double, but it's difficult to row it well, especially if you don't train together all that often. So to see two crews at the front of the field, two combination crews with Azepos de Vliet Okeanos and the Zwolse and Gias, it is testament to their skills, their prowess in this event. I do think that they make it look really easy, really smooth out on the water. It is still the club rowing with the Azepos de Vliet blades, Max van Halteren and Nout van Halteren and Max van der Werf, who are leading, but it's not by much though. They've just passed 1500, just 9/10 of a second separating the top two crews, with Proteus-Eretes 2, Jardi Brits and Luc de Sitter giving chase, and that crew has to keep an eye out for that second crew from Triton because they are creeping back at them.
Yes, and with that, I'm sorry, Tim, but I can perfectly hear you well in this commentary position, but I just understood that we had some technical issues and we missed out on some of your beautiful commentary for the past few minutes. So I will now try to hand the microphone and such that the audience at home can hear your commentary and what you indeed saw in this in this double skull event because it is commanding what they are doing. This double skulls from Okeanos and Asopos, and they look really confident to really get to get it on against that fast crew in the previous race from Triton. So curious what that will bring later today, and in that IAA final. They will have to keep on. They will have to keep on rowing because, like it's always with lightmen's rowing, the differences are small, and especially in a slightly smaller number, boat speeds can change a lot. But I don't think it's changing here, or it should come from this Proteus crew in the lower lane.
Yeah, Prota is looking ominous in one of the lower lanes, but that's especially for the crew from Triton, who have dropped back in the closing stages. The combination of Aspos, De Vliet, Okeanos will take a win. I think an easy win for them. They have plenty of gears to go to, but there is no need to go there. On the far side, Zwolse and Gias combination finished second overall. Proteus-Eretes 2, Jari Brits and Luc de Sitter take third, and that final spot to the A final. That completes the A final of the lightweight men's development double. We'll see them back later today in the A final.
Yeah, and looking at the times in this light men's double sculls, the winning times of the both heats are very close to each other. So it's turning out to be a very interesting battle there later today. Moving on from the light men's double sculls, we are moving to the women's development double sculls. And this field has no less than 3 heats, so that means that only 2 crews in each heat will advance to the A final later today. So we're looking at the athletes on the back of the athletes right now, and what we're seeing is that in lane 2 there is Gias Anouk Hamminga and Marit Slootweg. Lane 3 there is Focus 1, Sophie Kremers and Alexandra Vasileva. There is lane 4 Meerte Schlief, Sofia Boomsla. Lane 5 in the green it's Skull 2, Louisa Valk and Vivienne Roos. Lane 6 there is Isa Dignam and Mette Elgersma.
Yeah, we just had the opening 500 meters, and we see a picture we, well, not really would have expected, because the opening 500, the crew leading by the 500 meter mark is the crew from the KSV Noord. Sophia Boomsma, Meerte Schlief, I should say, leading at 500 and also leading at 1000. We would expect the crew from Skull to be closer to the front of the field. In terms of points, they are the odds-on favorite in this first heat, but they do not seem to be able to produce the speed which they have shown in previous races at this stage of the race. But still, we have a full kilometer still left to row. Njord leading the fields. Orca 1 going with them in second position, and third is that Skull 2 crew. Not far behind though, but it is a couple of seconds, which is a big margin, so they need to keep their wits about and not let the 2 leading crews drop them any further.
Yeah, and I think since it's Skull 2, this might be the second crew in this field from the Amsterdam Rowing Club. Probably later on we will see their first crew. Yeah, it's Skull 2, and they didn't manage to get any points this year. So if they manage to get to the A final later today, that would be a very good result for them. But as it stands now, it's this Njord combination, Meerte Schlief and Sofia Boomsma ahead of Orca, Isa Dignam and Mette Elgersma, and I'm curious to see how this race will pan out, because I feel there was a bit of asynchronicity between the Njord combination compared to the Orca combination, and I feel like the Orca combination has a bit more momentum, has a bit more oomph in their stroke, and is able to move the boat just a bit further with every stroke they're making. It is the Skull crew currently not anymore in third, because we see it's the bow ball with the number 3 from Focus, Sophie Kremers and Alexandra Vasileva, who are now really charging for this second qualifying spot. I think the field is tightening up and the margins are getting smaller, and we are looking towards some exciting racing in this women's development double sculls now.
Yeah, and the crew to watch is the crew on the left-hand side of the picture. It's Gias, Marit Slootweg, Anouk Hamminga. They were just a few tenths behind the leading 3, and they don't really seem to have raised the rate much. A small crab there being caught by Sophie Kremers in that Focus double. They recover well, and they decide to just up the rate as a result of that small crab. They are closing on the leading crews though. I think Njord really fading in this third quarter. They are really struggling, and it does look a bit slow, to be honest, a bit sluggish, but not really having the power behind every single stroke which they showed in the first half of the race. Out of view, but definitely not out of the race, is the crew on the far side from Orca. They were really close to Njord, and I think looking at the Focus, they have really taken the bit between their teeth here. They are moving out to almost a half a length lead over Orca, moving into that first position here.
Yeah, moving into that fast position, and impressive stuff what this Focus crew is doing here. These are all developing crew, so it's certainly not a given that the final sprint will always turn out and will always come up. And I saw a look from the Skull crew. They were maybe a bit surprised to see that they are passing the Njord crew now, but that's not the crew to beat anymore. The live stream is now focusing on an Asopos crew in the second heat, but we are looking here at the finish. A beautiful, strong sprint from Focus, and it's actually Gias here in the lower lane challenging Orca for the second qualifying spot, but Orca is just able to make it in front of Gias, and heartbreak for Skull, and for sure for Njord, who had to pay for that fast start, finishing 5th here. So advancing to the A final from this first heat are Focus 1 and Orca 1. And with that being said, we move on to the second heat. We already saw this fast Asopos, the fleet crew, Selina Meunier and Angelique van Brussel. They are now in your picture, lane 6, so the highest lane of the field, and they are very well on their way. We are looking furthermore in this race to in lane 2, Triton, Ilse Koop, Nomi van Dijk, lane 3, Saurus Skull, Mathilde Verster and Meerte Wiesink. Lane 4 there is Pelargos, Lise Amundsen and Lynn Boening, and lane 5, Proteus-Eretes, Emma Stewarts, Floor Batjes, and then finally Asopos the Fleet, Angelique van Brussel and Celine Meunier. Yeah, curious what is turning up here, because we don't see Asopos the Fleet that high up in the standings of the development double sculls as it stands now.
No, actually, it's true. We haven't seen Asopos the Fleet for 2 out of the 3 races here for the classification. They did not start in the first and in the third regatta here, but they are here now, and they have saved the best here for the Koninklijke Holland Beker, because believe it or not, they are racing, they're in the race of their lives. They managed to get a good performance at the Race Roei Regatta earlier this season, where they finished 3rd overall, but to see them here leading by clear water, and by it's a very, very big margin they have established here in the first 1250, and all eyes, or at least my eyes, were focused on the crew from Triton, racing in the dark blue. Those are that's the crew that won all 3 of the previous regattas. So you would expect them to be closer to this crew from Asopos the Fleet, but everything can change, and that's racing for you. Asopos the Fleet looking long, looking relaxed. There's plenty of power behind every single stroke, and they managed to lever that boat really, really effectively across about almost 3/4 of the 2K course. Approaching 1500, they are in a league of their own, and behind them, I'm not sure which crew is currently in second position. At 1000, it was the crew from Proteus-Eretes in lane number 5, but we'll get a picture from the camera any moment soon.
Yes, and but it's impressive what this Azapos the crew, Azapos the fleet crew is doing. Azapos the crew. As opposed to crew fleet, of course. Now in lane 6 and dominating performance, very, very much together in the leg drive. I feel like the stroke woman, Selina Meixner, has a bit more of a bit more exclamation on the finish, and Angelique van Brussel, but Angelique van Brussel is following well. And if we look at the blade work, it's very much together, and that's what you need in these development double sculls, especially in these developing crews. What we saw also yesterday in these freshman boats, as long as the pattern on the water is together, you manage to have some boat speed, and you can do quite a lot to beat your opponents in the same field. But now it seems to fall a bit apart also in this Azapos crew, maybe also having to overcome that very fast start. But I think it's been enough, and I think the gap is has been decisive. But for sure we will keep an eye out on the other crews, in particular Proteus-Eretes second in the on the 1500 meter mark, Floor Batjes and Emma Sewers, and it will be curious to see what they are doing. And but we, as it stands now, they are not coming into our picture.
No, the camera really focusing on the crew from Azapos the fleet, and rightly so. They are leading by well, I think 3, perhaps even 4 lengths of clear water over the crew from Proteus-Eretes, who have a firm grasp on second position here in this heat. On our commentary position side here, we see the dark blue of Ilse Koop and Nomi van Dijk from Triton. They will finish third here in this heat, but that's not enough to get them into the A final, and that will be a disappointment because they were performing so well in all previous heats. Saurus a combination with Skull in lane number 3. They will finish 4th overall. Pelargos completing the field. These 3 crews out of contention for the A final, so we won't see them again today, but we will see Azapos the fleet and Proteus-Eretes in the A final. Coming to the last heat of the women's development double scull. Again, we have 5 crews competing. We have Skull 1 in lane number 1, Euros in right beside them in lane number 2, Orca 2 in lane number 3, Focus 2, the second crew from Focus, and the first crew of Focus, if you recall, winning that first heat. We'll see what this second crew can do. In lane 4 we see Focus 2, and completing the field it is Okeanos in lane number 5. So we get into the action at just past 1,000, or we're about to pass 1,000 meters, and closest to us we see the crew from Skull doing really well, crossing that timing mark first, and then it is the crew from Orca currently sitting in second.
Yeah, it's a crew from Skull, Duifje van Oostrom and Linde Deen. Linde Deen in the stroke seat, Duifje then in the bow seat, and it's looking good what these women are doing. They are pretty high rating compared to what we've seen other crews doing in this development double sculls. Very much together. There is a clear pattern, and looking on the concentration of both these women, I think they are looking to show up here very well in the A final later today. Looking at the times, it seems they are a bit slower than what we've seen in particular the Azapos the fleet crew doing in the previous race. But we will see later today in the A final what that means. For now, this Skull combination first has to defend their leading positions again against, I think, this strong Orca crew, Sil Dignam and Arwen Plomp. And it's a bit to my surprise, Okeanos, Florentine Rijswoord, Maaike van der Velde, in front of their home crowd, not being able to match the other crews as it stands right now. Yeah, like you said, furthermore, there was Euros and Focus also in there. They will have some work to do as well to come up to terms with the leading 2 crews, and it's that high rating Amsterdam crew from Skull with 1 on their bow ball currently in the lead, and it's still looking good with some slightly more than 500 meters to go.
Yeah, it's a performance which we were looking forward to. This Skull crew got a second place at 2 of the previous 3 regattas. So they were one of the better crews here in this heat. Joining them, it's still Orca, Sil Dignum, and Arwen Plomp. In the stroke seat of that crew, and they are 2.5 seconds behind on the leading crew from Skull, but they have a decent margin of about 6 seconds back to third placed crew, which is of course the crew from that's Okeanos currently sitting in third. So 500 meters still left to row. It's still that high rhythm there being set by Lindedane in the stroke seat of that Skull crew, and despite the fact that they have a little bit of a wobble every now and then, they make this work. It is a rhythm which they can maintain, as it seems, all the way down the course, because they are now entering the final 200 meters, and it still looks really nicely together. No questions being asked. They have their eyes straight down the boat, not really feeling the pressure from the crew of Orca beside them. Still, both of these crews, I think, happy to enjoy the ride to the finish and get second and first in a ticket into the A final.
Yeah, and still also lots of length in front, very quick on the catch and being able to move that boat through the water. Good job for the Skull crew in the lower lane, and it seems like they always also will get the first position in this heat, so they will probably have a good lane later today when we advance to the A final of the women's development double sculls. Yeah, and there are some surprises, of course, in this field as well, and it's maybe because we've not seen that much races yet. All these crews, all these rowers, they will know each other, but especially in these small numbers like the double sculls, things can change quickly. So in the LUT, was the combination of Skull winning in front of Orca, and then unfortunately for the other 3 crews, Okeanos, Focus and Euros not being able to row an A final later today in the women's development double sculls. And after the lightweight women's double sculls and the men's double sculls and the women's double sculls, we will move on to the men's double sculls. And we will do a quick lineup while we see, I think, a very commanding lead from, again, a Triton combination. Strong sculling from that Utrecht rowing club. We will do a small lineup of the crews here. We see in lane 1 there is Max Jongenelen and Maarten Vos also competing yesterday in the double sculls. Skull 2, Mees Zwagerman, Sander Halter. Skull 1, Reinier Broekhuizen, Jarner Koistra in lane 3. There is Proteus-Eretes lane 4, Wouter Breedveld and Rinse Hallema. Also rowers we've seen competing on the national level for quite a bit. And then there is Triton 3, and I think that's the crew we are currently having in our picture. That's Tim Winkler and Bart Berbers.
Yeah, just have a look at the bow here of the crew racing with number 5 there. It's the crew from Triton, the Triton 3. And they were slightly off our radar, to be honest, in terms of points, but they do look really nicely, and they are leading this field by a decent distance. I mean, 5 seconds is not nothing at 1,000, and you can see where they get that advantage from. It's just very nicely composed rowing. They are very nicely synchronized in their leg drive, as we see on the big screen. The crew from Skull also moving together really nicely. That crew is currently, I think, in second overall in this heat, but we have another crew joining them into the A final, and I think Proteus-Eretes is looking really well here. I mean, those crews, the top 3 separated by clear water compared to the rest of the field. So it's Triton across the 1500 first, followed by Skull. Proteus-Eretes is third overall, and then we look to the next crew across the 1500 meter mark. It's Gias, and the second crew from Skull is currently 5th.
Yeah, 2 times Skull, 4 heavy guys from Skull in this race, and another 4 more scullers from Skull. We will see them later today in the quadruple skulls as well. But as it stands, it's the Triton combination leading, and this club, of course, coached by Koen Eggenkamp, all these rowers in the double sculls, they are performing well. Later today, Pieter van Veen, maybe in the Holland Baker, he will see if he can add another victory to a very successful period of the traditional big club in Utrecht. But looking at these guys, looking at Tim Winkler and Bart Barris, I feel like I can see why they are ahead, because it's it's long strokes, it's a high rating, and the Skull crew, they are well together, but there is a bit more roughness. There's sometimes a bit more asynchronicity, a bit more imbalance. They are strong for sure, but they are not able to match the Triton combination as it stands now. And they throw out a very serious sprint, finish the Triton combination. I'm not sure for what. They really want to have the fast lane, but with 1 or 2 strokes to go in front of the finish line, they quit their sprint, and they know it's sure that they advance to the A final. 6:48, quick time, I would say, given the conditions for development double skulls. Skull finishing second, and indeed Proteus advancing to the A final. And then it's unfortunate for Max Jongenelen and Maarten Vos. They are not going to make it to the A final. This is the Skull 2 crew here coming over the finish line right now.
Wie zijn dat? Oh my god, is dat een sculptuur zonder?
Okay, and moving on to the second heat of the men's development double sculls, and like in the previous race, it seems pretty clear which crews are gonna advance to the A final later today. It's Focus with a very commanding lead. Focus, the club in Nijmegen, and now sending 2 more strong rowers here. They are also it's Stijn van Pruisen and Fjell Kuiper, and especially Stijn van Pruisen. I've seen him sculling quite a bit over the past few years. He is now in this development double sculls and really developing his career here in the Netherlands as one of the talents coming up and leading hopefully for a nice career with a lot of beautiful racing still to come. They are currently in the lead and followed by with some distance by Pelargos combination Jurgen Otte and Melle Wanders. Currently in third on the 1000 meter mark. It was okay, and was Nathan Remijnse, Tijn de Pleit, and also those rowers we've seen sculling over the past year. So strong competition here, and I think these 3 crews are gonna advance looking at their pictures, because number 4 and number 5 in this race, Proteus-Eretes and Argo, don't seem to be in our pictures as it stands now.
No, the damage has been done by the leading three crews, and it's quite a similar picture we saw in the previous heats of this men's development double scull. Just a few crews who are a level ahead of the rest of their competitors. Focus here brought very nicely into view. You can see the sharpness of that blade, the catches without any drama, without too much backsplash, just clean, crisp catches from the stroke and the bowman. Stijn van Pruisen in the bow seat there with and in this right in front of him, Fjell Kuiper with the cap here. They are looking well, rowing well within themselves. A nice flat stern on that double scull. They will take the win here. They still have about 200 meters still left to row, but it looks really nicely and composed. Pelargos currently sitting in third. Okeanos, I think, have overhauled them in this final quarter of the race, but those three crews have a healthy margin. It's almost clear water back to the crew from Proteus-Eretes racing in lane number 3, I guess. So again, similar image we had in the previous heat. We see these three crews progressing and one crew really a bit above the rest, so we'll wait for the A final where this crew from Focus will go head to head against the crew from Triton, who won their heat in similar fashion. Okeanos across the line, second overall. Pelargos have done very well to get themselves into the A final, and there is the dividing line between that A final and the afternoon off, because although the crew from Proteus-Eretes are sprinting for their lives, it's not enough. They are out of the A final, but a valiant race nonetheless. Argo now across the line, which completes this field of the men's development doubles.
And from the double sculls development rowing, we move on to light men's development rowing in the coxless 4. Of course, it's famous for everybody who's been following rowing for a while that this was used to be an Olympic boat class. It's not anymore, but in the development classes of lightweight rowing, it's still very heavily contested. We saw some of the rowers we see in this race already competing in the light men's pair yesterday. In particular, it's the rowers in the feeder boat in this race. They were competing here, but as it seems, they might be missing out now because only 3 crews will advance to the A final. There are 2 heats in the light men's development force. Within lane 1, this feeder crew. And I see in the bow seat it's Hugo van Duinhoven, who is now rowing for Rick. Used to be a former scull rower and actually winning the classification a few years ago in this boat class. Good to see that he still has it and still is rowing. But as it seems, they are gonna miss out on the qualifying positions. Lane 2, there is Azapos de Vliet. They are seem well in contest for qualifying later today. There is Orca, lane 3. They are leading this race, stroked by Tijmen Bomaerts. Lane 4, Egir Joep Vloon. Well, it seems like they are now out of contention for the qualifying positions. And then finally, lane 5, there's Theta, stroked by Lam de Jong. And while I'm saying that, we're moving very quickly into the last 500 meters of this race.
Yeah, just over 500 meters left to row, and it's clear from the picture why the crew from Orca is leading this heat. The racing is just that bit more composed. The rhythm being set by Tijmen Bomaerts is long and strong. Plenty of time to get that recovery done and place the blades nicely into the water. 500 meters to go. It's a full length lead from Orca over Azapos de Vliet, who are really putting everything in this to get that second place. But the race for third is the one to watch. We have the Vidar-Rick combination, and they are racing with the crew on the far side of the course because Tata is right up and amongst it.
Right up and amongst it indeed, and I think it's maybe, I'm sorry I have to highlight this rower a bit, Hugo van Duinhoven in the bow seat of that feeder-rig combination. His experience now pushing that feeder crew into the final positions. I think he won the Lightman's Development 4 field back already in 2019, so 5 years ago, and still he's a developing athlete now moving into the moving over that Tata crew in the far lane. Tata really having to sprint, really having to find some energy left in this heat. But yeah, we are focusing, and that's rightfully so, on the Orca crew. Very well composed, very clear what they're doing in the sweep rowing. Now maybe easing off a bit. They feel like they are secure to qualify as first for the A final. But it's also Azapos really charging, and unfortunately for Rick Vidar, there are some steering issues. They switched lanes now, and they should be careful to not row into the warm-up lane. We see Orca still in the lead, but Aspos is overlapping, clearly a higher boat speed, but I think their charge comes too late. It's Orca taking the lead in this heat. It's Aspos finishing second, and I think it's Vidar-Rick combination just making it over the line, almost in the warm-up lane, but congratulations for them. We will see them later today in the final, and heartbreak for Teta, not being able to make it. Only 6/10 of a second separate them for classification in the A final, and Aegir is finishing fifth. Also, they are not gonna make it to the A final in the light men's for later today. And moving on now to the second heat of the light men's coxed 4, we saw Hugo van Duinhoven, former winner of that development classification in 2019. And here he sees his former compatriots from Skull. 4 men is, from the rowing club, with usually the red kits, of course, but for the Holland Baker they always make an exception and take out their beautiful lightweight men's kits. They are in a very, very commanding lead, and there is already space between the boats into the second place Neerhuis boat. And it's good rowing again, what these lightweight men from Skull are showing off here. It's Wallace Santen in the stroke seat, Casper Warnick in the free seat, Ruben Blockhuis in the 2 seat, and Joep Nokker in the bow seat. Over on the far lane and looking composed, like the Orca crew we saw in the previous heat. They are very clear in what they want to do, very clear in how they row, and also looking at the general classification of this development cruise, Orca and Skull tightly matched. So that's hoping to be a spectacular A final later today.
Yeah, and we keep an eye out on that crew from Skull, trying to knock out some of the other crews here in the in the heats. The camera crew really focusing on that crew from Skull, but in lane number 1, the crew from Njord with Matteo de Moreste in the bow seat, who were leading at 1,000, and they did so with a decent margin, a seconds margin. But I think Skull really did well here in the second half of this race, taking the fight to Njord. And going with them in lane number 2, of lane number 3, is the crew from Neerhuis. Now full in picture, just crossing 1500. You can still see the puddles from the crew from Njord rowing completely under the radar of the camera crew, but they are still in the lead. Skull second, Neerhuis is still in third overall, and the charge is unfolding. You can see here the crew from Triton trying to raise the rate, but not really making any inroads. Blade work not as snappy and as perfect as we saw from the crew from Skull in lane number 6. Njord, we'll see them come into view any moment now as we ride still with Skull.
Yeah, I was completely fooled by the camera pictures of course, focusing on this Skull light main squad. Let's not forget that they are the organizing club of this Holland Baker. But yes, it's indeed Njord in the lead, and no surprises there, because they are also the leaders of the general classification in this boat class. So very good rowing from Njord indeed, and I'm happy we get a picture of that rowing. They they are advancing to the A final probably with the fastest time, and Skull third in the general classification will probably come with them, as is Neerhuis currently fourth in the general classification. Njord still has to be careful though, because there you saw it in the picture, they caught a boy there. It is yeah, it is difficult apparently to steer in these lower lanes. We saw it also in the previous heat, but they managed to defend their leading position against Skull, who will advance with them to the A final. And coming in third, it's Neerhuis. And in lane 4, unfortunately for Skadi, they are not going to make it to the A final, as is the case for Triton. And finally closing this heat is the Euros Lightman's coxless 4. And on from the lightweight coxless fours, lightweight men's coxless fours, we move on to the women's coxless fours, and we saw that there was quite a decisive, commanding lead, as it seemed by the Orca crew. But as it stands now, it's Triton really moving through. Gia's Triton combination, it's Willeke Klimp, Meike Nijhuis, Julia Lenselik, and Isabelle Sane moving on third through the 1500 meter mark. And contrary to what we saw in the lightweight men's force, there are only 2 crews in each heat advancing here, because there are 3 heats of women's development 4. And yeah, looking at this Triton crew, this Triton combination, it looks pretty well what they are putting out on the water here today.
Yeah, it was difficult to see in the first 1500, although yeah, the first 1250 to be honest. But Triton really moving on, and We didn't really see them because the camera was more or less focused on the crew from Orca club from Leiden. You can see them now on the left hand side of the picture, but the dark blues are making amends here in the closing stages of the race. They are still leading, not by much. Looking across the lake, we can see the crew from D.S.R furiously sprinting, really high rate.
And coming into the last 500 meters of this second heat of the men's 4, it's a very tight racing indeed, and we see that there is a Skadi crew currently in the lead, but again it's a crew from Nijmegen, crew from Focus in lane 1, stroked by Simon Nijhoff, 5th in the general classification as it stands now, who are looking to qualify their boat. But I also saw that on the times there was Proteus-Eretes in lane 3, very close to that Focus crew. So battle certainly going on here, and while I'm saying that, it seems like the Focus crew actually moved on through the Skadi crew. We see Focus really moving on through that Skadi crew, and that there
Yeah, and another quality crew here from Focus, doing their effort well placed, well timed to get their bubbles ahead. Skadi struggling a bit. They do raise the rate, but again, 2 crews progressing through. The boys in yellow from Nijmegen take the win here in this second heat. Skadi from Rotterdam will join them in the A final. And again, another crew from Proteus-Eretes missing out by the narrowest of margins. They finish 3rd in the heat. Triton will finish 4th overall, and the Saurus Argo combination racing in lane number 4 miss out.
Yes, and with that, we are unfortunately not gonna have commentary on the last race of the men's development coxless 4. So best of luck for those crews to see who qualifies to the last 2 positions for the A final later today. We will have a small break now, and for the people here at the grandstand, they will have some racing in front of them, but also the traditional ceremony of the Koninklijke Holland Beker. So we thank the organizing rowing clubs, we thank the sponsors for making this event possible, and for sure the volunteers. And with this beautiful shot from the men's development for the latest heat, we move on to the ceremony at the grandstand.
Bedankt mannen, blijf nog heel veel hangen om te checken of het volume oké is. Pieter, ze staan allebei aan. Oké.
Beetje gemengd. Zo.
Kan iemand zo mijn glas aangeven? Het staat hier achter, maar ik kan niet alles vasthouden.
Test, test. Zo vol open.
Ja? Is iedereen happy?
Dames en heren.
En de oplader.
Dames en heren. Even weten, liefsto. Oké. Dames en heren. Het bestuur van de Holland Baker heet u van harte welkom bij de aanvang van het hoofdprogramma. De finales van het hoofdnummer. Sowieso willen we al onze sponsoren bedanken en alle beschermers hier aanwezig. Ik noem met name de gemeente Amsterdam. Al sinds jaren dag onze steunpilaar in het realiseren van de Holland Beker. Ook alle andere sponsoren hier aanwezig in dit event. Ik ga ze niet met name noemen, maar u kunt ze wel zien zo dadelijk op de livestream. En dan weet u dat zij een belangrijke contributie hebben geleverd aan de Holland Baker. Ook wil ik nog even bedanken de alle vrijwilligers van school. En wij als ja. En ook de mobo's, de leden van de jury, de umpires en met name Eberhard Engelman, die hier sinds 1995 onafgebroken umpire is geweest. The athletic, we really appreciate the attendance of Oxford groups with 120 athletes. En we hebben natuurlijk de deelname van de Nederlandse equipeleden die vrij hebben gekregen uit hun programma om hier vandaag te starten. En we zijn heel blij dat ze er zijn. Gisteren hadden we hier een uitzwaaimoment van de Nederlandse equipe voor de pers. Na vandaag zult u ze niet meer zien in Nederland. Ze hebben daarna één lange weg af te leggen naar Frankrijk. En daar wensen we ze veel succes. Nu bij de officiële aanvang van de finales van de Koninklijke Holland Beker wil ik u vragen allemaal te gaan staan en met mij een toast uit te brengen op zijn majesteit de koning.
Oké, goed.
Ik pak hem gisteren, ik weet het niet. Die leggen dat we hier met samen.
Moet je nou instappen en snel met de start? Nee, we hebben geen half uur, we hebben maximaal 12 minuten. Nee, we hebben
Als dit helder genoeg is, kom ik goed door. Ik hoor graag je feedback.
Je hoort het in niet, gok ik.
Nee, dat klopt.
Test 1, 2, 3.
Dat is Pieter inderdaad. Dat geluidsuiting ook komen. Even kijken. Dit zit er allemaal in. Kabel.
Dan gaan we natuurlijk weer de hele verkeerde kant op. Maar toen was ik om 6 uur ook naar huis. Om 6 uur 's ochtends naar huis. Echt?
Test, test. Test, test.
Krijg ze binnen.
Mooi, dan is het gewoon een kabel die er geen zin meer in heeft.
Ik had ook dingen in het hand opnieuw aan en uitgezet. Misschien heeft dat het gefixt.
Test, 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 test.
Werkt.
Hoe bedoel je nee? Als in je hoort het niet?
Ik hoorde jouw D.S.R's.
Thanks, dan weet ik wel, dan is het ergens herstart geweest. hier echt heel warm.
Het is heel warm.
Jezus.
Is dit warm nou? Het is nog niet koud als het uitkomt.
Het is nu niet idee dat er heel veel uitkomt als ik het zo hoor.
Nee, dat ook niet.
Dat is de koeling. Niet het idee dat hij heel veel doet.
Nou, gaan we gewoon die deur anders even open halen.
In principe komt er niemand boven.
Nee, precies. En op zich, er wordt ook niet zoveel geluid. Het wordt wel een beetje gestoppeld.
Ja.
Zoals het is. Ik denk dat de meeste mensen nu niet thuis zitten te kijken. Iedereen hier wel is.
Ja, de meeste mensen die het echt kijken, die zijn hier nu.
Ja.
Dan moet je op zich niet verslikken, want we hebben dan straks, als de Holland Baker begint, maar de wedstrijd, dan hebben we gewoon echt wel 300 kijkers.
Ja, nee, natuurlijk.
300 kijkers misschien ook wel.
Ja.
Maar gemiddeld hebben we bij de hoofdnummers 300-400 kijkers. Dus natuurlijk nog een groter hoofdnummer dan normaal.
Ja.
Een beetje meer, maar er zijn ook meer mensen hier als het goed is.
Yes.
Het zijn vooral ouders en vrienden die thuis kijken. Misschien de ouders wel hier, vrienden wat minder waarschijnlijk.
Oh. Oh, het is lekker weer.
Dat is wel, ja.
We gingen zo meteen met dat bedrijfsachterveld volgens mij.
Ja, dat is wel wat ik heb gehoord.
daarvoor al, het was een beetje raar, want ze wilden de hele tijd testen, terwijl hier de hoofdnummers bezig waren. Dus dan waren we een beetje, ja.
Ja, dat is niet lastig.
Er wordt gewoon geroeid.
Voor de rest alles goed?
Ja, nee, alles prima. Ja, het was een one-off of zo, maar nu komen we in de finale. Een paar uurtjes nog.
Ja, nu is de pauze. Of je loopt ook weg.
Ja, dit zijn bedrijfsachten.
Nee, van de HVA.
Ja, weet je, we gaan dat niet
Geen zeker geen pauze. Als je dus nodig hebt, hoor, hè?
Ja, super, dankjewel hoor.
Doei.
Doei.
Yes, and with the finish, close finish in the corporate 8 fields, we are gonna move on to the first A finals of today, and that's gonna be in the under 17 double sculls. Currently in the lead, while we're seeing the last corporate 8 here in our picture, it's the Hogeschool van Amsterdam in the with the blades from Skull, in the boat from Skull. But we are going to move on to the under 17s double scull. At the 500 meter line, it's the Hunze in the lead. It's that strong double here in our picture with the 3 on their bow ball. They are followed closely by Willem 3-1. Then in third position, current third position, is Leite. Fourth is Tromp, and there is another Willem 3 crew in sixth, and it's the Compagnie winning their heat this morning in fifth position as it stands now. And while I'm saying that, I see that the field has really opened up. The crews are fastly approaching the 1,000 meter line, and it's indeed still this crew from the Hunze very strong together, really using that backswing, really using that leverage to, to leverage the boat in this race. And the Leite crew desperately looking over their shoulder and looking where the Hunze crew is to see what they can do in this first A final of today.
Yes, and we are now coming into the final few minutes of this first A final of the under 16 men's double sculls. Right?
Pieter, aan videocommissie, volgens mij horen we Tim nog steeds niet. Graag even iemand boven, ik weet niet wat er aan de hand is. So now indeed fast approaching to the finish line, it's the Hunze crew. They seem to have made the gap in the early stages of this race. Currently it's a battle for second between Leite and Willem 3, but maybe they already gave up on that first place. The gap as it stands is about 4 seconds between the leading crew and the second crew. At least that's what our timing system says, but I'm not sure whether that's actually accurate, because the gap seems to be much bigger. It is Leite here in third position, who for sure would like to do some sprinting, but they are looking a lot to their side, to Willem 3, and with looking you don't make the boat go faster. But also for the Hunze, I saw the bowman there really looking over his shoulder where that finish line is, clearly tiring up and maybe paying for that first fast start. But they made the difference in the early stages of this race, and I think they are gonna make it to the finish line first, getting that first Holland Baker medals of today.
Yeah, great performance from these young athletes, Casper Eldering, Daan Munneke in the stroke seat, and we saw them producing a phenomenal race earlier this morning. Or this day, and when they were in that heat, leading from the start, and we would have expected this race, this A final, to be a bit more closely contended between them and the crews in the lower lanes, the crew from Willem 3 and the crew from Leite. But credit where credit is due, because the athletes from the Hunze will take victory here. The first A final of the day, the Hunze take it. Casper Eldering, Daan Munneke take the win, and I think the crew from Willem 3 narrowly beating the crew from Leite, and that was a fantastic finish by both these two crews. On the far side we see Tromp finishing, and the last two crews contending this race, the crews from Willem 3 en HRV de compagnie uit Hoogeveen fighting all the way to the line. And it's actually the double from Hoogeveen getting 5th overall ahead of Willem III.
Yeah, good job from that crew all the way from Hoogeveen, coming here to Amsterdam to race in this A final. They are, let's not forget, they are under 17 rowers, so they still have quite some future to go in rowing, and this will hopefully inspire them, their participation today, to later on in their careers also compete against the international crews that we will see later this morning. Just a quick look ahead while we'll see that the young women's quadruple sculls are already approaching, which is the second A final of today. We see that the under 23 double sculls are coming after that. Then we have the women's pair, we have the men's pairs, women's double sculls, men's double sculls, and then we go to the bigger boats. There are 4 A finals in the coxless 4, starting with men under 19, women, then women, and then men, and then after that we are gonna move to the main events of the Holland Baker. First the junior skiffs, both men and women, and then the ladies trophy, and of course the Holland Baker. After that there are also the lightweight single sculling events, traditionally highly competitive fields at the Holland Baker. And then there is also the young men's quadruple sculls, women under 17 double sculls, and then after a short break we will start at a 4:45 with the Open Dutch Championships in the lightweight women's quadruple sculls, lightweight men's quadruple sculls, women's quadruple sculls, men's quadruple sculls, and of course the women's 8 and the men's 8. And if you didn't have enough racing then, please stick around after that, because from around 6:30 we will also start with the development finals of today, earlier contesting of course in the heats right before lunch break. But now let's go back to the live feed, because I see some impressive rowing from these young women in the quadruple sculls. In the second A final of today we already saw some beautiful shots from this Willem III Amstel combination leading this race ahead of Rijnland Tromp Delighte combination, an Amstel Rik Spaarne combination, and fourth currently is Naarden. But here we see the women, it's 3 times Amstel, but stroked by a Willem III woman.
Yeah, that's well spotted. It's Brun Zwarts in the stroke seat. She is providing her crew with a steady rhythm all the way down the course, but they are straying out of the lane a bit in these conditions here. And I think they are making a small course adjustment to get their boat back into the center of their lane. They have a good lead, approaching 1500 meters, so a little over a minute and a half still left to row, but it looks really nice, long composed crew here. And they wouldn't have found it difficult to train together, because both the Amstel and Willem III, of course, local clubs here, and they would have made several training sessions together. But pressing on now, it's the crew, the combination crew with Rijnland Tromp and Delighte, stroked by Eva Herman. They are pushing on. It's Eva Herman, the athlete from Tromp, but that crew is more than a length and a half behind the leading crew from Amstel and Willem III. As we ride here from the side, lovely pictures here. I'm not sure if they're doing 20 kilometers an hour at this stage of the race, but there you go. It's still a good length lead for the quad racing in lane number 4, and they still look relaxed here at this stage, about to cross into the Red Boy area, almost 250 meters to go, and then they have a victory here on the Koninklijke Holland Beker.
Yes, Brun Zwarts in the stroke seat of that Amstel Willem III combination, and Also rowing in a boat where I see the acronym NET. So maybe these women also looking to perform later in the international tournaments in the quadruple sculls. But it is competitive. The Rijnland Tromp die Leitencombi was not too far behind, and I see there are some looks over from that Amstel Willem III combination, looking at this this grinding, I would say grinding combination of Rijnland, Tromp and Delight. They are really in here, and they're not letting the Amstel Willem III combi get away. Indeed, like you said, 20 kilometers per hour, putting the 130s on the clock. That might be a bit ambitious at this stage of their rowing career, but for sure, nice speed in this boat, and they managed to defend their lead, and they are probably victorious. They should feel victorious and can be proud of a very nice and well composed race. This Willem III Amstel combi, and unfortunately, Tromp, Rijnland and Delight, they thank each other for a good race together, but they came in second, and then closing the field are the Amstelrijk Spaarne combi and finally the Naarden quadruple sculls.
Die is net gestart. Ik ga heel even kijken of we nog die startlijst krijgen. Ja, dat is echt niet te zien.
And from the young women quadruple sculls, we move on to the under 23 double sculls, and another very competitive field, but this time also from the crews from Azepos, the Fleet, and from Skull.
Pieter aan LVC, maar we geven nog steeds de microfoon door. Dus misschien dat jullie daardoor Tim horen. Ik heb het idee dat zijn microfoon het nog niet doet.
And as we get the times of the 500 meter mark, we indeed see that it's the Belgium crew leading the field by 0.6 of a second ahead of the Great Britain crew. So yeah, it's these under 23 crews from Belgium and Great Britain probably already battling it out, and maybe later this year in the under 23 World Championship. Under 23 World Championships, where they both will participate. Now crossing the 1,000 meter mark, and it's Britain trailing only 1 second behind the Belgium crew, and also Paraguay is still in here maybe to win it. We've seen very strong Paraguayan participation here at the Holland Baker, and we know that they can sprint. The gap is 5 seconds, and with the already quite experienced crews from Belgium and Great Britain, it might be that it's too little too late and that they can defend against this Paraguayan double, but we are not sure, of course. Here, Eloise Joris and Marit Janssens in the lead, looking strong and composed, driving their legs down, but they have to be careful, but it's because it's still that Great Britain double very close behind them.
So we're moving now with the field.
So we're moving now in the final stages of this race. We see the Belgium crew. They have been very composed during the middle part and the start of this race, but they are not able to make that decisive gap against the British. And the British will for sure be looking to sprint finish here in the dying stages of this race, and looking at the picture looking at the pictures as they are coming in now, the British double still have contact, but I think it's really the Belgians keeping their rhythm like it was all through the race, pushing ahead, and with every stroke they're moving inch by inch away from that British combination. But we're still not there, and it's a small boat class, of course, and with sprints, with some finishing sprints to the line, there's still everything to play also for the British combination. And we're almost finishing here now. It's the Belgium combination. Heads up high still. Heads up still high, and we see that they are in the zone of the red boys. The British really have to make a move, but I think it's too little too late. It's the strong Belgium crew, very well coached, very well together, adding in another Belgium victory here at the Holland Baker. They're moving their backs, and it's the British really being a bit more sluggish maybe at the catch, maybe missing out a bit the length of in the front, and the Belgians being able to drive that boat down. I'm also looking at the times. It's not very fast conditions, but for an under 23 crew, it's more than respectable what these women are putting out on the water here today. Good to see, and they have some sprinting still to come because the British indeed they went up.
Yeah, it's Poppy Baker and Megan Knight going all out in the dying stages of this race, but I think the Belgian crew has done enough in a boat aptly named Grinta. They take the win here. It's a full length ahead of GB, who will finish second, but a great victory and delight all around for the athletes from Belgium. Marit Janssens in the stroke seat and Eloise Joris joining her in the bow seat, and it has taken quite a bit of effort beating GB here, but a fantastic performance by the crew from Belgium.
Yes, and from the Belgium double sculls, we move on to this Dutch pair, very distinctive with the flags on the blade. It's the next A final of today, and racing follows each other quickly. There are only 3 crews in this race, and it's the Netherlands crew currently in the lead. Furthermore, there are 2 other Dutch crews actually. It's Proteus-Eretes, the club crew, and Triton, another club crew in this race.
Yeah, those 2 crews outside of the picture we have, but I think it will surprise nobody on the banks that the combination of Willemijn Mulder and Ilse Kolkman representing the Netherlands here are leading this straight A final.
Wat is er nou mis?
Nee, deze microfoon doet het niet. En het ligt niet aan de schuif, tenminste, er gaat gewoon iets mis in...
Ja, jullie denken, maar we zijn nu de hele tijd aan het doorgeven.
Yes, and it's indeed Ilse Kolkman and Willemijn Mulder in the lead. Maybe not the most competitive of fields as it stands now, but beautiful shots here from this Dutch crew. They raced yesterday in the double sculls, came in second there. So might be a bit disappointed with that result, but today there are Holland Baker prizes for them up for grabs. And of course, last week they raced in Lutzer and came into a very, very well-deserved 5th place, if I'm not mistaken. So that was in the A final where there was a very strong international competition. So for sure there is talent in this boat, Willemijn Mulder and Ilse Kolkman, and they are having a very good season, also grabbing that bronze medal at the Europeans, and now adding a very serious prize at the Holland Baker to
to their experience. So
good row from them, and even though they probably know a bit their Dutch competition here from Triton and Proteus-Eretes, and that they know that they should be stronger. They look very focused, and they for sure want to pull out their best race here in front of their home crowds. It's for them also an exclusive opportunity to really race in front of their friends and family. So for sure they want to show what they've been training to to do, and boy, they are doing it. It's good rowing we see from this Dutch pair, not showing any weaknesses also in the final part of this race, and yeah, I'm delighted to see that there is so much more talent coming up besides of this A squad that is going to be sent to Paris.
Yeah, the A squad, and of course we have some pedigree in the sweep rowing events at the open weight category for the women at the international stage, with the pair and the 4 winning medals at the international regattas. And you mentioned Lucerne already. Of course, great results for the Dutch squad, and it was great to see Willemijn Mulder and Ilse Kolkman being right there up and amongst the top crews of the world, because all the favorites for Paris were present, I think, at the Lucerne regatta.
Yeah, and they're now almost approaching the grandstand, where we see that the under-23 double sculls from Eloise Joris and Marit Janssens get awarded their well-deserved KNRB prize, awarded by the KNRB bestuur. Congratulations to them. And here, racing now for the remplaçant Baker, if I pronounce it well, is indeed this women's pair from Ilse Kolkman and Willemijn Mulder. It's a very good sweep rowing, and I think they would like to add a small sprint to the line here. Even though it's been decided probably in this race that they will indeed get that remplaçant Baker awarded by Bert Apeldoorn.
Yes, and now coming into the closing stages of the race, we see the Dutch pair now. I think they're actually raising their game a bit. They're sprinting towards the line, not just taking the win here, but I think they want to show everyone what they're capable of. Ilse Kolkman, Willemijn Mulder opened up an ocean of clear water to Proteus-Eretes with Evie Rademacher and Iris van den Berg in the stroke seat. They are in second position, but the class of the field is the Dutch pair, finishing first here in a time of... we'll have to wait for a few moments, but it won't be a world best time though, which we saw. A very decent time given the conditions here on the Bosbaan.
Yeah, very decent time indeed, and very decent row. And I think it was more than decent. They clearly are tired from this weekend of racing, and they did their best to really get the best of it. And I actually saw some cheers in that Dutch boat. So good to see that they also performed very well against all these other Dutch crews that participated in this race.
Yeah, so great result from them. Triton crossing the line as we speak. That final pair completing the field and completing the A final of the women's pairs. As we move back up to the start, or at least a few minutes from the start actually, because the A final of the men's pair already underway as we ride with the pair from Paraguay, with Ramirez and Portillo there, well interview. And now a quick look at the Dutch national champions. I think I saw the Neerhuis blades there, and of course the crew Skull, which we will keep an eye out on, because that Skull crew was very quick in the morning during the heats. But all eyes will be drawn to Neerhuis here, racing with bow number 4.
Yeah, racing with bow number 4, so that means the center lane. They won their heat this morning, and for sure they are the crew to beat. And it seems that it's pretty dominant already, and it seems it's been decided. Yesterday they had this beautiful battle against the Germans, also in the men's pair, and it was really bow ball to bow ball, with first the Neerhuis crew leading, then the Germans leading, and then there was a moment that Neerhuis was in the lead, but finally it was Germany seizing the win yesterday. So good to see that this Dutch combination, the Dutch champions, are now in the lead, and I think if I would put my money on it, it will be the fast sprinting Paraguayans who are gonna come in second, but then they probably will have to beat the Skull pair
But I think it's possible. There is 3 seconds between them, but this Paraguayan combination has proven to be a very strong finishers.
Yeah, they do know how to put on the afterburners in the final few hundred meters and make up more than a length of deficit in that closing stages. We'll see what they are able to do in this A final, because Neerhuis opened up a substantial margin. You can just about see Jasper Jordens and Isaac Verkijk there in the shot as we ride with the crew from the D.S.R Laga here in lane number 6. That's the Laga 2 crew with Gert-Jan Bruins in the stroke seat. But they are well and truly behind, and they are actually fighting that crew from Paraguay with Gabriel Portillo in the stroke seat. He is really setting an effective rhythm. And let's not forget that these athletes from Paraguay are actually lightweight athletes competing in the open weight category. As we got a very quick view of the crew from Skull, I'm not very confident to tell you where they are relative to Neerhuis, but I think the Dutch National Championship crew leading this field comfortable, and past 1500 it's a very sizable gap actually. It is still Skull in second place.
Yeah, Skull in second place, but they're inverted indeed as Paraguayans, and they almost have overlap with Skull, and they will feel that might be something for grabs there. But we are seeing another nice shot of this Laga combination and now the Skull combination. Suddenly increasing the rate, it seemed, with these shots. But I would like to focus indeed on that fastest moving boat in the field. It's the Neerhuis crew in a commanding lead already. Also for them, don't forget, it's the 4th race of this weekend, the 4th 2K, so they will for sure feel it. And looking on their faces, there is really some grit on it. But they also feel that the home crowd here at the grandstand of the Bosbaan is looking at them. There are some friends and family who can watch them, and this combination is going to add another prize to their already successful season.
Yeah, Jasper Jordens in the stroke seat. I think he's a former junior from the Maastrichtse, all the way from the southern part of the Netherlands. He joined Neerhuis a few years ago when he stepped from the junior to the under-23 levels, and he's producing a fine sprint here, actually pushing the rate up to almost 40 strokes a minute to give the crowd a bit of a show and to show just how strong they are. They win by an ocean of clear water, and the race is unfolding. Paraguay stepping it up, trying to beat Skull in the dying stages of the race.
Yeah, we were warned for that final sprint of Paraguay. Of course, Neerhuis, very strong performance, and congratulations to them. But I think it's Paraguay just missing out on the second place position. But we will have to check the times because it might be really a photo finish, and we will have to look at the official confirmation. Going to the victory pontoon to get the Holland Baker awarded by Lex van Droge is the Neerhuis pair. And while they were racing, we want to congratulate another time Ilse Kookman and Willemijn Muller, who received the Repland Zand Baker by Bert Apeldoorn. They are now on the victory pontoon, and I think their rowing clubs are now singing the songs and the anthems of their clubs.
Yeah, and just to make sure that that everybody knows that the Neerhuis crew just won the A final van men's pair, 6:44, decent time, but the gap is Treviris Trier. Great Britain nicely brought into focus here on the big screen racing in lane number 6, but there's another GB crew as well in this A final in lane number 3. And then sandwiched between the two doubles from Great Britain, we have Proteus-Eretes in lane 4 and Vidar Proteus-Eretes in lane number 5. So a nice mix up there of Dutch and international competition, but it is GB3 with Jenny Bates in the bow seat and Freya Quito from Thames Rowing Club in that stroke seat, providing her bowwoman with an excellent rhythm, and they've really opened up a grand margin. Look at the gap they've opened up. It's we tend to use this phrase quite a lot here in the commentary position, but it is again an ocean of clear water, and the second place crew is one of the crews closest to us. So I think that's GB2 actually. 9 seconds is the difference at 1,000.
Yeah, this A final, it's a direct A final today, so that means there were no heats this morning. So that's why we see this very fast British crew actually in quite a high lane, not in the middle lanes or not in the lower lanes, but really in the high lanes. But it doesn't matter for this crew. Freya Quito already stroking to a massive win yesterday, seizing in these Open Dutch Championships, seizing the win also from Ilse Kolkman and Willemijn Mulder, who we just saw winning in the women's pair. And if we are looking at them today, we're pleased to see them again rowing today. Very, very decisive leg movement there together and moving away still with every stroke from the rest of the field, especially also from that other British crew. So good job from them. We will keep an eye out on their time, because I feel like the conditions are going to be a bit quicker this afternoon. We already saw this 6:44 by the Neerhuis pair, but now in lane 6, all eyes on this British combination.
Yeah, all eyes focused on GB3. Lots of GB crews here at the Koninklijke Holland Beker, and we just heard a few moments ago that there are 120 athletes from Oxford Brookes University Boat Club here, which seems like a lot, but it's a pleasure to have them here and competing at the Holland Baker. 1,500 meters gone, GB3 still in the lead, and I think they've opened up an even bigger margin. It was a little over 9 seconds, the gap at 1,000, and Freya Quito and Jenny Bates opening up a bigger lead every single stroke. And you could go now into energy conserving mode because the margin you have is sufficient, but I think these ladies want to put on a good show for everybody here and to show that they really know how to race the full 2,000 meters course, because with some crews still passing the 1,500 meter mark, this pair from Great Britain already passing 250 to go.
Yeah, already passing 250 to go, and like you said, they can go to energy conservation mode, but there is a big crowd gathering here at the grandstand at the Holland Baker, and also at home there is for sure some people watching the live stream. So and it's also adding to their experience, of course, on these international waters to row a good race and also row a good sprint. So Freya Quito really hammering it on in the stroke seat, and Jenny Bates trying to keep up with them, but they're still moving together, moving that boat very fast towards the finish line, and they're now coming into our picture also from our commentary position, and everybody here on the grandstand can see how fast this women's double sculls boat can move. Really high stroke rate, they're shortening up, but it's been more than enough, and with the time very
coming across the line with the crew from Trier now completing the field.
Yeah, also international participation, of course, from Germany at this Holland Baker. While we were commenting on the women's double sculls, we want to celebrate, to congratulate Isaac Verkijk and Jasper Jordans winning the Laming Baker, awarded by Lex van Drogen, honorable member of the Dutch of the KNRB.
Yeah, the Royal Dutch Rowing Federation, I think.
Thank you for the...
Lex, you're a legend, let's not forget. And he gives that Laming Baker, which is a very nice cup, if I remember correctly. From the Laming Baker and the women's double scull, we move into the A final of the men's double sculls. Just 4 crews competing here. We have Scull racing in lane number 2, Great Britain racing in lane number 3, Orca, the second crew from Orca in lane number 4, and the very quick combination of Olle van Bohemen, together with his bowman Vossemeijse racing in lane number 5, and it is that crew who were brought into focus just a few moments ago on the live stream. We could see Ole van Bohemen in the red and the brown, or the club colors of Tata, leading his bowman Vossemeijse, but it is a two-horse race here between GB and the combination of Proteus-Eretes and Tata.
Yeah, it's a rematch of yesterday, of course. Proteus-Eretes, Tata, Ole van Bohemen and Vossemeijse seizing that win in the Open Dutch Championships, but not far behind it. And actually in the heats, they were faster yesterday. There was James Gere and Harry Runet. I hope I pronounce his name correctly, of course. And it's a rematch of yesterday, and it's currently the Proteus combination, maybe even trailing 0.3 of a second behind if I was looking at time team. Yesterday, we know that this crew needed really the heat to get together, to correct some technical difficulties, and then to race that impressive race in the final. So maybe that's not paying off well that there is a direct final, of course, but still very much in it to win it. This Dutch combination.
Yeah, they are definitely in it to win it, and the coming 300 and something meters will decide the fate whether the coveted win here in the A final of the men's double sculls will go to a Dutch crew with Ole Bohemen and Vossemeijse, or it will go all the way to Great Britain. We'll see when these crews get here on the line. They're still just outside the 250 meters to go. We'll keep a close eye on them because this was the part of the race where the Proteus-Eretes and Tata double made the big move yesterday, moving into the lead of the final. But GB not lying down. I think it is just the narrowest of margins for the Dutch double, with GB giving chase.
Yeah, it's the narrowest of marching, and we are preparing for a beautiful sprint for the home crowd here at the Holland Baker. So will it be the Dutch crew, or will it be another British victory in the double sculls after that dominating performance from Freya Quito and Jenny Bates? In our picture there is also Skull now coming through, but they are, of course, trailing behind and not in the win here anymore. I thought there was a slight disturbance in the Dutch boat of Vossemeijse and Ole van Bohemen. I'm not sure whether that really slowed them down in the boat speed, because they are two strong guys. And we're now fast approaching the finish line. And also James Gere and Harry Runet, they keep up the pace. Last 250 meters we are now, and it's hard to say, it's hard to tell who is ahead.
I think it's GB. The Brits had the better momentum, the better boat speed coming through the penultimate timing mark at 1500, and that little bit of a wobble for the Dutch double may have cost them the win. There's still plenty of time to make amends though. GB in the lead by the narrowest of margins. Difficult to see from this angle. I think Vossemeijse and Ole van Bohemen stepping it up. Powerful athletes putting it all the power in the water, trying to get their bubble ahead.
Yeah, trying to get their bow ball behind, and even though it's not with the most beautiful rowing, there is clearly some strength in both these combinations, and I think it's indeed, again, the Dutch combination just seizing this win in front of the British double sculls, but very impressive stuff indeed here this afternoon at the Bosbaan A finals, and it is also a time slightly under 6:30, so that means that the conditions are surely speeding up, coming towards the main numbers later today.
I think you're right, but don't call me Shirley. Yeah, right. We move back into the action and back into the swing of things because the next A final is already on the course. We're approaching 1,500 meters in a two-boat race. It is the Hope crew in lane number 4, and they have gone toe-to-toe with the combination crew from de Maas, de Alkmaarse en de Zwolse roeiverenigingen. And it is so far so good for the club crew from the Hope. They lead by 0.8 of a second. So really evenly matched race here between these two junior fours.
Yeah, and it's surprising actually to see, because when I was looking at the live stream and I saw that the Hope was already quite far ahead in the first stages of this race, but they have not been able to extend that lead over the combination from Alkmaarse, Zwolse and de Maas. And in this head-to-head race, it's turning out to be a very nice sprint finish. I saw some looks also from the Hope boat who are desperately trying to defend and trying to put on more length in their strokes and really trying to push away this Alkmaarse Zwolse combination. But yeah, the power seems to be just a bit more composed. They seem to have just left a bit more for the final stages of this race, and coming now in front of the grandstand, cheer them on, I would say. It's the juniors in in this juniors for the Alkmaarse Zwolse, the Maas combination beating the Hope.
Yes, and they've timed this to absolute perfection. There's still a precious little separating these two crews, but the crew from the Alkmaarse, stroked by Wessel Immeker, are piling on the pressure and raising the rates. They're gonna have the victory, I think, come 20 meters because they have their bubble in front. In the end, it is a quarter, perhaps 1/3 of a length. And they take the win here in this two-horse race, and they are very happy. That combination crew taking the win with Simon ten Kate, Mark Knowles, Luca Verseput and Wessel Immeker. They take a famous victory here after they were in second position all the way up into, I think, 1850 meters, so 150 out from the finish. They took the lead and they hung on for dear life to take the win.
Yeah, and from these young men fours, we move on to the women's fours. We see a very strong Oxford Brookes crew, and really showing that distinctive style that we've seen from this Oxford Brookes crew. Also a nearest crew in the final of the women's four. There are actually two nearest crews in this final, but 3 nearest crews, I'm sorry, half of the final is nearest, but they are definitely not in the lead. Now, it seems like we have a race here for second for the first 3 spots between 3 crews. There is a Triton Orca combination, there is the Lage Okeanos combination, and there is that strong crew from Oxford Brookes. We are still awaiting the times, but we know that these women are quite far on the way already and fastly approaching the 1,000 meter mark.
Yeah, they are really flying towards us, I'd say, with the crew from Oxford Brookes University, I think, leading at this stage as the camera focuses on the crew from Utrecht with Via de Ruiter in the stroke seat. They are currently in second position, and third position is the Lage Okeanos combination, who we saw racing yesterday too, with Celine den Bremer in the stroke seat. I'm not sure they're going to get the win here in the A final of the women's coxless for today, because the crew from Utrecht looks really strong and long and powerful, but that is all for nothing if this crew, which we can see here with Alison Baker, the stroke woman of the Oxford Brookes University crew, if they keep their barbel out in front. We're not yet at 1,000, we're closing into halfway, and it looks good for the crew from Great Britain, but when we get a side-on view, we know exactly where these crews are, but I reckon the crew from Oxford Brookes are still in the lead over the crew from Triton and Orca.
Yeah, and the crew from Triton and Orca and the crew from Lage and Okeanos, they were already racing each other in the heats of the Open Dutch Championships yesterday, and it was actually the crew from Laga and Okeanos who were then the fastest here at the finish line. But also yesterday, fast starting was the Utrecht combination, and I think they were able today to extend that lead. And maybe there is some tiredness after yesterday in that Laga combination. They are for sure not out of it yet, but in the lead, like you said, it's another crew from Oxford Brookes University. Very impressive stuff what they are putting out here on the Dutch waters.
Yeah, we saw them in the distance. They are producing a great race pace here and looking to beat the Dutch crews here. But we can see the grimace on the face of Alison Baker. Behind her, Abby Spears in the 3 seat, providing the length and the stability for Jasmine Bowers and Beth Dutton to follow the two women in the bows of that crew. They are leading. We'll take a quick look at the times if we have them. There is a little over a second and a half separating first and second. Second place still being that Triton Orca combination with Laga and Okeanos giving chase in third. The other crews in this race, the 3 crews from the D.S.R is not really in the same race. Because the race out in front is still dominated by this Oxford Brookes crew, but they look like they're tiring a bit here in the second half, if I'm honest.
Yes, Oxford Brookes University, another strong crew of them, but it seems like indeed they are tiring up. Yesterday they managed to seize the 3rd spot in the A final of the women's 4 behind 2 other crews from Oxford Brookes, and today they seem to be the only crew from Oxford Brookes to try to win the prizes here, but I think it might just be enough, because also the Utrecht crew and the Laga crew are tiring up, and if we have to believe the timing we now see on the screen, then the gap is already 5 seconds, and that's a seizable gap in this in a women's 4 because there are 4 rowers, so it's quite a heavy boat, and then to change the boat speed significantly, something dramatic needs to happen. Either the leading crew really needs to slow down by, but let's not hope for that, or one of the other crews really needs to put on a fair sprint and put the rates higher up. But I don't see that happening as of now, so I think we can really see some good rowing now from the Oxford Brookes crew here in front of the grandstand, coming into the finish line to grab that win in the women's 4.
Yeah, we can only doff our hats for this crew from Oxford Brookes. They did the damage in the 3rd quarter, that all-important 3rd quarter, and they've walked away from the rest of the field. Only the crew from Utrecht being able to more or less keep pace with them, but they've opened up a sizable margin, and I think they've done enough. They're not really happy with their placing just yet. They do sprint, they do race it to a sprint finish, and they are going to finish in style. I think this crew from Oxford Brookes will take the win in the women's coxless 4. Crossing the line now, it's Clearwater separating them from the Utrecht combination, and the Okeanos Laga 4 coming in 3rd, and then it's Clearwater back to the crews from D.S.R who will finish 4th, 5th and 6th.
And from the women's 4s, we move on to the men's 4s, and there is very, very strong racing indeed, because the timing if the timing is correct, we have 6 crews within 2 seconds. We are quickly gonna do a small lineup. There in the first lane, there is the Hope, the Big Boys United initiative, fast starting for sure. Oxford Brook University 2 is in lane 2. Lane 3 is that strong under 23 Belgium 4, and they will look to move up in this race because it's Oxford Brook University 2 currently in lane 4, leading the race by about a length, and then there is the Proteus-Eretes Orca combination in lane 5 and Neras 2 in lane 6. And yeah, and as we are seeing the boats approaching, we see that indeed Oxford Brooks is in the lead, and it's going fast for these fours because we are fastly approaching the 1,000 meter mark. My eye for this race is on that that Belgium crew, that Belgium under 23 crew, who were really impressive over the weekend. But so far in this A final, they couldn't really step up and show what they've. Show what they've got, and I would like to see a shot of them and maybe see what they have. But it's now also the Big Boys United who are actually the only crew in this field who seem to have a bit of overlap with the Oxford Brooks crews.
Yeah, I think the Oxford Brooks 2 crew, stroked by Jonathan Cameron there in the stroke seats, and the reversed cap of Jamie Cope is there. Full interview. I think they really needed to front load this race because the pace of that Belgian 4 is in the middle part of the race is phenomenal. You can see them here nicely captured in one picture, but the maroon red of Oxford Brooks on the right hand side, leading by a full length and a bit of clear water over the rest of the field. We also saw the bow ball of the crew from the Hope, stroked by Luc Cornelia. He is a big, tall athlete. We saw their bow balls just a few moments ago, but the speed here by Oxford Brooks 2 is just phenomenal. They are opening up a bigger lead every single stroke, and again, as we saw with their women's coxless 4, they are opening up in that third quarter, and we already approach 1500. This is such a fast race, and only one crew really in the lead here. The rest of the crews not really able to match this Oxford Brooks crew.
No, not really able to match this Oxford Brooks crew. Yesterday they were also very dominant in the race, and we know that there have been some changes in the positions all over the Oxford Brooks crew. We mentioned that already earlier today, but I don't see any crew getting closer, and also in this combination they managed to get the boat up to speed well. The Belgians have some repair work to do if they want to make it into second position, and it's because it's the Proteus-Eretes Orca combination who are currently in second. Really moving on well together, it's this British crew, and we see Jamie Cowpers in the bow seat. He knows really, has a lot of experience with winning in the Holland Baker, former lightweight, winning 2 years ago in the lightmen's double sculls, but now after yesterday's victory in the Open Dutch Championships in the 4, also looking for a win here today at the men's 4 again.
Yeah, you can see the Oxford Brooks crews are hurting, but I'm guessing the rest of the crews are hurting just that bit more because the pace being set by Oxford Brooks is absolutely phenomenal. The Belgian crew, we had high hopes of their performance here in the A final. They are not able to deliver on that promise just yet because the Proteus-Eretes combination crew to the left hand side of the picture here are really making a great move into second position. And you can see here the crew with bow number 4. It's power rowing, it's absolute power rowing here from these guys from Oxford Brooks. Fantastic stuff. They even sprint to the line, opening up even more clear water between them and the rest of the field. They cross the line. I think it won't be a very quick time though, but 6:06 is absolutely decent in these conditions. The Proteus combination crew finish second, and a surprise fast finish here by the crew from the Hope. I think they finished third overall, just ahead of Belgium and the second crew from Oxford Brooks in lane number 2. with the crew from Neerhuis just coming across the line right now.
Yeah, and in our picture we see this Belgium under-23 crew absolutely devastated. They gave it their all in this race, and they will be slightly disappointed. But thumbs up from the Bouwman there to his fellow men's four that were in this race. We see some single sculls, but we will very shortly have a break because we are now moving on to single sculling, preparing for the main fields of this Holland Baker. I see Harry looking at us, probably has a small interview with one of the winning fours from Oxford Brookes. Both wins, victories in the women's four and the men's four. Harry, over to you.
Yes, thanks. Thanks, Tim and Peter. The women are just easing away from me at the moment, but congrats, girls. I'll take it over from the men. Hopefully you had a lovely weekend here at the Bosbaan. I think you have, right? That's great. Ready for a few short questions? Yeah, you can do it. Well, first of all, congrats, big win. 6:06, quite a good time, right?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever went 6:10 ever in a 4. 06, yeah, never done that. It's class crack there, it's mighty.
Yeah, 6:06 was on the screen, so, well, your team might say, well, it's quite lovely, so that's quite another big ending to the weekend, I assume. Yeah, was it your first time in Amsterdam?
Yeah, I think for some of us, yeah. I think for us three, yeah, Jamie's a bit older than some of us, so I think he's been here a few years. But yeah, first time for some of us. It's great, love it.
Nice, hopefully we can see again each other next week. Next up, Henley, I assume?
Yeah, Henley, a few races back in England, around London and stuff like that, and then, yeah, Henley, so hopefully we'll see a few more Dutch crews out there and get a bit more experience, which is great.
Yeah. Well, I think you'll definitely see the Hope crew over there, indeed. I think so, yeah. I'm not quite sure, but don't pin me down on it. But I will definitely see you at the live stream. Congrats, guys.
All right, thanks a million.
Yes, nice little interview with winning four from Oxford Brookes University. Now they're gonna have their pictures taken there at the victory pontoon. Also good to see lightweight rower Jamie Copus getting another prize here at the Holland Baker. While we were listening to the interview, we are also seeing this young man coming towards us. So these are under 19 men, and we are looking at the B final, and I think it's the rower from the Alkmaars really performing well in the higher lanes, showing off his quality and showing that he would really like to be in the A final. So Stan Helmstrijd, but these are young men, so for sure a bright future ahead, and hopefully for Stan Helmstrijd, when he will be senior, there are many more A finals to come. This B final has been impressive so far for anyone watching the screen. The same goes for the light rower now on the live stream, coming in second with the 2 on his bow ball. Coming in third, it's the sculler from D.S.R. And in fourth, it's the Asser Rui Club, and then closing this B final, it's the rowers from the Hunse and the rower from Tromp, who was very close to qualifying for the B final, but I'm not sure what happened during this B final, but he decided to get down the pace, and for sure we will see him later in his rowing career.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, we'll see all these athletes in the season and the years to come, I assume. And with that conclusion of the B final of the junior men's single sculls, we move on to the A final. Just a quick lane order on the big screen as well. We have Marijn de Klerk Zoepli in lane number 1, Jonas Dorrestein from DDS in lane 2. We have Amerik Laloux from Ligue Francophone d'Aviron in lane number 3, Koen de Gunst from Rick in lane 4, Hugo Slange from Gouda in lane number 5, and completing the field is Gijs van Averooyd namens representing Beatrix in lane number 6, closest to the camera here with the bow number 6. And all these crews readying themselves. It's just minute to go until we depart in this A final of the junior men's single sculls.
Yeah, so all these athletes under 19 years old, still probably not so experienced with this type of racing, but it will be very interesting to see how it turns out. This I think probably the most packed field of this regatta. There were 4 heats this morning, so a lot of junior men looking to seize this prize, to seize the J M de Jonge prize later today, and get to that victory pontoon. And since there were 4 heats, it also means that the center 4 scullers were the winners of their respective heats this morning. So most eyes on them, mostly your eyes on them for sure. While we see that all rowers now square their blades and are preparing for the start. And as far as we can see, it's a smooth start for anyone, maybe except from the rower from DDS in lane 2, but he already got up to speed, and yeah, I like that we finally see some pictures from the start, because then you can really see how fast these young men are hammering on in the first 100 meter to just get their bow ball in front of the others.
Yeah, it's a game of chess and poker, I think, because you put one of your cards down the table immediately as soon as the light turns green. You have to have a good start in this single sculls field to be up and amongst it, because if you are trailing out of the start, it is very difficult to get back in front of the field, as we ride with the bows of Hugo Slange from Gouda. We saw him winning his heat this morning, and he's a very powerful athlete, and he was one of the crews who were not really high rating, but instead pushing the watts, and as we ride with Koen de Gunst for a few seconds there, who was more of the tapping it along style, lower power but a bit more rate. We'll see how it pans out as we approach 500 meters gone, just about a minute into the race. It's very difficult to see if any of these crews have eked out a lead, but it's been a nice even start across the board.
Yeah, it's a nice even start across the board in a field with quite some history at the Holland Baker. Very strong, powerful athletes with bright futures ahead of them has raced in this field in this JM de Jonge Prize at the Holland Baker. We had some Belgium participation over the years and also very strong Dutch competitors. And this year it's an all Dutch field, and I think it's in fact the men from Gouda winning in the under 17 singles girls earlier this year in the lead over the first 500 meters. But as the field is progressing towards the towards the 1,000-meter line, I think there are 4 crews currently in the medaling positions.
Yeah, it's a fast start. It's a furious start, and you need to be able to push yourself deep into that oxygen depth early on here to make sure your bowel is with the leading crews. The camera concentrating again on the bow of Hugo Slange, the sculler from Gouda. Here we are riding with him, nice long strokes. We mentioned earlier he has a bit more power. He's not really the highest rating athlete in this field, and you can already see on his face that he is digging in deep. He's really hurting a bit. We approach 3 minutes into this race. We're not even at halfway, but he does have a very healthy lead over Koen de Gunst from Rick, who is racing beside him in lane number 4.
Yeah, and something which I already saw this morning is that Hugo Slange, the tall man from Gouda, is looking a lot at that stroke coach or at that speed coach. He's getting a lot of information from it, and if I'm not wrong, I even saw a bit of a nod by his head. Maybe he's not completely satisfied with the numbers he is seeing, but that's for him to decide. Now coming to the 1,000-meter line, I think he's in the lead, and we saw here a nice shot of the man in lane 6 from Beatrix, Simon van der Aarvoort, finishing as the second, as the fastest number 2 crew. But he seems to be out of contention. It's really Hugo Slange by about a length lead, I would say. It's 2 seconds down to the man from Rick, and 2 seconds behind it there is the big man from D.S.R.
Yeah, that's of course Jonas Dorrestein, another winner of this morning's heats, but he's trailing by 4 seconds. We've just passed 1,000, and seeing the 1,000-meter times, we don't really have them on the screen, but it's not fast conditions, so these athletes will have to prepare themselves for a long race. We see the bow of the number 3, the sculler from Belgium, not really in this race. He is in, I think, 4th or 5th overall, as Hugo Slange is putting more distance into the field every single stroke.
Yeah, Hugo Slange, very strong performance from the Gouda athlete. And I think that's these long strokes are really working for him. He gets that, that pattern in his rowing is very consistent, and he doesn't have to move up too much. He grabs the water in the front of his stroke and then uses that long and powerful body to really stretch away with every single stroke. In the top of your picture, you see a different style by Simon van Aarvoort. It's a bit more shorter, it's a bit more... and he's really raising his stroke rate to get back into contention, but I think it's too little too late, at least to grab Hugo Slange. Close, we're also looking just yet at that rower from Rick. He was having a pretty smooth technique. We're now seeing him passing our picture, but also for him the gap has really opened up.
Yeah, there's only one man who is able to live with the pace being set by Hugo Slange, and that is Koen de Gunst. He's still tapping it along in that distinctive style from the sculler from Rick. He is 2 and a bit seconds behind. He's not outside of a chance to get the win here, and we can look on the face of Hugo Slange, and he's really tiring a bit. We saw this in this morning's heat as well. He's starting to struggle just a bit, feeling the lactic acid in his legs, his back and his arms, and this may be a chance for the sculler from Rick to push his bowel ahead and take the initiative in this race.
Yeah, good to see Rick, one of the traditionally big providers for the under 19 squads of the Netherlands, to have another good sculler up here. Over the past year, it's not been so consistent coming from that club, but Koen van der Gunst is for sure in here. Especially now we see that Hugo Slanger, like you said, he is tiring up. His chin is moving more and more to his chest, and he's not being able to produce that strong finishes. But there is still lots of movement for the boat. But if Koen de Gunst now would see his fellow competitor from Gouda, he would maybe try to move up. But I think he is not able to. Koen van der Gunst also now in second place, not being able to do it. Hugo Slange desperately looking towards the line, looking at the rest of the field. He is slowing down towards the finish line. Really has nothing left anymore. But he wins the JM de Jonge Prijs. He wins one of the main events at the Holland Baker. Congrats for the under 17 men from Gouda. Big show from Hugo Slange from Gouda.
Yeah, and Koen de Gunst finishing second, and then it was really close between Gijs van der Avoort and the sculler from D.S.R, Jonas Dorrestein, for third and fourth, with the scullers from the Hope and the Ligue Francophone d'Aviron finishing fifth and sixth. And I do apologize to Hugo Slanger from Gouda for doubting him in the second half of this race. He looked to me like he was tying up, but he was able to sustain his effort. So I doff my hat for you, and congratulations on your win here at the Koninklijke Holland Beker.
Hugo Slanger, for sure, one of the talents to watch in the Dutch first under 19 and then for under 23 squads of the coming years. Big future ahead of him, probably. We see that women, the junior women, the under 19 women, final B is well underway for their Pro Patria Prize. We will pick them up later this race, as we will now proceed to have a small break. And while we see the B final of the young women underway, we see that there is currently Hugo Slange receiving the JM de Jonge prijs from Tim van Heeswijk. Also, congratulations, big congratulations from us here from the commentary position, from our commentary positions for that impressive race leading from start to finish. Hugo Slange from Gouda. We see that the B final of the young women is well underway. In lane 1 there is Hanna de Geus from Leiden. In lane 2 there is Anna Leveld from De Laak. In lane 3 there is Lieke Rijn from Viking. Lane 4 there's Wouke Hania from De Laak. And in lane 6 there is Lieske Tromp. So it's a 5 women's race which is currently led by the sculler from Viking, but closely followed by Willem III.
Yeah, Lieke Rijn leading this race. She took the initiative after the first 500 because quickest out of the blocks was the athlete from Willem III, Lieske Tromp. She led out from the get-go and she was overhauled. She's currently sitting in second position overall. I think we can see her now with the bow number 6. I must say that the sculling does look nice and long. It's a powerful rowing from her. And we'll wait and see where she is relative to the rest of the field. They are closing into the finish though. They're closer than I thought they were. Just 200 meters separating them from the finish line. And looking to this field, it is indeed the athlete in the center lanes, Lieke Rijn from Viking. You can see here her on the picture. She's really racing, concentrating on her stern. She's leading by about a length coming into the final 50 meters, and I don't think she will be overhauled. She is picking it up though. She's raising the rate slightly, not really sprinting all out. And on the far side, the same can be said of Lieske Tromp from Willem III.
Yeah, beautiful sprint finish maybe here in the B final of the young women, the under 19 single sculls. But I think indeed Lieke Rijn, she has done enough to conceal her lead. She is a tall woman and that means that there's probably quite a lot of talent in that sculler from Utrecht. Probably we will hear a lot from her in the years to come. Indeed, it's Lieske Tromp from Willem III getting second place in this B final in front of De Laak, in front of De Leiden and De Laak, and another sculler from De Laak finishing this B final in the young women single sculls.
Yeah, that was the B final where we can still see Lieke Rijn from Viking catching her breath after a hotly contested B final. As we move back to the start for the A final, I think already a call to attention, and even started a very quick start there by the umpire. And well, lots of differences in terms of starting procedure, but before we get into the thick of things, we give you a quick lane order. On the far side from this camera position, we have Sanne Kessels, lane 1, Helena Brandt from the Hunze, lane 2, Eva Herman, lane 3, Emma van Doren in lane number 4. And right beside her, we just saw her slipping out of the picture, Vivienne Herlaar from Viking, lane 5, and Tara van Veen from the Roosendaalse in lane number 6. But we ride now with the 2 front runners of this field, Helena Brandt with the bow number 2, but the quickest out of the blocks is Emma van Doren from the Asseroei Club. And I don't think we are very surprised to see Emma van Doren out in front in the early stages.
No, we for sure are not. Emma van Doren finishing second at latest national championships, but also winning her heat. And actually in the fastest time this morning was Eva Herman from Rijnland. She is currently trailing a bit behind, but probably we will see her moving up the field later in this race. They are battling it on for the Pro Patria prize, which will be awarded by Jan Willem Landman here on the Victory Pontoon. But at this early stage, I think there is still not that much space between the boats, and it's still everybody's game for who is gonna seize that victory. Of course, Emma van Doren being slightly favorite, but I would for sure not exclude all the other young women scholars in this race.
No, definitely. We have high quality crews and all these athletes evenly matched though, but one standing out amongst them. We are approaching the first timing mark, 500 meters gone, and one of the athletes has gone already. The bow number 4 not in the picture here, and that is because Emma van Doren has led out from the start. 5 seconds is her margin at 500. An amazingly quick first quarter. And right behind her are the crews from the Hunze and Rijnland in the low lanes. And now we can see the lead sculler, the lead athlete, Emma van Doren. She's doing what we expected her to do, but she has to execute this race to perfection to make sure she gets the win here at the Koninklijke.
Yeah, and she's doing that to perfection, getting that very prestigious Pro Patria award. The under 19 single sculls is one of the main events here at the Holland Baker, so for sure that's one for grabs. And the thing is, with these age categories, it's also you can only participate for a limited time in your life, of course. After you turn 19, there is no possibility in participating in this junior event. So when you have a chance to win it, you for sure would like to win it, and that's what Emma van Doren is really determined to do. She is leading the pack, and I think also the scholar from Rijnland is now starting to move up her row, but if she wants to catch Emma van Doren, it's probably too late.
Yes, I think she's leaving herself too much work to do, but who can? I probably wouldn't been able to reel in the quality athlete, which is Emma van Doren from the D.S.R Roei Club. We haven't seen too many athletes from the D.S.R Roei Club doing well here in previous years at the Holland Baker. So it's great to see her representing her club colors with some pride as she approaches halfway. I don't think we're going to keep it under 4 minutes to 1,000, but it is a quick time given these conditions. And just to give you a bit of more information, we have the A finals of the junior women's single sculls to complete the junior categories here at the Koninklijke Holland Beker, and in a few moments we go to the bigger events, because in 10 minutes time we have the A final of the ladies trophy. So if you are if you're not already at the grandstand, please come to the grandstand, because we have the main events in just 10 minutes. And after the ladies' trophy, of course, we have the Holland Baker. We already saw a few of the athletes coming past our commentary position. So we'll see the Holland Baker A final at 4 p.m., 25 minutes from now. And we step back into the action with the A final of the junior women's single sculls, and it's still going all the way for Emma van Doren.
Yeah, still going all the way from Emma van Doren, and look at the determination on her face. Her head is staying at a single height. We don't know what her eyes are doing, of course, behind those big glasses, but it looks impressive for this under 19 female scholar. Yesterday she finished in second, just trailing behind another women's double sculls paired together with Helena Brandt, her teammate. Helena Brandt also in this A final. I think she's currently in third, but out of the medal contention, because it's really Emma van Doren approaching the finish line fast now, approaching first the 1500 meters line, and I'm curious what we will see in the last 500 meters of her. Probably a final sprint won't even be necessary, but she might want to show it to the big crowd here at the grandstand of the Holland Baker.
Yeah, it's filling up here. It's great to see so many fans on the banks of the Bosbaan, as Emma van Doren is already at 1500. establishing herself as the sole ruler of this A final, and she has led from start to finish. Well, she's not quite yet at the finish, but she will be in a few minutes time. She has a decent margin, and it's great to see the sculler from Rijnland, Eva Herman, following at 6.8 seconds, and a very nice tussle here between Helena Brandt and Sanne Kessels in lanes number 1 and 2. But that's all happening far away from the sculler from the Asseroei Club, because Emma van Doren can just see that battle unfolding as she is impassive and just tapping it along, and I think she's just going to enjoy this ride down to the finish.
Well, enjoying, I think will only be happening after the finish. She is also tiring up. You see that there is some extra movement sometimes right before the catch, but she is now entering the red boys, and that means that there is only less than 250 meters to go for her to seize that Pro Patria prize. After many second places this season, she gets one of the main prizes in Dutch rowing for grabs, and that will be a very big confidence boost for her in her future rowing career, but also maybe towards later international tournaments in this under 19 both classes.
Yeah, I'm sure the national coaches who are present here at the Koninklijke Holland Beker will have an eye on this A final and this dominant performance by Emma van Doren. She is just tapping it along. She's put the rate up on something 28, 29 strokes a minute. Not too high, but she's able to sustain this pace. And she can watch the rest of the field come back at her, but she is absolutely flying in this rhythm. A bit of extra movement, you're right, but she is delivering a very mature performance, given her young age, and a well-deserved win here after all those second places here on the Bosbaan and on different regattas here in the Netherlands. And yeah, it's just a job well done, I think. Not much in terms of elation crossing the line, but definitely some relief.
Yeah, definitely some relief, and also I think a slight relief here for Sanne Kessels from Viking, just being able to beat Helena Brandt here on the line for third place in this Pro Patria prize. Second was of course the sculler from Rijnland, Eva Herman. And with that we close the young women, the under 19 women rowing. They can go to the pontoon to get their respective prizes. And we move on to the B final of the ladies trophy. And all these scullers, of course, wanted to be in the IA final, which we will see after this race. All these scullers wanted to be there and to follow Emma Twigg. I mean, that's a name you want to have as a predecessor, but unfortunately for them, it's not this year. And what we're seeing is a race unfold, I think, between a Dutch sculler, Nika Vos, in the top of your picture now, and a British sculler.
Yes, you're perfectly right. Ali Cook from Great Britain putting the pressure on one of the home favourites with Nika Vos from the Netherlands, who actually led out of the start. She had the quickest time to 500, but her lead was just 0.3 of a second to the first timing mark, and in the second 500 Ali Cook took the initiative out of the hands of the Dutch woman, and we are now blasting past 1,000 into that all-important third quarter, and difficult to see from this camera angle who is leading at this stage, but I'm guessing that it is still Ali Cook from GB in the lead. As we see here, yes, a very interesting camera angle from behind of this race. It's still Ali Cook. She's leading by about a quarter of a length, just 0.3 of a second in it between her and Nika Vos. And following closely is the sculler from Neerhuis. That is, of course, Jente Jongsma racing in her club colours. 6 minutes flat to 1,500. Conditions chopping and changing. Not really producing the blistering times we saw last year, but great racing. And Nika Vos sizing up the opposition 2 lanes to her left in the form of Ali Cook, who is leading. and who is still looking comfortable. I think Ellie Cook has another gear to go to if she needs be, and she'll keep an eye out to Nika Vos on her right-hand side.
Yeah, Ellie Cook, young athlete coming all the way from Great Britain to race here. She's still in the under 23 categories, and I think she is one of the Reading rowers performing here at the Holland Baker. But it's gonna be a race between her and Nika Vos for the finish line, because Nika Vos seems to have moved up in the field and might have some final sprinting here in front of her home crowd. Surely she will not be satisfied with how her tournament went here in the Ladies Trophy, but it's impressive what she's putting out on the water here for that final sprint.
Yeah, she's not happy racing this B final, but the best thing you can do if you are here in the B final is to win it. And Nika Vos going absolutely all out to get that 7th place overall, but Ellie Cook from GB not letting her go that easily. It is precious little separating the two bow balls from the Dutch sculler and the sculler from Great Britain. I think Nika Vos just has the advantage coming into the final 20 meters of this race. 3 strokes to go. It will be Nika Vos. She takes the win in the B final. Ellie Cook takes 2nd overall. Jente Jongsma from Neerhuis will take 3rd in this B final. And then it's Sydney de Ruiter from Njord, 4th across the line, and completing the field it's Martine Kamminga from Proteus-Eretes and Mia Vrijsem from Neerhuis as well here in lane number 1, about to cross the line.
Yeah, and clearly I feel like there are some emotions here for Nika Vos. She sees the victory in this B final, not satisfied to be here, but it was a brilliant scull in this B final against Ellie Cook beating the British sculler. So compliments for her, but now we have to move on to the A final of that highly contested Ladies Trophy. An opportunity to be in the same list as Emma Twigg. That must be that says something about how prestigious this race is.
Yeah, some big shoes to fill in this A final, and a quick lane order to get you going. We have Nicole Martinez Gonzalez from Paraguay in lane number 1, Adriana Boersen representing White March Boat Club from the USA in lane number 2. In one of the favored center lanes, Juliane Faralic representing the Frankfurter Rudergesellschaft Germania, and right beside her another one of the favorites, Alejandra Alonso Alderete from Paraguay in lane 4. From Great Britain we have Vaire Ubukuwu. She is racing, I think, in her Twickenham kit. In lane number 5, and completing the field from Switzerland is Olivia Negrinotti in lane number 6. And if we have the image from the side show, the camera car, as we do now on the big screen, you can see that the Swiss athlete is closest to the camera with the bow number 6.
Yeah, big show up, big international show up. In fact, no Dutch crews in this final of this A final of the Ladies Trophy. Eyes, I think, mainly on the center lanes, Juliana Faralic, but also this Alejandra Alonso Alderete, who has had a very strong tournament so far. And yeah, it's a bit of a slow start from Juliana Faralic. Could you see what happened there, Tim?
Yeah, I think she was not really expecting the green light as quickly as it came. Who was very sharp out of the blocks was the athlete from Paraguay in lane number 4. Alejandra Alonso Alderete was sharp as a knife, really quickly out of the blocks, and she immediately took about half a length out of Juliana Faralic, who was caught napping at the start. As we ride with the 2 outside lanes with Vaire Ubukuwu in lane number 5 and Olivia Negrinotti in lane 6, and this is the fastest woman out of the blocks, but look at the power here being laid down by Vaire Ubukuwu from Great Britain.
Yeah, Vaire Ubukuwu, as she has had a strong tournament, but not winning, I think, in her semi-finals. She was against Juliana Faralic, so probably Juliana Faralic moving up now in this field. as it stands, it's in lane number 2, White Marsh Boat Club. Adriana Boerse just missing out. We see that Juliana Vaarlies is correcting that start and moving up on the Paraguayan sculler, and mostly, of course, on this British sculler, Voare Obuko. After all that under-23 performances, also wins here at the Holland Baker in the past. She is now in the single sculls, and she is leading this field.
Really impressive stuff, and really making amends for that. Well, she was also quick out of the blocks, but she's really laying down the power here, and you can see the difference in style, and we can see that you can clearly see, even though they're not racing in GB kit, you can easily pick out the GB athlete in lane number 5. Juliana Vaarlies now in that great middle race pace. I think she's making amends for that sluggish start. With the bound number 3, she's getting back in amongst it as we pass 500 meters gone. I think it was the sculler from Great Britain passing the first timing mark, followed by Paraguay, and then it was the athlete from the Frankfurter Rudergesellschaft Germania.
Yeah, Juliana Vaarlies' third participation in the Ladies' Trophy here at the Holland Baker. And while we're mentioning her, we get a picture of her. And here we see why she has been quite strong already throughout this tournament. Very strong strokes, really driving that legs down with the blades underwater, and that boat is moving smoothly. Of course, there is a bit of a wobble in the boat, but that's already when the boat is only 14 kilograms heavy. So, but strong movements and very much determination also on her face after that bit of a sluggish start you mentioned.
Yeah, she's compensating quite nicely for that start as we ride here on the big screen with Vaare Abukubu with the lovely orange cap here, very distinctive, as we see her really powering along, a great power coming off that leg drive, and I think she's currently in third position, or second or third position, because I reckon that Juliana Vaarlies from Germany is now slicing through the field.
Yeah, she's slicing through the field indeed, and we are waiting the 1,000 meter times as a confirmation, because sometimes these pictures can be a bit misleading, but I think we can say that there is already clear water to the between the boats. It's the Paraguayan sculler Alderete who is trying to catch up mostly, but seeing that Voare Obuko, she moved back into the field, and it's Adriana Boerse in the lower lane, and the other Paraguayan scholar, Nicola Martinez Gonzalez, moving up in the field. But as we are looking at our picture, I think it's all about Juliana Vaarlies, the German scholar.
Yes, I think if she didn't have that slow start, she would have been leading by about 6 or 7 seconds at the 1,000. She looks so powerful and composed, unfazed by the slow start. She has made amends here in the second 500, and she will look to extend her 3-second lead in this third quarter, and it's all chopping and changing behind her. I think we've lost Vaare Abukubu in now in 5th or perhaps even 6th overall, because the scholars from Paraguay, both Nico Martinez Gonzalez and Alejandra Alonso Alderete, are moving with the German. And let's not forget Adriana Boerse from White Marsh Boat Club from the USA, also up and amongst it, and she may even challenge for a podium position.
Yeah, Adriana Boerse already in her third row of today. After qualifying for the semi-finals, she will also be seen in the lightweight women's single sculls. But of course, this is where this is the main event, the women's single sculls in the ladies' trophy. But Juliana Vaarlies, there is no doubt that she is here, that she's the dominant force. There is no one who can match her at this moment as she's moving away with every single stroke. Dominant performance from this single sculler from Germany.
An absolute force of nature, this athlete from Germany. She's coming across the penultimate timing mark, just 500 meters left to row, and it must feel amazing in that single scull from Germany. She is clear water ahead of Adriana Boerse from White Marsh Rowing Club, just in second position, and Nicole Martinez Gonzalez of Paraguay currently in third overall, with Alejandra Alonso Alderete slipping back into fourth position, and then the water opens up to Vaire Abukawu and Olivia Negrinotti in fifth and sixth, but the picture concentrates rightly on the German athlete. Really impressive, and she is puffing a bit now. She's almost into the red bull area, just 300 meters to go.
Just 300 meters to go for Juliana Varelic, and after fourth place last year in that final that was won by Emma Twig, she is now in the lead, and she will be delighted for sure. She is not the first German winning the ladies trophy. 250 meters to go, and I hope the crowd can cheer around, see her coming here, because there is some very, very dominant female rowing coming ahead of us.
Yeah, it's slightly reminiscent of the last German winner of the ladies trophy. I think that was Pia Greiten. We were here as well. It's I think 3 years ago when 3 years or 4 years ago when Pia Greiten won the ladies trophy, but she passes on that ladies trophy victory to another German here. Juliana Varelic is gonna take the win here in the ladies trophy, but behind her the battle is on for second, third and fourth. It's difficult to split them. The win is for sure, but I'm betting on Adriana Boersen from White Marsh Boat Club for second.
Yeah, Juliana Varelic coming here to the line, putting her names in the books of rowing history, and I think indeed you're right. It's the lightweight Adriana Boersen making it to second place, and then for third it's between the two Paraguayan squallers. There is nothing between them. Nicola Martinez Gonzalez and of course Alejandro Alonso Alderete. We will have to await the timings to see who was first. Currently it says Paraguay 2, so Nicola Martinez Gonzalez is just missing out on the podium, and it will be then Paraguay 1, Alejandro Alonso Alderete managing to come on third on this podium, together with Adriana Boersen and of course winner Juliana Varelic. Closing the A final, furthermore, are the scholar from Great Britain, Vaire Abukawu and Olivia Negrinotti. Great performance from them. They couldn't make it to the podium as well. And we see that there are already pictures from the B final of the Holland Baker, the main men event, coming towards us.
Yeah, we see the man from Zeeklub Zoek, the Swiss athlete, and of course we're talking about Bojan Royfeld, the Swiss athlete. He's leading the field by 2 3/4 of a second lead ahead of that must be the scholar from Norway, Oskar Gjerland, in second. But we'll come back to you in a few moments when that race is closer to us. When they come into the final 300, we'll give you a quick rundown of that B final as we take a small break and prepare for the victory ceremony of the ladies' trophy.
I hear some sounds that Harry is now at the victory pontoon. and maybe he is capable of doing a very small interview. Of course, we are curious to see the reaction of Juliana Varelic after that dominating performance in the ladies trophy. He's now coming towards her, and I see that there are many questions being asked of her. But and of course, congratulations to ladies trophy. To the ladies trophy victory of Juliana Varelic. She will be awarded the trophy by Jan van der Bij, who is chairman of the Holland Baker wedstrijdvereniging. Let's see, Harry, if you can get some first reaction from Juliana Varelic. No reaction yet from Harry. He will for sure see what he can do, and we are curious to see her reaction. Of course, we are now moving to the B final because they are in the Holland Baker, because they are in the finalizing stages, and it's actually quite a tight field. Of course, all these men wanting to show what they have, wanting to be in the A final, and it's. In the lead, it's the Swiss scholar from Zee Club Zug, ahead of the Norwegian scholar from Armsund RK. So then we see Bojan Roefort coming to the line, but it's he's been sprinted ahead by this Norwegian scholar, which is Oscar Martinez Gerland. Finishing second, Bojan Roefort. Third is Martijn Bos. In fourth position, it's Nick van der Grieft. Fifth is the Zimbabwe scholar Stephen Cox, heading to Paris after this Holland Baker. And sixth is finally the Theta scholar Jelle Tekens.
And with that, with the B final of the Holland Baker completed, we move back from the finish here to the start. And just 2 minutes remaining before we commence the A final of the Holland Baker. 6 athletes contending this A final. Lane number 1, Nicky van Sprang, representing Pampus, and right beside him, perhaps one of the biggest challengers to him, Pieter van Veen, representing the Netherlands. In lane number 3, we find Matt Long from Great Britain. Lucas Keizer, also representing the Netherlands in lane 4. Jelle Bakker, right beside him, another Dutch athlete in lane number 5. And for completing the field is Erik Talens from Gias in one of the outside lanes. And that's a big field. Just in the ladies trophy we had no Dutch athletes contending the A final. Here we have just one athlete from outside our national borders, Matt Long, who won his semi-final this morning, which has given him one of the favoured centre lanes. You can see him with the bow number 3 as all these athletes are just concentrating, having that little moment of quietness to get their focus, get their boat straight and true, and prepare themselves for the start of the A final of the Holland Baker.
Yes, lots of concentration we see here in the center lane in the Eigenwijs. We see the Holland Baker scholars. We are starting with the Holland Baker with only 1 minute to go. So very quick, maybe there is an interview at the finish line.
Test. Yes.
I will. Also, if you can come to our
Harry, you're live.
Yeah? No, oh yeah, in this year.
You need it back?
Yeah, next year.
And with the athletes on the victory platoon getting all the honors, the racing is coming down thick and fast in the A final of the Holland Baker. A quick start from the center lanes. We have Lucas Keizer from the Netherlands with the maroon, red blades of the D.S.R Neerhuis blasting out of the start, going with him Matt Long from Great Britain, and the rest of the field also giving chase. I think a nice even start, top quality here in the A final as we see them coming towards us. I think, yes, a lovely side picture here, and actually a very quick start by Erik Talens from Gias, who just has his nose out in front.
Yeah, Erik Talens, that Gias rower, who we've been seen performing very strongly throughout the weekend. Often, indeed, quick out of the start, but also in the lower lane, it's Nicky van Sprang trying to move away with that tactic he has been trying all around through this weekend. I think this morning he was rowing in a Kel kit, but now really rowing in the colors of his club, Pampus from Almere. There is a Go Bears flag here. He is, of course, from the California Bears. There he has some history, but no history. Looking to write their name in the history books of the Holland Baker are these other Dutch scholars as well. So 5 Dutch scholars, you mentioned them, like last year, they all want to be the successors of Melvin Tweller, who won a spectacular final between the Dutch scholars. But it's still everything to play for while these athletes come through the 500-meter line.
Yeah, it's 4 athletes across, separated by a second and a half. And I think we're looking to the crews on the far side. The quickest time to 500 is indeed Erik Talens from Gias. He's just leading Jellebakker right beside him in lane number 5 as we ride with Jellebakker now. And we look at his face and he's really concentrated. Nice dynamic rhythm, a high rate of striking from all these crews. And here is Lucas Keizer from also representing the Netherlands in lane 4. And the other crew up and amongst it is the athlete in lane number 1. Nicky van Sprang was up and amongst these 3 athletes leading this A final with Pieter van Veen and Matt Long finding the pace in the early stages just a bit too much. But we'll get a better look at them when we come to the 1000, when we get a nice side picture of all these crews.
Yes, Tim, I love how this race is developing. So many strong scholars, of course, from the Netherlands, but we sure have to keep an eye out on the British scholar Matt Long, winning his heat, winning the semi-finals. He has some quality in the boat, and we've seen that also in the dying stages of the race. He has some sprinting left to do. Pieter van Veen, we now see him in the top of our picture with the bow ball number 2, trying to keep up with Nicky van Sprang, but it's the youngsters on the other side of the lake. I think Lucas Keizer, Jellebakker and Erik Talens also with that good first part of the race. We're approaching the 1,000-meter line, and we're curious to see what all this experience, all this quality, all this strength in the single sculls can do.
Yeah, it's Nicky van Sprang concentrating on the far side of the lake and outside of our picture, but definitely undeniable. It's the Netherlands 3 moving out. It is Jellebakker who has taken about 3/4 of a length of a lead ahead of Erik Talens and Lucas Keizer, who are rowing to his left and right. As we see Lucas Keizer on the big screen, he is looking to his left and his right, and he knows he's in the thick of racing here. If he wants to get his bow ball across the line first, he will have to make a big move right about now in this tricky third quarter.
Yeah, beautiful shot there of Lucas Keizer. Also beautiful to see the water coming across his bow and really seeing how much speed all these men can generate on their own in the boat. Going close to, going over 15 kilometers per hour, of course, these men's single scullers, and that's insanely fast. Some real teeth grinding there already as well as we move with Jellebakker in the lead. Former teammate, former clubmate Lucas Keizer, of course, trailing him, and we are curious to see what Pieter van Veen and Nicky van Sprang on the other side can do. I think this guy, Erik Talens, is out of it for now. He was also in that strong under 23 quadruple skulls last year, seizing silver at the World Championships. But as it's now, it's Jelle Bakker, and he is just leading the Holland Baker. Big man from the Netherlands.
Yeah, big, powerful strokes, and he combines that power with a high rhythm, and he looks in control at this stage. But a massive move now being made by Lucas Keizer, which sees him drawing level with Jelle Bakker. It's a great battle out in front. Two crews absolutely going for it. Jelle Bakker feeling the heat and the pressure of Lucas Keizer, who is now moved into the lead. 500 meters still left to row.
I think 500 meters to go, and it is Lucas Keizer indeed seizing the lead. But also keep an eye out on Pieter van Veen. We have seen Pieter van Veen sprinting very hard. When he can put the watts out on the water, he is one of the contenders to watch, and he will for sure try to get his bow ball in there. Also, Nicky van Sprang not completely out of it yet, but for him there is also some serious sprinting to do. Lucas Keizer, has he timed his race to perfection? He is now trying to open up a gap against Jelle Bakker. He is gonna try to get this main prize, the Holland Baker, at the Holland Baker.
Yeah, it's a fantastic push here, and we can see him just walking away. Jelle Bakker upping the rate and shortening his stroke. He took a big look to his left. 250 meters still left to row. Lucas Keizer is looking really impressive, but keep an eye out for the bow of the Netherlands one in lane number 2. Pieter van Veen is charging.
Pieter van Veen is charging. I see also that Nicky van Sprang has really upped the rate, but that distance seems to be too big. Lucas Keizer is coming up. Jelle Bakker made his sprint. Pieter van Veen, he also started the sprint and is moving with very big strokes, but I think Lucas Keizer might just have done it. He's trying to defend against all the charges, but you see he's hurting. The sculler from Neerhuis, he is managing to get ahead of all these other Dutch scullers. After Melvin Tweller, it's gonna be Lucas Keizer winning the Holland Baker, just ahead of Jelle Bakker, who managed to seize off strong sprinting Pieter van Veen. Nicky van Sprang finishing fourth back in the single sculls, and he is applauding for the young talents, and great to see that sportsmanship. Fifth was Matt Long, and then sixth, I think, the rower from Gios. But all these scullers just within 10 seconds. It's been a very competitive, spectacular race, and all we can wish for here at the Holland Baker.
Yeah, a great final of the Holland Baker, and with a time of 7:01 for the winning athlete with Lucas Keizer. It's a very quick time given these conditions, and you can see how much it took from Lucas Keizer to get the win here. He made his move with 200 meters to go, passing Jelle Bakker and taking home the win. Jelle Bakker just finishing ahead of Pieter van Veen, so it's an all Dutch podium here. You can see how little of a difference it was separating second and third, with Nicky van Sprang finishing fourth overall, Matt Long fifth for Great Britain. And one of the early leaders, Erik Talens from Gias, has to accept that he's sixth overall here at the Holland Baker.
Yes, beautiful race and beautiful sportsmanship. Lucas Keizer putting his feet in the water here. Well-deserved cooling, of course, after that heated race. Also, Pieter van Veen in the back of our picture. He can prepare for the podium and will be on the podium of this Holland Baker. Prizes. The Holland Baker will be awarded by Rolf Dennison, and let's not forget there is also a small check awarded to the winner of the Holland Baker, which will be awarded by Pieter van den Burg.
Yeah, so while the athletes are catching their breath, we are going to catch our breath too. We'll be back with you shortly when the VC of the Holland Baker is in progress.
Yeah, and we are now getting pictures of the victory pontoon where Hardy is standing with the winner of the Holland Baker, Lucas Keizer.
Ja. Lucas. Jullie bijna weg. Is it okay if we do it in English?
Yeah.
Yeah? Alright. Well, congratulations. What a great race. Where did you make the push?
Yeah, I forgot already. The whole race.
So it was one big push. Well, you're on top of a full Dutch podium. I think that's all quite special. Well, was the KB a big goal of you this season?
Well, it was kind of last minute. It was 3 weeks in advance we planned on it. But yeah, it was enough.
Well, more than enough if I can say so. And what are your next goals for the summer?
Henley in the diamonds. So this is the main preparation. And I hope it's going to go well.
Well, make your way to the podium. Congrats and have a great summer, man. Gefeliciteerd.
Yeah, nice first reaction there from Lucas Keizer, the nearest sculler winning the Holland Baker. And he's preparing for the diamond single sculls at Henley, also one of the bigger international events. Curious to see if he can show some more of his quality against probably athletes, maybe even preparing for the Olympics there. That's for Henley, that's for Dan. We are moving on to another single scull event. It's not a main event, but it's nevertheless a very highly contested field. It's the Pax Labor Prize awarded by Mirjam van Hogestegen Advocaten. And they are now well underway in the first minute of the race in this lightweight single sculls. We have 6 athletes in this race. There is Corrine Prins from Beatrix in lane 1. In lane 2 there is Femke van der Vliet, second in her heat this morning from Triton. In lane 3, Amy Elizabeth Robson from Hamilton Rowing Club, the New Zealand sculler. Curious what she can do. And of course Adriana Boers, White Marsh Boat Club. We just saw her perform more than respectable in the Ladies Trophy, finishing second there and now trying to get her victory of this weekend. We have in lane 5 Njord Hanna Otterlo, also a young rower with quite some experience already. And finally in lane 6 there is Jackie Tomita from the University of Tokyo.
Yeah, and yeah, you mentioned Adriana Boersen from White Marsh Boat Club already. The appetite for racing from the American sculler is absolutely phenomenal. And we come now to the first timing mark at 500 meters gone, and it's almost a surprise to see her at the front of the field. But the first bouwbal across that line is, I think, the bouwbal of the Dutch athlete, that is Femke van der Vliet. But the difference between Femke van der Vliet and Adriana Boersen is just 0.2 of a second, and that's amazing. Having just raced in the Ladies Trophy, now diving into the A final, and I stand corrected. The American athlete actually leading at 500. Amazing stuff from her as she takes a look to Femke van der Vliet, knowing that she's in a great position here, and she will now try to extend that 0.2 lead over the rest of the field.
Yes, Adriana Boersen, and let's not forget she was really sprinting to the line in that Ladies Trophy, trying to seize off that Alejandra Alonso Alderete from Paraguay, who came in third of the Ladies Trophy. Eventually, that event was won, of course, by Juliana Vaderlich, the strong German sculler. But now, in this lightweight women's single event, we see Adriana Boersen battling it out against Femke van der Vliet, leading at the start. But if it's your 4th race of the day in the single sculls, there must be some tiredness in her legs for sure.
Yeah, you're definitely not as fresh as a daisy if you've already had 3 2K races, but we must not forget that all the top athletes in the world are able to produce some top quality results, even if they have repeated races here, and because they recover so well and so quickly. So we'll see if she can maintain this early race lead and race pace as we come into 1,000 meters. We see the athlete from Triton, Femke van der Vliet with the bound number 2. We'll have a quick look at the position of Adriana Boerse in lane 4 in a few moments. I think still the American is still leading and actually extended her lead. It's now 2 seconds, the difference has increased tenfold, going from 2 tenths to 2 seconds.
2 tenths to 2 seconds. I think that's indeed impressive from Adriana Boerse, but she for sure would like to decide this race early on, because she doesn't feel comfortable, I think, with another sprint finish. But on the other end, she has built some confidence over the races this Holland Baker, so why not let it come to the line. But she is looking at Femke van der Vliet, and clearly she is very well aware of the position of her main competitor, the rower from Triton, another good lightweight rower from Triton, but Adriana Boerse in the lead, still having a leg drive in the last 1,000 meter of her weekend of racing here.
Yes, and she keeps on looking to left and right, and she's probably wishing that finish line coming sooner rather than later. It's still Femke van der Vliet in second place overall. Third, I think, is Chiaki Tomita from Japan. She's all the way on the far side of the course in lane number 6. Fourth is the scholar from New Zealand, Amy Elizabeth Robson. In lane 3, we saw her with the red and white vest just a few moments ago, and behind them the field is really spread out. Njord, Hanna Alterlo in 5th overall, and Corine Prins from Beatrix currently 6th overall. But we come now closer to the 1500, and I think Femke van der Vliet has taken back some of the lead that Adriana Boerse had built up in the first half of this race, and actually she's rowing past as we speak.
Yes, she is rowing through Adriana Boerse, and it's Femke van der Vliet, this very talented lightweight rower from Triton, who is now moved on against the American contender. And I think, I think judging on the rowing of Adriana Boerse, there's not much more left for her, and Femke van der Vliet is really hammering it on, putting the legs down and still managing to get so much speed on those blades. And is Adriana Boerse then looking to get another second place in a single sculls event this weekend?
Yeah, but unfortunately, oh no, she's fallen in outside of the picture here. She caught a crab, the American athlete catching a crab, and she's fallen into the water. She's back in the boat though, so no reason to panic, and the umpire's boat is really close. But I think some of the fatigue there playing a big role there in the crab, and that's really tough for Adriana Boerse. She was doing so well, but you could already see that when Femke van der Vliet rode past her just in front of the 1500 meter mark, you saw that the battery was spent.
Yes, absolute heartbreak for the American athlete. For sure, she would like to have another of the beautiful sprint finishes. But now I think this race is decided, and all the respect for Femke van der Vliet. She was already ahead of Adriana Boerse before she fell in the water. So she really decided this victory for herself. Looking also at a reasonable time in the red boys in front of the home crowd. Femke van der Vliet back in the lightweight women's single sculls in lane 2 here, coming to very fast to the finish line, finishing slightly under 8 minutes. Good job for her. We celebrate for Triton with another victory in this PAX Labor Prize being awarded by Mirjam van Hoogesteger Advocaten.
and already flying down to the finish. An exciting final here for the men's lightweight single sculls. The battle being fought here by Max Schompel and his fellow teammate from Triton, Brian Paul. It's going to be close, it's going to go down to the wire, and it will be Brian Paul's race. No, I called it too. No, I think I called it correctly. Max Schompel in lane 2, missing out on a victory here by about a foot and a half.
Yeah, the Lightman single scullers not being brought into your picture at the live stream, but it was an exciting race between the two Triton teammates. Of course, yesterday winning in the Lightman's double scull and here dominating the Lightman's single sculls. But Brian Paul finally beating Max Schompel. Brian Paul was second at the national championships. Max Schompel winning the national championships, but Brian Paul finally has his big victory in the single sculls. It's the Skiff Baker awarded by Marcel Rivet. So congratulations for Brian Paul for that race.
Yes, so well done and a successful weekend for the lightweights division of the D.S.R Triton here at the Koninklijke Holland Beker. With the final of the lightweight men's single sculls concluded, we move on to the next A final, because the rest of the program today is mainly finals and A finals. Of that we have the final of the junior men's quadruple sculls underway. They've started 2 and a bit minutes ago. It's a 2-boat race again. We see 2 crews competing here for the victory, as we ride now with the combination of Spaarne and Willem III. Christian Vreke in the stroke seat, backed up by Julian Brinkhorst, Adam Shaw, and Willem III. The bowman there is Jaap Bout. That crew is leading at 1,000. They've opened up 6 seconds in the first 500, beating the Hope over the first timing mark, and look at the gap they've opened up. We still have to wait for the bows of the crew from the Hope, who cross halfway mark now. 12 seconds already the deficit, so I think this race is done and dusted by the 1,000.
Yeah, probably this race is done and dusted, as I don't see this Hope crew making any big moves, making any big accelerations anymore. And even if they would have it, it's very hard to turn the speed around in these bigger boats. So yeah, good shot here from the Hope crew. There is, well, clearly some coaching in the crew. It has been synchronized, but we also see that the number 3 seat is looking a bit around him, looking at the Bosbaan, Sanne de Laaf, and yeah, he's clearly not, yeah, looking maybe even to where his contenders are. But these are far ahead of him, and it looks good in this Spaarne combination. 3 men from het Spaarne, 1 from Willem III, Jaap Bout in the bow seat, and familiar names also for those who have been watching the racing this weekend.
Yeah, we've seen these athletes before, and it's great to see these junior athletes mixing it up, combining in different boat classes, and finding some proper speed here on the Bosbaan. And you can just see the blades going in and out of the water, not perfectly synchronized to be fair, but there's plenty of power every single stroke, and the cohesion though in the leg drive is well synchronized. 1,500 meters gone already. I think this crew from Spaarne and the Hope opening up, Spaarne and Willem III, I should say, they've opened up an even bigger gap, and they are just enjoying the ride home, and well, they have some experience on their belt. Not the most challenging race for them, but they do produce a great result. 21 seconds the deficit at 1,500, and we'll see if these boys will open up an even bigger lead when they sprint towards the line. But it looks really composed, really relaxed rowing from this junior men's quad.
Yeah, really impressive rowing, and I'm sure, especially like you mentioned, they are young athletes. So any type of experience, and especially racing at an international regatta like this, will be helpful for these athletes already this year, but also later in their careers. And it's even though it's not a tight race, there is a big gap between them here displayed now at the Holland Baker, at the live stream of the Holland Baker. It is. It is a good it's a good experience for them to be so far ahead of the field. Also to row here in front of their friend and family. There is a big audience gathering here because at 4:45 we will start with the Open Dutch Championships in the quadruple sculls for the seniors, and of course the eights also for the seniors. But winning this race, it's Spiner de Willem III combination under 19 in the quadruple sculls. It's congrats to him, and 6:28.56. I think that's a pretty decent time given the conditions for sure.
I think you're right. Bout, Adam Shaw, Julian Brinkhorst and Christian Vreke can be pleased with their performance, beating the crew from De Hoop with Lucas Mulder, Sverre Verdoes, Dane de Laaf and Thomas Echtermeijer in the stroke seat. They crossed the line. Now you can hear the buzzer. Or the hoogte, perhaps some people call it the hoogte. I know a few people who do, but the buzzer for me. That concludes the two-boat race in the A final of the men's quadruple sculls. As we now move back into a slightly smaller boat class, it is the A final of the Junior 16 women's double sculls.
Yes, and while we see them approaching, I feel like Harry has probably some first reactions of racing ready for us.
Yeah. All right. Femke, you have time for a short... sorry. If it's okay? Okay. Very short. Well, first of all, congratulations. How did the race feel?
Yeah, it was hard, but yeah, nice.
Well, you took the W, so that's always a good, of course. I saw you chatting with Koen. What was the feedback he was giving you?
Yeah, it was a good race. Yeah, that's
Well, that's always good, of course, as you win. And what is your next big goal after this weekend?
I don't know, maybe the ladies trophy next year.
All right, perfect. We'll see you next year. Enjoy your day.
Yeah, good to hear that Femke van der Vliet is being back with her ambitions, and maybe next year trying to compete in that ladies trophy. We are curious to see what she can do. Of course, it was an impressive race what she did here in the lightweight women's single sculls. And a good job indeed for Koen Eggenkamp, the triathlon coach, because also his lightweight men came in first and second in a very tight race in the lightweight men single sculls. Yeah, back to the last A final before we move on to these Open Dutch Championships, and that's the A final of the women under 17 double sculls. You see it in the bottom right of your picture. You see the clock going with these crews, and I think in the lead it's currently Lieke Francophone d'Aviron, the Belgium double here competing probably in the center of your picture, because they are rowing with triton blades. So don't be misled that there is another triton win in the make. No, it's just the boat probably. It's or maybe even just the blades, but it's Lieke Francophone d'Aviron in the lead here, followed by several Dutch crews. There's a combination from Rijnland de Hoop in lane 3, the other center lane. They were second at 500, but I think they dropped back a bit in the field. Or no, they are here, and there's about a length between the two leading crews.
Yeah, great showing here by the Belgian athletes from the French-speaking part of Belgium, Anna Clémentine Foch and Louane Légère. They are leading, and we would have expected them to be right up and amongst it here in this A final, because they won their heat in a dominant fashion, easily beating the other Dutch crews. And the other crew who is doing really well is that crew with about number 3, Juliette Goedel and Mathilda Munich from the Hope and Rijnland. They are leading a very tightly packed field with the other crews from the Netherlands, Leiden up and amongst it, but also Willem III Amstel in lane number 1, quite close to the front of the field. And outside of this picture, but definitely racing hard, it is the Willem III crew in lane number 5, and also in lane number 6 we find a very decent crew from Spaarne and the Hunze. But so far it is a race dominated by the crew racing under the flag of Ligue Francophone d'Aviron. And they've opened up clear water. I don't really see this changing much in the closing stages.
No, I don't see it changing much indeed, but indeed a small shout out to Rijnland. We don't see them every year competing this much in the A finals of all the junior fields, but they are very present at this regatta, especially in the female fields, the female under 19 fields. We are now indeed moving into the last 500 meters of this race with Ligue Francophone d'Aviron crossing the famous Bosbaan bridge here, and now under the 500-meter line. And you could see in the pictures we just saw from the water that they have just a bit more pushed, can just get their blades slightly further through the water every stroke, and in that way inching away from the rest from the field. And if you have a lot of inches at the rest of the field, they become meters, and they become
first they become feet, though. I think.
They first become
Then
feet.
They become yards.
Yes, for sure, for sure.
Miles, leagues.
We still have to struggle a bit in changing from the metric system, of course, now with our English commentary. But
no, it's crazy to use the old English system, but there you go. I'm metric all the way, but you're perfectly right. Inching away is perhaps a good phrase to use here to describe the athletes from Belgium, and they are really going for it all the way down the line. They come into the red buoy area as we speak, and they look so strong and in control, just like a metronome, pushing the boat past the blades every single time in perfect unison. And they will take the win, and if anything, they're opening up a bigger lead over the crew from Rijnland and the Hope, still in second position overall. So not much changing here at the front of the field. The rest of the field is trying to do their level best to catch up with the leading crews, but the gap is too massive. We measure it in yards, I think.
yes, and I think judging on the look of Rijnland and the Hope, that crew from Matilda Munich and Juliette Koedel, they changed focus because they are now more looking at the Leiden crew to defend their second position. Leiden currently in third, coming just 3 seconds behind the Hope Rijnland crew at the 1500-meter marks. But we are looking at the Ligue Francophone d'Aviron crew dominating this field with the 4 on their bow wall, coming over the finish line, rowing well together, nicely together from start to finish, and some sure happy celebrations here. It is the Hope Rijnland coming in second, and then for third there are 3 crews actually, and I think Delight is just making it in front of the Willem III crew and that combination on the far side of Spaarne and the Hunze. And then finally closing this field, it's in lane 1 Willem III the Amstel combination. And with that we will have a small break. We are gonna return to the A finals of the lightweight women quadruple sculls, and then the lightweight men's quadruple sculls, and then there is the open categories quadruple sculls, and then also the eights. And those 6 finals coming ahead of us are Open Dutch Championships.
And with the start of the lightweight women's quadruple sculls currently in your picture, we open the finals of the Open Dutch Championships. Two crews in this race. There is the White Marsh Boat Club in lane 3, and there's the Egeer Triton combination in lane 4, coming towards the finish line, and they are now in this in this head-to-head race. There is still a lot of water to go, so I think the fastest start was from the Egeer Triton combination, but curious, of course, what the White Marsh Boat Club can do.
Yes, and it's so important to get your bows in front if you are racing a two-boat race. Not much in the ways of tactics. It's a bit of a Henley Royal Regatta style of racing, because it's so important to get your bow ball in front and push yourself off into the lead from the other crew. We can see here the combination crew of Egeer and Triton, with the athletes from Triton in the bow and the stroke seat. So that is Bente van Kernebeek from Triton, and of course Umi Kuiphuis in the bow, also from Triton. And in the center, in the powerhouse of this lightweight women's quad, is Wietse Anema and Eline Innetveld, the Dutch crew, going for the win, but in order to get crowned Dutch national champion, they do have to shake off this really strong quality crew from the USA, from the White Marsh Boat Club.
Yeah, this quality crew from White Marsh Boat Club yesterday already racing in the open event here at the Holland Baker. And they came in second, just beaten by a combination from Vidar, Orca and Proteus-Eretes. But here it's the White Marsh Boat Club in the lead. These lightweight women, let's not forget, they weigh on average only 57 kilograms. They all weighed in earlier this afternoon for this direct final. And I think they, at the 500 meter mark, they have the better of the rowing and the more boat speed, but there's only 0.4 of a second between the two crews.
Yes, it's a great recovery in the second half of the first 500, because if my eyes were not deceiving me, the Dutch combination crew were let out in the first couple of strokes. But a very strong recovery there by the American crew racing in lane number 1. They have the bow balls out in front, passing 7:50 gone. We are approaching 3 minutes into racing, and it's hard to judge from the picture here. It would be nice to get both the crews inside the frame of this picture, but you can just see that rhythm, the connection at the front end of the stroke is just a bit better, a bit more dynamic from the American crew. And if my eyes on this black sheep rowing on the backs of these American athletes, isn't it?
It's I think it's indeed black sheep rowing, but for sure not black sheeps, despite they are being proud of black sheeps, of course. We don't know this for this White Marsh crew, but they managed to get distance between the two boats already on the 1,000 meter mark, and it seems like this Dutch crew, it's a proper crew from the Netherlands, but they are just not able to get the same length underwater as with the White Marsh Boat crew. It's like you said, it's a bit more dynamic what the American women are showing here, but it also seems like they have a bit more patience just to grab that boat at the front end of their stroke and move it all across to the end of their stroke. Good sculling what we are seeing from White Marsh Boat Club, coming all the way to the Bosbaan, of course, to race here. 4 minutes gone now into the race, and it seems like it's been a decisive push. If the Dutch women can't get a bit more sustainable rhythm in their boat, I think this race is indeed done and dusted, and it will be White Marsh Boat Club winning these. Winning Bokaal X, which is one of the prestigious prizes here at Holland Baker. It will be awarded by Robert Boekenstein, who is the rowing chair of the Royal Dutch Rowing and Sailing Club.
Yeah,
Yes.
so from the rowing part of the club, which combines sailing and rowing, a combination we see all across the Netherlands. And he's probably polishing that Bocal X as we speak, and there are 4 American ladies coming really close now. It's less than 500 meters still left to row for the White March Boat Club crew of Claire Friedlander, Aislinn O'Brien, Katrina Mierbrand and Elizabeth Martin in that stroke seat. They've opened up several lengths of clear water to the combination crew of Egir and Triton in lane 4, and they keep up this really nice rhythm. It's a great rhythm being set, plenty of time forwards to the catch, and powerful strokes in perfect unison. And I don't know if they know that they are going to get that Bocal X in a few minutes time, but it is definitely an appealing prospect for these American ladies to get on the victory pontoon and get the prize out of the hands of Robert Boekenstein in a few moments. They are odds on favorite. I don't think they are going to give this away in the closing stages. On the left hand side of the picture we see the start of the next race already going full tilt. We'll get back to you with the men's quadruple sculls A final in a few moments, but honor where honor is due, and that is with the American crew from Pennsylvania.
Yeah, let's not forget there are also Dutch Championships medals for grasp. It's actually these American women, if I understood correctly from the race organizers, they can become Dutch champions here at the Holland Baker, and they will get the medals awarded by the board members of the Dutch Rowing Association. We are indeed keeping a small eye on the left bottom of our picture, because there we see 6 quadruple sculls being very close to each other, and I think it's just the Dutch talents moving out in that field, but so much to play for in this early stage of that race. Well, we see White Marsh crossing the finish line. They managed to fend off early charges from the Dutch combination of Egir and Triton, finishing seconds in the lightweight women's quadruple sculls. But now back to the men's quadruple sculls.
Yeah, back to the big boats and the big boys in the men's quadruple sculls. The A final, and it is a stacked final. We ride here with the Dutch junior combination, I think, if my eyes are not deceiving me. Not quite sure. It is fast and furious racing. You can see by the 500 meter time that racing is aggressive and fast, because 1:25 is a decent opening time, as we see the crew in lane number 2. That is actually not the Dutch under 19 crew. That's the talent crew from the Dutch national squad. They are leading by about a canvas, with the quality crew, the club crew from Skull, with the bow number 4 chasing hard.
Yeah, and it's beautiful how this race is developing. Yesterday we saw that the club crew from Skull just got the better in the rowing of this talent crew from the Netherlands. And in the talent crew, we mentioned it yesterday, and it's known that there are 3 also Skull athletes in that boat, and they are for sure determined now to turn the tables around and move away. And there was some very convincing determination in this first 500 from the talent crew. Lots of power in that boat, while we see the good sculling crew from Skull. In the stroke seat, it's Mats van Sabbe, Persijn van Haringen, Nicolaas Dirkswager and Stan Posma in the bow seat of that boat, and they are moving fast over this field, already approaching the 1,000 meter line. And I think we're getting a rematch really of yesterday.
Yeah, it is a proper rematch with the Dutch national quad. Let's call him the Dutch national quad for the remaining of this race, crossing 1,000 meters ahead of Skull. Then it's the crew from Belgium in lane 3 with Savin Rodeburg in the stroke seat, tracking the 2 leading crews from the Netherlands. But I think it's a great race here from the Dutch quad. They've opened up. It's 3/4 of a length of a lead ahead of Skull, who are in turn about 1/4 of a length ahead of that fast crew from Belgium.
Yeah, that fast crew from Belgium. This morning, most of them were last year still juniors. There are some former lightweights with them, and this morning they managed to outrace the Dutch talent crew. But I think this time the Dutch talent crew does have the better of the rowing. They can't put all that watts on the water, and there's sure some frustration in that boat. They didn't make it yet, and also we see at the blade work it's not completely synchronized. So curious to see some shots from the side, and maybe we can already see them coming into our picture from our commentary position, because Skull, the club crew, is surely not out of it yet.
No, definitely not out of this yet. They are making their move in the thick of the action here in the third quarter. We approach 500 meters to go, and it's going to be oh so close between the Dutch club crew from Skull with the bow number 4. They've eaten into the lead of the Dutch national quad here, and it's just a whisker separating these top crews, with the Dutch national quad just 0.3 of a second ahead of Skull.
Yeah, and we see Jorn Salverda in the bow seat of that talent crew, looking to the left to that Skull crew with the 4 on the bow ball, and probably cheering on his crew and motivating them to put in all they have in this finalizing meters. They know the quality of that Skull crew. They were beaten yesterday, and you see there is real grit on the teeth of this Dutch talent crew, really pushing it to the line. But is it enough? I feel like they're tensing up in the final meters, but I'm also not sure how the Skull crew is rowing there, and it seems like they are really moving into the lead. The Skull crew, are they gonna get the national title? Are they gonna get that mirror prize here at the Holland Baker?
Oh, it's gonna be so close. I think the synchronicity is unraveling a bit in that Dutch national quad. The club crew from Skull moving through. It's about half a canvas with 100 meters still left to row. It's gonna come down to the wire. It's gonna be a famous victory for Skull if they are taking this out of the hands of the national crew, and I think they have done enough. Yes, I think it's right. Skull will take the national championship. It is a famous victory. Mats van Sabbe there leading his crew to almost 3/4 of a length. They took out the win here in the final 200 meters, beating the Dutch national squad in lane 2 for the second place, and the fast finishing crew from Belgium 3rd overall. On the far side, Triton and Neerhuis in a battle of their own for 4th and 5th overall, and the junior, the under 19 quad, crossing the line as we speak. But you must be pleased, Peter, to see this happening right in front of your eyes.
Well, it was spectacular racing what this Skull crew put out on the water. 5:52 in not so fast conditions as well. That's spectacular, and I feel like they were just capable compared to this talent crew to keep the length in this last 500 meters in the final dying stages of this race to keep it to a sprint finish. Whereas the talent crew was tightening up in the last 100 meters of this race. Very fast indeed what this Skull crew did. We congratulate them with their national championship, but seeing now that the next race is already on their way, it's another open Dutch championship. They are competing for the Koninklijke Beker, so that's not the Koninklijke Holland Beker, but the Koninklijke Beker, awarded by Robert Boekenstein, who is chair of the KNR-ZV. And we see 6 crews in this race for the female quadruple sculls.
Yeah, sounds like a Royal Cup to me, and we'll just give you a quick lane order of the 6 crews competing in the A final of the women's quadruple sculls. We're starting on the grandstand side. Lane number 1, we have a combination crew combining athletes from Orca, Focals and Euros. In lane 2, we have a club crew from Neerhuis. Right beside them, lane 3, we have a crew from the northern part of the Netherlands, from Groningen, Gias. Lane 3, Skadi from Rotterdam in lane number 4, Willem 3 from Amsterdam in lane 5, and on the far side of the course, racing in blue and white, we have the crew from blue and orange, I should say, Proteus-Eretes just outside of the picture here, and that race developing as we speak. And if I saw correctly at 500, it was a quick opening few meters from the crew from Amsterdam, from Neerhuis, I think opening fastest overall.
Yeah, for sure, it's the crew from Neerhuis, and I think it's also looking at the names on in this table. There, it's an all Dutch final in this Open Dutch Championship. but then for sure it should be the nearest crew leading this race based on previous results. Of course, that doesn't always say anything, but yeah, looking at the quality in this female quad, I think they are rightly the favorites. Femke Paulus in the stroke seat of another strong quadruple scull. She has done it more often in the under 23 fields, of course. She is followed by Jessie Vermeer, Kine Remijn, and Sonna Hospers, strong sculling women from Neerhuis.
Yes, and it's in the DNA of the Paulus family to row fast in the sculling boats with Femke Paulus. Also, I think from the Sallandse Roei Club, all the way on the eastern part of the Netherlands, where she learned her craft, and she's refined it at the D.S.R Neerhuis in Amsterdam, and she is leading this race, this A final of the women's quadruple sculls with her crew, and she's doing so in dominant fashion because they've opened up almost a full length lead over Skadi in second position, and the combination crew of Orca, Focals and Urals in third overall. Willem III fourth, Gias fifth, and the crew from Proteus in lane 6 out of contention. They are 10 seconds behind at halfway as we ride with the women of the D.S.R Neerhuis. Femke Paulus there in the stroke seat.
Yeah, and I think this is this Neerhuis crew is about as good as it gets in Dutch club sculling. All 4 women in this boat managed to get a podium during the national championships in the single sculls, and that means that one of them, Femke Paulus, actually, she of course started lightweight there, but the other 3 women were behind her were the podium of the open weight category and women's single sculls on the national championships, and now looking to seize another national title here at the Holland Baker.
Yeah, it's a quality crew, isn't it? With Sonna Hospers in the bow seat of the Neerhuis quad, and that quad looking cool as you like in this third quarter of the race. They will keep an eye out to the left-hand side because the closest challenge is from the quad from Skadi, racing in the black and blue. With the bow number 4, but just comparing the blade work there, you can just see that the crew from Neerhuis is just a bit more gelled together, and they get great boat speed from that synchronicity, and they've opened up a bigger lead, and actually quite surprisingly here in lane number 1, that's a combination crew stroked by Treintje van der Pijl in lane number 1, taking second out of the hands of the quad from Skadi.
Yeah, talented women in that Orca Focus Eurus combination. Treintje van der Pijl, Ilse Akkermans, Anna Sanders and Vera Versteeg also moving up in the national standings during the races. I saw a small disturbance in that crew, so I'm not sure whether they can really close the gap or try to attack that nearest crew, but for sure they are keeping close to that quality crew. While this race is finishing, we see also here on the victory pontoon that the men's quadruple scull get the Heineken trophy. I just misspoke and gave them the wrong trophy, but they will be awarded the Heineken trophy, and they get the Dutch Championship medals from Erik Mink. So congratulations to that quadruple scull from their impressive row. And yeah, from that one club in Amsterdam, D.S.R scull, we move indeed to probably another Amsterdam victory here from Neerhuis in the female quadruple sculls.
Yes, this crew having led from pillar to post, or at least almost from pillar to post, the crew from the D.S.R Neerhuis stepping it up. Femke Paulus taking a crew to the higher 30s, and they are actually fending off a bit of a late charge from the crew racing in lane number 1. But they have done enough. It's just 2 strokes remaining for the D.S.R Neerhuis, and they can crown themselves Dutch champion in the women's quadruple sculls. So congratulations to the D.S.R Neerhuis. Great finishing rhythm there being produced by the Orca Focals Urals combination, finishing second overall. Skadi will take third. Close between the crews of Gias and Willem III for the places 4 and 5. And on the far side, Proteus-Eretes finishing 6th overall.
Yes, congratulations to Neerhuis. and they will be awarded the Koninklijke Beker. And looking on the faces and looking at their and looking at how they are looking now, it sure didn't come for free.
No, they really had to work for it, but that's the prize at the end of the road is something to behold, because you can claim that you're a national champion for this year. It's 3 or 4 minutes past 5 o'clock in the afternoon. We are into the final hour of racing, or less than an hour of racing, to be perfectly fair with you. Just 45 minutes of racing remaining, which means we are moving into the final stages of the race. But first, I think there is a little bit of an announcement coming from the Victory Pontoon.
Ja. Yes, daar gaan we. Mats. Je loopt van me weg. Mats. Yo. Oh, Stan, sorry. Ja, sorry. Van de achterkant zie je allemaal hetzelfde uit. Is it okay if we do it in English? Yes? I know Nicola's English is a bit worse than yours, so I'm sure you can do it. Well, there was quite a surge in the last 500 meters, right?
Yeah, true. Unlike yesterday, we were behind, and but we could really, we kept up really well. And then we all felt, I think, we were closing in a little bit. And the last 250, we just said, go, and just no looking, just full gas, and it was enough. So that was really cool.
It looked amazing, actually. From the to be honest, I thought that the talent team had it in the bag, so it quite surprised me. But that's always good, I would say. What was like the big call? What was like the big motivational shout you gave to each other? Just legs.
No legs, just arms. the legs were empty already, so just arms.
Okay, nice. And next step, ARB, I assume, in 2 weeks?
Yeah, probably.
And afterwards, Henley.
Henley is the big goal.
Oh, nice. Oh, wait. Good luck, man. I see you there. All right.
All right. Thank you very much, Harry, for that interview with Stan Posma. Indeed, Stan Posma and Mats van Sabbe, very big guys, but not much to distinguish between them. Becoming a Dutch champion and clearly being delighted with their race on the arms. We move on quickly now to the finalizing stages of the light men's quadruple sculls. So we see a bit of a surprise, because it's this crew in the front of our picture, the focus skull lage combination on the bow seat, Maxi Meijering, leading by quite a bit on that strong Njord Triton Orca combination. But on the other end, Max Schompel, Brian Paul and Niels Kanters, for sure they raced in the single sculls, in the light men's single sculls, so maybe a bit of tiring from this weekend, but they are usually in terms of single sculling the boat with the higher quality, but it's really this quad from Focus Skull and Laga moving out.
Yeah, looking at the start list summary, I'm sort of surprised to see Koen van Brussel in the 2 seat, representing the KZV Njord, perhaps coming out of retirement. I thought he retired from lightweight rowing, but it's great to see him back here on the Bosbaan anyway. And he is in a great race, but the best race at the moment is being produced by that Focus combination, which we see on the big screen with the big shades, getting some free speeds from the Oakleys, no doubt. And it's a quick race, 4 minutes 31 seconds to 1500, and you can just see the fact that these athletes really going for it, especially Maxi Meijering in the bow seat there, really grimacing. And those two crews have really put some distance in the other crew, because the combination crew from Orca and Vidar, the collaborative project of Utrecht and Tilburg, not really coming to fruition and in this race. Because that quad of Focus Skull and Laga definitely giving themselves the highest boat speed all round. I think Mees Halkes there, the Laga strokeman, keeping it cool and calm. The rate is high, but it's a well-connected stroke all the way down to the line. And they take the win here. Just a few more strokes for them. And of course, this is as well the Open Dutch National Championship event, So they are national champions as of a few seconds ago, with the combination of Njord-Triton Orca coming across the line in second, and it's a bit of an open water gap back to Orca Vidar, who will finish third overall.
Yeah, congratulations to these lightweight men. They will be awarded their medals from Belle Spaan, and they will get the Murrer Prize from Romke van der Veen of Bios Group, one of the sponsors of this event. From the lightweight men's quadruple sculls, we quickly move on to the women's 8, and we already saw some fierce racing of these crews during this weekend. We're seeing 6 big boats coming ahead of us, and maybe not a surprise to see Oxford Brookes leading ahead, but of course also that Dutch Talent 8 with a 6 on their bow ball, definitely wanting to get that national titles here, but they are in second place. We see 2 more Oxford Brookes crews and 2 Dutch national crews. We see Aegir in lane 4 and Skull in lane 2. So that's the crews for now, but really we see Oxford Brookes University 1 beating the talent crew from the Netherlands this morning, losing yesterday actually, but beating the Netherlands crew this morning, seemingly moving out in this first 500 meters of the race.
Yeah, it's going to be a very close final with some quality crews from Oxford Brookes University, especially the one in the center lane, the Oxford Brookes University one struck by Grace Richards. That's the crew to watch, and the Dutch Talent 8 racing in lane 6, stroked by Lynn van Aanholt. They didn't have the best of heats earlier today, and they'll try to make amends here in the A final, and so far so good. They have gone out quick. They led Oxford Brookes number 2, I think, to 500, but we'll see if they are able to maintain that pace, because it's a blistering pace, and they need to do something special here to beat the crews from Oxford Brookes University.
Yeah, it's low 130s on the clock with these not so quick conditions. So fast racing, fast international quality here on the waters of the Bosbaan. Beautiful shot here of that Dutch talent crew. Lots of determination, lots of power now, and we see the coxswain, the coxswain Sarah Kalf looking to the left. She's leaning a bit to the right in that boat, probably trying to balance her to adding to the balance of the boat, looking to the left, seeing where that Oxford Brook is now, and clearly coaching her crew to get their bow balls in front.
Yeah, cheeky look there by the bowwoman Margot Leeuwenburg from the KSV Njord to see where she is relative to the Oxford Brookes crews. It's difficult to judge from this picture. It is a lovely picture to have though, but we need to get the side on angle, because there we see with the bow number 3 the crew of Oxford Brookes University moving into the lead, just 2 tenths separating the Dutch crew from the leading crew from Oxford Brookes, and another Oxford Brookes crew just a little less than 6 tenths of a second behind at 1,000. It's going to be a tight race here, a tight final here in the women's 8. We'll see what Oxford Brookes is able to produce, but I have an inkling that the Dutch women's 8 here isn't really that proficient in the third quarter. We've seen the crews from Oxford Brookes putting out a massive third quarter, and that's I think their strength and the weakness of that Dutch crew. But we'll see in 250 meters time whether Oxford Brookes is able to put some more distance in the Dutch crew, or whether the Dutch crew can pull something spectacular out of the hat and remain in striking distance.
Yeah, and it's really developing like a very tight race between actually 3 crews, because there are 2 Oxford Brookes crews. The first 3 crews through the 1,000 meter mark only separated by 6 tenths of a second, and that's nothing in these big boats, in these 8s. So currently it's Proteus-Eretes, Aegir and Oxford Brookes University 3 dropping out in the back of the field. They are not in contention anymore for the Open Dutch Championships, but it's really this bow ball 6 against a bow ball 5 and the bow ball in of lane 3 Oxford Brookes. 3 crews currently really making it into this 500 meter mark and aspiring the
the title in the women's 8 here at the Holland Baker.
Yeah, and it's gone as I feared it would go. The Oxford Brookes crews pushing on in that third quarter, and they've taken out a few extra tenths of a seconds out of the Dutch, and the Dutch crew now looking at 2.2 seconds deficit at 1500. Nothing insurmountable if you produce a good sprint, but they will have to start early because Oxford Brookes won't get overhauled that easily, I think. We are fast storming through the final 500, already closing into that red boy area, and you can see the pain on the faces of all the athletes. Lynn van Aanholt providing a decent rhythm here, but they have to increase the power and they will have to increase the rate if they want to have a chance of getting the Dutch national title.
Yeah, and I have to say the rowing is even indeed they are tensing up, but they are keeping some length in that stroke. I don't think they are gonna be able to match the Oxford Brookes crew, who have a little bit more power towards the end of the stroke and are managing to really push away with every single stroke and trying to put a bit more length in the stroke. We hear the audience here at the stages, at the grandstand, cheering on the crews, and I think it's indeed Oxford Brookes beating the Netherlands, but which Oxford Brookes is gonna win it?
Yeah, it's gonna be oh so tight on the line, pure grit and determination. Bowball 3 versus Bowball 5. I think Bowball 3 is just about to have it on the surge there. Yes, it's canvas on the line. The Oxford Brookes crew in lane number 3. That's Oxford Brookes University 1. Take the win here. A famous victory on the Bosbaan. Second place overall to Oxford Brookes number 2. And the Dutch Talent 8 in lane 6 finishing 3rd overall. Another Oxford Brookes crew. Oxford Brookes University 3 here on 4th overall. Gias, or Egier I should say, in lane number 4 crossed the line in 5th. And Skull-Euros combination struck by Els Hartog will cross the line in 6th overall.
Yes, and from the women's 8, winning that Oxford Brookes crew, winning the Maas plaquette, they will be awarded that soon on the victory pontoon. We of course move to the men's 8, and we see in our picture now it's that frustrated maybe Dutch crew. They were beaten this morning, this A crew from the Netherlands, Dielke Vedder, the coxswain, Mick Makker in the stroke seat, and they are leading early on this race. But we know that doesn't tell everything just yet, because in lane 4 we see this Oxford Brookes University, North Oxford University combination, winning yesterday in that all Oxford Brookes field in the men's 8, and moreover winning this morning in the heat against the Dutch 8. And as we're looking how this race developed, I feel like Oxford Brookes is indeed moving again on that Dutch 8.
Yes, and they have had a little taste of victory in the heats earlier today, and I think they'll try and go for a repeat performance here. It's a great race here from the crew from Oxford Brookes in lane number 4. And they have 0.7 of a second in the opening 500 meters. I think this morning in the heat, the Dutch were men's 8 was leading at 500, and then they were overhauled in the middle 1,000. And now an even better performance by the crew in lane number 4. They've taken about a quarter of a length out of the Dutch national 8, coming into the 1,000 meter mark.
Yes, but the Dutch crew has been warned this morning, and they will for sure be determined on their home waters to not let this race go, not let that Oxford crew get too much of them. They probably have agreed on some technical calls, and of course trying to keep up with the Oxford Brookes crews, but it's really at this moment all about this Oxford Brookes crew. Yesterday they were very quick, finishing in I think 5:35, which is very fast. And also look at all the cyclists in this 8 field. Of course there are 48 rowers here, and they all come with their own personal audience, so no wonder there is a big cycling audience there. And it's indeed Oxford Brookes coming through the 1,000 meter mark in just under 2 minutes and 45 seconds, leading the Dutch crew and actually extending their lead compared to the first 500 meters.
Yeah, they've taken out almost 0.4 of a second in the second 500. The rest of the field not really into this race. It's gonna be a race all the way down to the line. time between the Dutch National 8 in lane number 2 and this Oxford Brookes crew in lane number 4. Currently, I think the Dutch are pushing on the top of your screen there. They are really trying to get back into the lead of this race, but the quality of this Oxford Brookes crew is incredible. Crisp, sharp catches from this crew, and I think they will be able to manage this pace. And if they're able to keep their bow balls ahead at this stage of the race, I think they have a very good chance of winning this A final as well.
Yeah, so much quality on these waters, on these Dutch waters here at the Bosbaan, at the Koninklijke Holland Beker. It's indeed Oxford Brookes still leading over that Dutch crew, but contrary to this morning, I feel like that the Dutch national team has a bit more control in their rowing than this morning, and that they can keep the length and maybe inch up their way back into the field like we've seen on so many international tournaments, that they have a strong finish. I think they got back 1/10 of a second, but they still have over a second to go against that Oxford Brookes crew.
Yeah, it's still possible. They can still manage and get the win, but it's not the cleanest of rowing from the Dutch men's 8, which we have seen sprinting through the field in the World Cup series in Luzern. They got a bronze medal. You can see they're building here as well. I think they're stepping it up, and the Oxford Brookes have to respond now to make sure that bow ball stays in front.
Yeah, there's the Dutch 8 going, of course, to altitude after this race, but now they really want that win on their home waters for their family. This unique chance, this once per year chance to race in front of all their family and friends, and they are cycling all across the Bosbaan here, and it's a big crowd cheering them on, and it's tightening up now. It's bow ball for bow ball, as I think the Dutch are indeed getting back into the race. It's the Dutch now giving it their all, trying to catch back that very strong Oxford Brookes University crew. Wonderful racing as in this last 100 meter of this race already.
Yeah, they're closing in. They're closing in. Oxford Brookes with the bow ball just ahead. It's going to be oh so close on the line. It may be on the surge, though. It's too close to call. I think it was Oxford Brookes. I think they just managed it. In the end, it was a few centimeters. And the provisional time gives that confirmation that the Oxford Brookes University crew, combining with Njord and Oxford University, took the win from the Dutch National 8. And boy, are they happy with that.
Are they delighted with that result? They managed to go under 5:30 here at the Holland Baker in not fast conditions. And it was great to see all that audience and that enormous Oxford Brookes squad that came here to the Holland Baker to show what they've got. Yeah, boy, they were delighted. I heard some big screams on both sides of the lake for that Oxford Brookes crowd. Of course, big respect for the national crew, and we are grateful that they made this race so wonderful, but really a massive performance here from this Oxford Brookes University crew, winning yesterday in the men's 8 and solidifying their dominance in the men's 8 with an under 5:30 race in this Open Dutch National Championships.
Yeah, and an amazing performance, and we'll see them in a few moments. They get the Collegium Beker from the Prezes Collegie Reinier Nijman in a few moments. And on the victory pontoon now, we see the women of Oxford Brookes University getting the Maas plaquette from Hugo Koppelaars, the chair of the Maas Rowing Club from Rotterdam.
Yeah, the Maas, of course, also one of the organizing clubs at Koninklijke Holland Beker, delivering quite some volunteers to make this event possible. I'm looking now at the left corner of our screen where we see the delights in that Oxford Brookes crew. All these big men hitting their boat actually with delight, and you see from that how big this victory is. I hope they keep their boats in one piece because they will for sure need it for some more spectacular racing for them later this season, and I hope we can get some words from them, maybe even from the coxswain again, Tom Bryce. Congratulations to them. And yeah, we see now in the center of our picture on the live stream that the development crews, the finals of today. There are 7 finals in these development crews. There are 4 double sculls. 4 double sculls and 3 4 finals coming towards us, and that will close off a spectacular weekend of racing here at the Bosbaan, here at the Holland Baker this year.
So yeah, we'll get back to you in a few moments with when the A final of the lightweight development double sculls comes closer to us. We'll pick up the action when they get into the final 500. But for now, we're going to take a quick break here, a small breather, as we have seen some great 8s racing. But we'll get back to you with the final finals of today.
All right, and while everybody is hearing the cheers here from the Oxford Brookes big squad, they came here to the Holland Baker. We heard some singing as well from that crew. I think Harry is also on the victory pontoon. He will try to get some first reactions, but let's first allow them to cheer between them, winning both the women's 8 and the men's 8 today in this Open Dutch Championship. And good to see that they are really delighted with the results, that they are aware of the impressive row they have put out on here on the water.
Yeah, it's a great performance from Oxford Brookes all around, but beating a Dutch national 8 is something to behold. And we'll see these crews in the international competition this year, I think, with a Henley win perhaps in the future for Oxford Brookes. But that is still to come, and now we must concentrate on the finals of the day. We start with the lightweight women's development double scull. We have followed the racing closely while we caught our breath here in the finish tower, and Skadi, the crew, racing lane number 3, one of the quicker crews from this morning's heats, Sarah Ruger and Eke Bavelaar there in the stroke seat. They had a decent performance right from the start. They've opened up a small lead. It's not insurmountable because the crew from Azenbosch Njord is hot on their heels in the final few 100 meters, and sprinting will start any time soon. Look on the far side of the course. It is Azenbosch and Njord, Maura van der Poel and Luna van Schaik, the challengers for the lead on the far side in lane 6, but Skadi look very well put together in the final few stages. They have done quite enough. It's a good half a length now, and if I can just maintain this, look at the speed on the far side of the course, Peter. It is a great performance by the combination crew from Leiden. They do actually get their bouwbal pretty close to the Skadi bouwbal in lane 3, but it is just enough for the Skadi crew to take the win. Njord Azenbosch de Vliet takes second overall, and I think Proteus-Eretes Pelargos take third on the line. And then I'll have to consult my timing sheet for places 4 and 5th. Okeanos take 4th overall, Triton 5th, and Argo just across the line in 6th.
Yes, good racing, and with 5 double sculls crew so close to each other. Skadi indeed, getting another 10 points to in their classification. They are leading the classification and will be pleased with this result. From the lightweight women's double sculls, we have we move on not to the light men's development sculls. We move on to the open weight categories, to the men's development double sculls. There are 6 crews again in this race, and we just saw them starting their race. So there's in lane 1 Proteus-Eretes 2 Wouter Breedveld, Rinse Halema. There is in Skull 1 in lane 2 Reinier Broekhuizen, Jarne Kooistra. Lane 3 Focus Stijn van Pruisen, Fjell Kuiper. Lane 4 Triton 3 Tim Winkler, Bart Berbersen. They were dominant this morning in their heat. Lane 5 there's Okeanos, Nathan Remijns and Tijn de Pleit. And lane 6 there's Pelargos, Jurgen Otte and Melle Wanders. And I think the light men development double sculls are well on their way, but they are not currently on the live stream. So while the live stream keeps an eye out on the men's development double sculls, we will give some details about the racing here in the light men's development double sculls.
Yeah, it's a race which was dominated in the first quarter by the crew from the Amstelveen Njord, but they were overhauled in the second part of the race, and the crew from Azenbosch de Vliet Okeanos, the crew of Nout van Halteren and Max van der Werf, who we saw in this morning's heat being really proficient and probably the odds-on favorite to take the win here in the A final. They've got their bouwbal in front, but they need to keep a close eye to the crew from Triton in lane number 3, because Cas van den Berg and Max Rickmanspoel in the bows of in the stroke seat there are really pushing on this combination from Azenbosch de Vliet and Okeanos, but that crew has done enough. They are sprinting to the line. In the end, it is 3/4 of a length lead for the crew from Azenbosch de Vliet Okeanos. So congratulations to Nout van Halteren and Max van der Werf. They take the win ahead of Triton. Then it is Proteus-Eretes Njord and the crew from the Zwolse Gias. And completing the field is Proteus-Eretes, Jari Brits and Luc de Sitter, who takes 6th overall.
Yeah, so nice racing again in this lightweight double sculls event, also for the men. Now we move on to the heavyweight crews, and I will keep a close eye on Harry, who is currently at the victory pontoon, and maybe he will soon have the winning Oxford Brooks crew, and he will be able to ask them some questions. He's sure being ready, but of course the Oxford Brooks crew still celebrating their Collegium Baker, awarded by Praises College Reinier Nijman. Now moving on to the men's development double sculls, and we could already see it this morning. Triton being very, very dominant in their heat. Focus winning the other heat, and they had some good row there, but they are, as it stands now, not able to match the Utrecht crew coming over to the 1,000 meter mark here.
Yeah, it is Tim Winkler and Bart Berbers from Triton, and I think the proper word to use is imperious. That crew from Triton, we had high hopes from for them coming from the heats in the morning session, and they were so dominant and they make it look so easy. It's a nice compact style of rowing. Perfectly together, and they are having the better of the argument over one of the other winners of this morning's heat. That is the crew from Focus, Stijn van Pruisen and Fjell Kuiper, who we can see on the left hand side of the picture racing in the distinctive yellow vest from Focus. But the dark blue boys from Utrecht with the bow number 4 continue to dominate this race, and I would be surprised if the crew from Focus, or indeed any other crew in this A final, is able to overhaul these big, powerful men from Triton.
Yeah, no, I think looking at the rowing, I don't see this Triton down slowing down soon. I hear Harry is now at the pontoon and might be able to catch some reactions from that strong Oxford Brookes crew.
Yes. All right, here we go. Can I ask you a few questions? Well, first of all, how does it feel to beat an Olympic boat?
Well, I'm immensely proud of the guys. It's an amazing feeling. We've worked so hard, and just to get over the line in first is just a testament to the hard work these guys put in. And it's an amazing feeling. Really, really happy.
Yeah, it looked like an amazing race. Was it like ahead of the race on one main focusing point you were together working on as a crew?
Yeah, we just thought this Dutch crew was a really, really top class crew. We thought if we could just go out and stick with them for as long as possible off the start, maybe we'd stand a chance at the end, and it paid off, and we just about got ahead in front.
Yeah, I think it was like a quarter of a second or something. Yeah, and you went 5:29. Maybe you've heard that before. Wow, hopefully one of your fastest 2Ks, I assume.
Yeah. I've been sub 5:30 once before. This is probably the fastest crew I've ever been a part of. It's a really, really special crew.
And then next up, Henley, right?
Yeah, Henley. We'll see if we can gain any more speed, if there's any more stones to turn over, but just really excited to celebrate this one and then move on to Henley in a few weeks, yeah.
Nice, well I'll catch you on the live stream. Congrats and enjoy your night.
Thank you very much, thanks for having us.
Cheers. Thank you. Yeah, beautiful interview there at the victory pontoon, and there were some very sincere joy for this massive victory at the Holland Baker, and it's great to see that it means so much for this Oxford Brookes crew to show such a dominant performance here on Dutch waters.
Yeah, and he's also pretty chuffed with the time. Going sub 5:30 is quite an achievement of any 8. And we're congratulating them, of course, here from our commentary position as well. Well done to Oxford Brookes, Oxford University, and of course Njord also represented in that crew. Moving out from the victory pontoon back to the water, and a bit of a change there in the order. Not the leading crew though, it's still Triton, Tim Winkler and Bart Berbers leading this race from the start all the way down to the finish. But a surprise showing of the Okeanos crew of Nathan Remijnse and Tijn van Pleit, who will take second overall, Focus fading in the final quarter of this race. On the far side, Pelargos, a strong showing from them. They beat the crew from Skull and Proteus-Eretes, 4th overall for their guys from The Hague. Skull take 5th and Proteus-Eretes will finish 6th overall.
Yeah, good job by that Triton crew. And we are now moving on. There are only 4 races remaining today, as we see the women's development double sculls coming ahead of us. It's the last double sculls racing of today, and after that there are the development force, of course. We see that Oxford Brookes is now that wonderful 8, which was also one thing of that interview. I think the nice thing about that interview was that he directly thanked his team members and really wanted to stress the quality of his team and how exciting it is to row in this 8. And I think that's a brilliant feature if you are not only it's not only that you are racing in that big crew, but that you are also aware of it and that you can really enjoy this last few weeks of this season with these men in this strong Oxford Brookes crew, and they are surely delighted with their row.
Yeah, Yeah, I think they are, and it's something special if you're a part of that of a crew able to win the big races on the international stage. And not sure, I think the stroke of the Oxford Brookes crew is perhaps a bit overcome with joy on the victory pontoon, because I'm pretty sure one of the coaches in the stroke seat at the stage.
Possibly that was one of the coaches or one of the staff members, but Oxford Brookes showing their quality and showing that they can move some individual rounds in favor of the collective. That's what we've seen here on the waters here at Bosbaan.
Yeah, a great race also developing back on the water. You mentioned it previously, Peter. It's the women's development double sculls coming from the start all the way down here to the finish. We have 6 crews, a stacked final. Orca in lane 1, Proteus-Eretes lane 2, Focus lane 3, Bosbaan racing from one of those favoured centre lanes in 4, Skull in lane 5, and another crew from Orca from Utrecht in lane number 6. So plenty of talent going around here. And just to give you a quick update on the standings at 1,000, it was the crew of Proteus-Eretes in lane number 2 who we see on the big screen now. And if you're watching from home on the live stream, you have a good view of Emma Sievers and Floor Badjes, who are leading, at least were leading at 1,000. Not much separating them though from the crew from Bosbaan, Angelique van Brussel and Celine Meixner in second position. Third was for Orca 2 racing in lane 1. So the crew's pretty evenly matched here, and coming into the final 500 meters. We'll get a side picture anytime soon. I think Amstelveen, they're having a strong showing here, and you can see it now from the side angle. In lane 4, it is Amstelveen with their bowball in front by about half a canvas. Not much in it.
No, and I must say I was actually a bit surprised to see Amstelveen not in the lead, because they actually raced this Proteus double sculls earlier this morning in their heat, and then it was a very dominant performance. But now it's indeed Asopos moving out, just having the longer strokes compared to this Proteus boat. And I think for all the other crews in this field, it's they are just out of it. So Asopos, there was a quick look to the right from the stroke woman Celine Meixner to that Proteus crew, who actually stepped up their rate a bit, and maybe we are in for a sprint finish here in that women's development double sculls field.
Yeah, Proteus-Eretes is giving the crew from Leiden a real run for their money here in the A final. It's great to see them racing hard here in the final few A finals of the Sunday here at the Koninklijke Holland Beker. The picture now concentrating on the face of the crew from Asopos. Still nicely together, the blade work perfectly synchronized here, and it is about a length now. It was 2 and a bit seconds at 1500. They are moving into the final 250 meters of the race, and I think barring incident or accident, the crew from Bosbaan is going to take the win here. But a strong showing from the crew with the bow number 2. Proteus-Eretes giving the top crew from Bosbaan a run for their money. Behind them, it's chopping and changing. It's a strong showing as well from the crew in lane number 3. We haven't mentioned them at all in lane number 2, I should say. The Focus crew also right in and amongst it. No, I'm mistaken actually. It's Orca, which is the crew here. They're actually racing in lane number 2 or 1. Orca 2 racing in lane number 1. Sorry, it's been a long day, but there you go. Amstelveen take the win ahead of Proteus-Eretes in second. Orca with Arwen Plomp in the stroke seat take third overall in the A final. Skull will take fourth. On the far side of the course, Orca 1 will take fifth, and a big sprint now from Focus in lane number 3 sees them crossing the line in sixth overall.
Yeah, sure delight in that Asopos crew. They are really developing well, showing off some quality in these development fields. We see now coming after the double sculls, there can only be one field, and it's the lightman's force. 3 fields left to go, and this is the last lightweight field of today with the lightweight men's here coming into your picture. In the lower lane, so in lane 1, now actually in your picture, it's Vida Rick combination crew. Then there is Skull in the distinctive light blue kit rowing in lane 2. Lane 3, there is Njord with a Sal Griep in the stroke seat, and if I'm not mistaken, they are probably well, they are not in the lead if I'm looking at the times actually. Orca lane 4, lane 5 is as opposed to Fleet, and lane 6 it's Neerhuis.
Yeah, we would expect the center lanes to be the quicker crews from the heats earlier today in the morning session, but not all the crews in the center lanes having their bow ball in the front part of this race, notably the crew from the Amstelveen Njord, who we would have expected to be closer to the front. You can see them on the left hand side of the Skull crew racing with bow number 2. Njord with these very fetching uni suits. I think they look amazing. It's something different from what we used to see from the Amstelveen, but despite that fashion statement, the fashion statement from the Skull crew is having the better of the argument as of now. And look at that crew from Neerhuis. We didn't even see them, we didn't mention them, but if my eyes do not deceive me, they've moved from 3rd into 1st in the at 1500 meters. So a great push in the 3rd quarter by the crew from the D.S.R Neerhuis, half a second ahead of Orca.
Yeah, it's spectacular rowing from that Neerhuis crew. Spectacular rowing from all these lightweight force, and yeah, they're all charging here to the finish line. There's only 500 meters left to go, and surprisingly, it's Neerhuis, currently number 4 in the general classification, who are in that lane 6, leading the race. If we were looking at if we're based on the timings at 1500 meter, but there is still everything to play. It can also be that other Amsterdam crew from Skull in this blue kits with the L on them for the L of lightweight, of course, coming here towards the line, and then maybe even in lane 4 it's Orca with Tijmen Boomharts on the stroke seat. It's now really on who can keep their cool in this heated racing, and who can really push out the final sprint. It's I think an Amsterdam battle between Skull and Neerhuis, so lots of cheering here on the pontoons, and really all the home crowd really cheering for their favorites, but I think it's gonna be Skull just ahead of Neerhuis.
Yeah, it's the crew led by Wallace Sante from Skull with the bow number 2. A great timed push, and they win actually quite distinguished. It's a full length ahead of Neerhuis and Orca, 2nd and 3rd. Njord finishing 4th overall. The crew from Aasbosvliet will finish 5th. 6th will be the crew from Vida Rick, who dropped off the pace enormously in the final 500 meters. But Joep Nokker, Ruben Blokhuis, Casper Warnick and Wallace Sante from Skull take the win here on home water.
Yeah, Skull has done it again. They composed another lightweight men's development for seizing a win in this field, and looking at the standings in the classification, they are really looking up to move up towards number 2 in that classification, Orca, and predominantly, of course, also Njord currently in the lead in that classification. So tightening up towards the end of the season in that field. From lightweight men's rowing, we now move on. Lightman's men's rowing, the Holland Baker actually, which will be awarded to from Henk van der Kwast. We move on to women's development force, and what we're seeing is again 6 crews in our picture. It's in lane 1, a Skadi Theta combination. Lane 2, it's Triton. Lane 3, it's Njord. Lane 4, it's Aasbosvliet. Lane 5, there is Focus, and lane 6, it's Orca won. And as it stands now, we only have times at the first 500 meters, and the boats are charging towards the 1,000 meter mark, and we see that Triton is very much in the lead.
Yeah, the crew with Anna Hin in the bow seat, the quickest crew to 500 meters gone, and it was a quite quick start actually. They got a lead of almost 0.4 of a second ahead of second placed crew Amstelveen at the first timing mark, but it's all chopping and changing because the crew from Utrecht in the dark blue here on the front of the picture actually taking out a further few tenths, extending their lead to a decent 1.5 seconds, followed by the crew from Njord. Skadi fourth across the halfway mark, and Orca and Focus in fifth and sixth. But yeah, we wouldn't have expected, again, we see a crew racing in lane 2, taking the lead here, and that crew from Utrecht does look really smooth. I saw them doing a warm-up pedal this morning, and they looked really nicely and composed. The blade work absolutely flawless, and they are able to put a similar performance here in the A final on the water. So we'll see if they can manage to stay ahead of the rest of the field. Njord and Amstelveen, I think, will press them on all the way down to the line, but we don't have a picture of them, so it's difficult to see what those two crews are doing. But Njord and Amstelveen, quality crews as well here in the women's developments 4.
Yes, and Njord grabbing all the 10 points up to now. So are we looking again at an example of the curse of the Holland Baker? We mentioned it yesterday, and that means that the classification leaders are not always the winners at the Holland Baker. And yesterday we saw a lot of that showing at the freshmen's teams. But now looking at the development racing here in the Netherlands, it seems to be the case as well. But this race is far from being done and dusted, especially since in lane 3 it's indeed Njord now trying to get overlap with the Triton crew, but there needs to be a sure acceleration coming from that Leiden crew.
Yeah, it's the crew racing in the green kit. Again, something completely different from the usual rowing kit we see from the Amstelveen Njord. They have moved into second position, overhauling the crew from Amstelveen. And again, we see that blade of the number 3 in that crew barely feathering her blade from when her blade exits the water at the end of the stroke. But so far so good, but it seems to me like a perilous thing to do because a crab is caught really easily, but it is paying dividends so far. But still there's lots of work to do for the crew from the Amstelveen Njord, because Triton is still in the lead with a little over 250 meters to go. We see the dark blue kit from the crew from Utrecht still looking perfectly together with that blade work.
Yeah, perfectly together with that blade work, and it's Triton moving out. I think they are concealing a victory here. Now only 250 meters to go, but if I'm not fooled by my eyes, it might be that still Njord is trying to push on really in the last 250 meters. I hear the home crowds, hear all the Dutch teams cheering on for their favorites. It's Njord moving up on Triton actually, as we see them coming in our picture from a commentary position, but I think it's too little too late. It's Triton storming to the line.
Yeah, Triton storming to the line and maintaining about half a length over the Amstelveen Njord, who did make a bit of an impression, a bit of a dent in the lead of the crew from Utrecht. But in the end, it's a little under a full length. Triton take the win, a full 10 points for them, and a victory here on the Bosbaan at the Koninklijke Holland Beker. Njord second, probably displeased with this result. Amstelveen coming across the line in third, and then it's open water. I think it's Focus who will take fourth overall, and too close to call between the Skadi Tata combination here closest to our commentary position in lane number 1, and the crew from Orca all the way on the far side of the lake. So that being said, we move straight and to the last A final of the day, the last race of the day, which is the A final of the men's development 4.
Yes, and this men's development 4 is panning out like we expected. Looking at the standings, it's Vidar who've been able to seize the wins in all the previous regattas so far in this classification, and it's Orca currently second in those standings. And I think, maybe there's Skull and Triton who can try to get back into racing, but coming across the 1,000 meter line, it's really those crews from Vidar and Orca deciding and dividing the prizes between of them. There is actually a prize for grabs. There is a cup. There is the cup called KNRB. Awarded by the chair, by the
board.
The board of the National Rowing Federation of the Netherlands. I think indeed Vidar has the best chances of winning that here.
Yeah, and just looking at the two leading crews, and these are heavy, or at least open weight, the open category in the men's coxless 4, and we saw this same crew of Vidar winning in the morning session, and what struck me then was that it doesn't really look like a heavyweight men's crew. But they do strike to me as being a very efficient crew. They don't really slow the boat down during the recovery phase, and it's a nice easy pickup, and they just give that boat that little bit of a push. They accelerate that shell very nicely through the water, and it's given them a lead from 1,000 meters onward. Early showing from Orca, that crew still in second place, challenging the crew from Vidar for the win here, but I think Vidar, if they pull off a similar performance as they did earlier today, they'll start to move out now in the final quarter of the race.
Yes, I think Vidar now has there is space between the boats if we have to believe our eyes on that shot, and I think it's Orca now trying to actually defend their second place against a fastly storming Triton crew. Triton having a very successful regatta, of course, with victories in the lightmen double sculls, lightmen single sculls, lightweight female single sculls. So very successful regatta from them.
If only that lightweight excellent could brush off a bit better here from the crew, the heavyweight crew. I'm being a bit sour here, but I'd love to see the crew from Triton overhauling their neighbors, basically, because the Orca crew is housed right next to the crew from the boathouse from Triton, and they are definitely flying towards the finish here, but Vidar still maintaining a healthy lead.
Yeah, Vidar still maintaining a healthy lead, and let's not forget also for Triton, Peter van Veen finishing on podium on the Holland Baker. Of course, he would rather have grabbed the win, but for sure there is definitely some heavyweight quality in that.
You don't win the varsity for nothing if there's no heavyweight quality in your club. Having said that, the crew from Vidar have done what we expected them to do. They've moved out to a full-length lead, and look at the surging crew from Skull here in the center lanes. They're really piling on the pressure to the crew from Orca, flying to the finish. Vidar take the win. On the line though, I'm not sure, maybe the bow ball number 4, or is it bow ball number 2 with Focus taking a second. It's very close. It was a photo finish, I think. Triton finishing with Fury in 4th or 5th. Orca on the far side. Not sure where they finished up. I do know where the crew from Skadi ended up. 6th overall, crossing the line right now. But just a quick confirmation. Vidar, Focus, Skull, Orca, Triton, Skadi. That is the order of the final A-final of the day.
Yes, that's the order of the last A-final of today. But congratulations for a strong row from Vidar and a beautiful second place finish with 3 crews really within a distance of about the bow ball. And looking at the man from Skull, clearly it didn't come for free. That indeed concludes a wonderful day of racing. We have seen some international quality on the waters of the Bosbaan, and it was impressive what the crews, both from the Netherlands, both international crews have shown here. We have new winners of the Holland Baker and of the Lady Trophy. We of course congratulate Lucas Keizer winning the Holland Baker and Juliana Varelich from Germany with their victories in the main events of this regatta. But we will also not easily forget what Oxford Brooks laid out here, especially in the men and in the female 8, beating international crews from the Netherlands.
Yeah, some absolute quality racing with top crews, both nationally and internationally. And Vidar, Odin Rote, Thomas Driessen, Reinier Vriends and Daan Zwertbroek, congratulations on winning your race, the final race of the day. Just a quick question before we conclude today's business here at the Bosbaan. Which race was your favorite?
Well, I've seen many exciting races. I was also very happy with the quality of the field in general, of the quadruple sculls, with of course Skull Quad winning there. But I think one race to sure talk about is that spectacular race by Oxford Brookes beating the Dutch National 8. Massive performance there. And I think also the main events, of course, Juliana Vareli's putting a brilliant race in the ladies trophy, and Lucas Keizer really finishing to the line against Jelle Bakker in the Holland Baker.
That was a great race. I think we had 4 leaders at different stages of the race, with Lucas Keizer prevailing and taking the win, taking the Holland Baker there in the end.
Yeah, so great racing indeed, and it's hard to pick a favorite race. Sure, there is plenty to talk about in the coming few days after this regatta, and we wish all the crews their best luck for the remaining part of the season, because there is still a month racing of racing to go, and of course much longer for all the crews competing internationally later on this summer. From our commentary position, I think it's time to thank all the organizing rowing clubs. We thank all the volunteers for making a brilliant event possible. It sure has been a delight to deliver the commentary from our position. We also thank our sponsors. I will list them now, but they will shortly also appear on the live stream. It's Nezek, Hogesteger, Veldhuizen, Alcomex, de Green Branch Bios Groep, Gemeente Amsterdam, Topsport Amsterdam, Merel, KNRB, Concept 2 and GIG. Yeah, they're now shown in the picture. And I think with that, it's my pleasure to conclude this wonderful regatta.
Yeah, and it's been an amazing day of racing, and a big thank you to you joining me in the commentary position for 2 straight days and lots of racing and lots of fun. So thank you all. Thank you for all the spectators attending this event as well, and enjoy a few drinks, enjoy a small snack perhaps, and wishing you a good journey back home.
Yes, and of course, thanks to you as well, Tim, for a wonderful weekend of commentary.
Yeah, thanks so much.